Okay. Right. So we're just working around with streams and everything else. As I said, within the YouTube stream, we're going to need to transfer the YouTube streams as well at some point. Again, it runs too long. I've actually started part 2 now. You haven't got to go. The link to part 2 is actually available in the description. You want to move across. But we will be starting that relatively we're probably about an hour running both the streams. But if you want to join us on that one. There's none of you here at the moment. So hello to everybody on the all you who've done Finals Day Part 2. You're very trendy, I'd say. We will obviously be closing down Part 1 probably after the next 2 finals. So just so you got a chance to move across, the description is in the links. If you refresh, you can move across to Part 2 on YouTube. If you're on Facebook, we've started the new stream. So it's all going on, as they say. Down to the fact that this is a very long race, over 12 hours. So we have to do multiple streams to cover everything. Hope you bear with us. Hope you understand. It's only a couple of buttons to press. It's not the end of the world, really, is it? So, but you have the opportunity now. There's two whole streams going on at the moment for YouTube. We'll co-stream for about an hour. I'll keep telling you to go to the other stream. The link is in the description of the first stream. But then we'll talk about racing when racing's happening. And then during these gaps, I go, no, you need to go to the other one. Go to the other one now. Just because otherwise there's various... The imperative really is it's about archiving everything else. Here we go. Just scrabbling around for a couple of marshals. Okay, here we go. Tom Robban, Nicholas Lambert, João Esposito, Jan-Miguel Martinez, David Todd, Carlos Huertas, Max Johnson, Rodrigo Vega. I've got too quickly. But anyway, because it's a 20-minute final, we'll probably get to talk about all of them before the end. And they're up and away. Oops. And they're up and away. And it is a clear start for Tom Robban in the 1. In this 16th A final, Lambert second. And they, again, if you can see, every time you move up a level of final, it just gets a little bit cleaner and a little bit clearer, and everyone's a little bit more, what's the word for it, in order, I think you'd probably say. So, yeah, so they're going quite well. And already the first lap's coming undone. We're looking at second and third, I think, yep, which is the 4, I believe, from my little squint around the corner there. I think you're going to see that it's Martinez who's moved into second. Esparza is third. Johansson fourth. Lambert's fifth. And Duras is sixth. Nice break early on from Tom Robban, the Frenchman. And then it's 2 Spaniards, a Swede and a Dane. All side by side now, 3 and 4. And with the 7 thinking about it, that's Johansson with his Wangley aerial. Kind of tribute to 1980s and early 1990s cars on 40 megs or 27 megahertz, and now of course everyone's on the spread spectrum and don't need an aerial. Down they drop. And they all turn around the corner, break. Oh dear, that's gone off. And there's a couple of cars that have had a bit of a problem being put back in again. Carlos Duaz and Huertas had a problem. So now the lead is Joan Esparza, from Spain. Got Manuel Martinez in second and Robban in third. Going up the hill in fourth place. It's the 11 now, so a double bump. Yeah, James Le Pivot appears. Yeah, James Le Pivot has moved as well into fourth place. Actually fifth, actually. Might be behind the 5 as well, actually. It might be David Todd in fourth. And it's David Todd in fourth. Le Pivot we've got here is in fifth. There's Todd just ahead of him in that corner there. And it all settles down. So Le Pivot the Guernsey man from the Channel Islands. And then a set of islands sort of just off France, but historically for some reason an English protectorate, or British protectorate. So as you see, these are 20-minute finals, not the previous 15. Pavot makes a little bit of mistakes. Don't get away with that one. Landing that slip side down on the end of the roller coaster isn't the end of the world. You only lose a small amount of time. As long as you can keep the thing pointing in the right direction, you kind of lose the momentum loss more than anything. 1, 2, and 3 slightly stretching a little bit. And we've lost someone there because Pavot's now in 5th. So I kind of think if someone's had a problem. Oh, yeah, Lambert's had a problem. That's so. So Esparza from Martinez, from Robin. There's Todd, and there's Le Pavot. Goes around 2.6 seconds behind. He's just ahead of Johansson, but he is running in 5th at the moment. But he's been caught up a little bit by the guys behind, the 7 and the 8 car, and also the 6. Johansson, Rougier, and Huertas. He's just a little bit further off. And there's a long gap to Westergaard. Top 3, squabbling, but as we said before, it's not really that important really, because if you come first, second or third, or third, second and first, or second, third and first, or whatever it may be, it doesn't really matter. Pavot not really making much gains actually on David Todd. David Todd isn't making much of a gain on the top 3 either, to be honest. Just nip it forward 1 to Todd, who's just going down the roller coaster now, Ash. David Todd, not the most Spanish sounding of people, but he is a Spaniard. Five minutes down, 15 to go, and it's one of those chess races. Everyone's settling in. Only really Antonio Dallas who's completely out of it. Everyone else can still have the potential to get back up again with no major losses. Todd and the Pavot are kind of a little bit in no man's land. I think actually, in fairness to Todd, I think he might be slightly gaining on Tom Robin. Mistake just made by the 6 of Carlos Huertas, which is going to cost him. He's dropped back several seconds, having marshalled. Quite laconic marshalling, to be honest, but it was effective. The Pavot a little bit closer, I think, to Todd. As Todd now comes onto camera corner, you'll see the Pavot in the background. There he is, much he is a bit closer. That was 2.7 seconds. It's not that anymore. Car 2 has a problem here. Lambert's having an issue as well. So he's not had a great one. Nikolai Lambert's from Denmark. He was briefly up in the top 4, but that's kind of faded away, unfortunately. Le Pavot gained about 1.4 seconds on Todd that time round. This one's now coming together, taking a while. Gap that time round. Todd was back out to 2.5 seconds again. So this one, they're trying very hard not to make this happen, aren't they? Between them, fuel stops are happening. After 6 minutes or so, 7 minutes or so for a lot of the stoppers, they are doing a 2-stop. And it's Martinez now who's just ahead of Le Pavot. Whereas the 5 here of Todd, I think he's staying in 5th. So Pavot hasn't stopped for fuel. And he's gained up a couple of positions. Now, if he can do one stop, he'll keep that gain. It'll be a real gain. Todd now will be scored 5th because Pivot's got past him but hasn't stopped for fuel. Not a particularly long fuel run. If you get it right, you only lose about 4 or 5 seconds in stopping. So Pivot goes in for a stop this time. He comes past me, but out in the lead now is Juan Manuel Martinez. In fact, Pivot has gone in for fuel. Waiting for him to exit, and he's a little bit behind Todd. Comes out pretty much where they were. The extra lap, not enough to mean you're going to save a stop. Quite a bit of gain by Johansson, 7 car. Max Johansson now getting closer to Pivot, but everyone's now very equidistant. So there's a couple of seconds from Martinez to Tom Robin in second. There's about a second half from Tom Robin to Esparza. There's a couple of seconds to David Todd. There's a second and a half or so to, or 2 seconds to Pivot, and then there's another second back to Johansson. So everyone's like decided they're going to make this one a slow burn. It's all going to happen on the last lap. That's what I've decided. And it's going to be the most exciting race in the history of this is qualifying. This is qualifying finals. Effectively, you're trying to bump up, trying to get the top 4, do it as safely as possible. Yeah, Pivot lost about a second during that pit stop sequence. Oh, now let's tighten them up a bit because there's a mistake made by the 1 of Robin, which has put it 1. So that's put 2, 3, and 4 right together. Big lead now for Martinez. As Robin's made a mistake and they sweep round 1, 2, 3. That's the back man, that's 4th man, that's Todd, but they're the other 2. You see, look, they're right together now, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Robin, Esparza, and Todd. Pivot, a little bit of a, Pivot's made a mistake. I think he may be actually, but yeah, Pivot's now having an argument with the car of Johansson for 5th. He's lost that, but there's a big gap. So these 2 bunch in 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. It's all very lovely. And they've also got a nice gap now to Johansson, who's picked up 5th place. This is going to be about a 6-second gap, I think, when it comes to 5.5, 6. Waiting for it to tick through. Yep, 6.4. Oh, a mistake by our 2nd place man, Tom Robin. He's rolled over. Luckily, he had that big lead because of the problems of the previous lap, but he's now stuck himself in no man's land. So Robin drops out of 2nd into 4th, loses about 3 seconds upside down. Just drop back 2 to Robin, the number 1 car, Ash. There's Robin speaking to the other camera. And there's a long gap, which you can still to Johansson. And I think it was that Pivot Johansson went upside down then. That was another problem for Pivot. So not going his way in this phase of the final. We're over halfway through now. The 1/16th A final. Getting towards the sharp end of a race which still has another 5 hours to run, an event. Ooh. So the sun is occluded by the clouds. Makes it a bit easier to see. It's not shining in your eyes. The heat's still there though. Still a warm old day. Track won't be super hot because it's not got sun baking it. Will have picked up some heat. The interesting thing is that means it may lose heat quicker at night because it hasn't got so much heat put into it during the day because the sun's not been shining on it. Second stops being thought of with 8 minutes to go. That's a very early second stop, to be honest. I mean, it might be just because you were in a position where you thought you could make it. Now it's actually Darras who's had a horrible final. Martinez leads by 9 seconds from Esparza now, from 3 from David Todd. Robin 4. Why don't we do another pit stop for someone? I'm not sure anyway. Can't see the pit stops at the moment. I'll be able to see him a bit later when we take the sunshade down. Go to the pit lane. So Robert still in 4th place. Johansson is quite a way back, in fairness. Danny Vega is now harassing Pavot for 6th place. With 7 minutes to go, this one's another one that's not really exploded into life just yet, but it's obviously, all about certain drivers getting themselves up another final. So Robin's got some ground speed, but he's made a couple of silly mistakes so far. Remember in we were doing RCGP last year, but Tom Roban was there, and we asked, was there anything, we asked the drivers anything the other drivers had got you'd like, and a number of people said Tom Roban's girlfriend, which was probably physically incorrect, but was a fact. I've no idea. Obviously, it could be different a year on, but that was very much a thing amongst the racing gods that Tom had. Let's say he was punching. I think is the best way of putting it. Well, who's that on the ground? So there's a car upside down. I don't know if it's a car that's in the top 4. I don't think it is. No, it's a 10 again. It's really Antonio Darius is just having a nightmare. So 6 minutes to go. Martinez has a massive lead over Esparza. Actually, Esparza's, there's a couple of little stops we're missing. There's a couple more fuel stops. Tom Robin. So David Todd has got past Robin, I think, during some pit stoppery. So Robin now chasing down Todd. So Todd's in 4th and Robin's in 5th. Johansson's again. I think Johansson hasn't stopped. May have been doing one. Anyway, this is the battle for 4th and 5th. Coming towards us. Front car is Robin. Back car is Tom Robin. Five left. You should have made your final stop by now. But obviously there are tactics where you don't do that. You run long. And you worry everyone else about what you're going to be doing. Both these cars settled in the middle. Robin not making an awful lot of impression on David Todd at the moment. He's actually a junior on Spaniard. They are now they're now 3rd and 4th because Johansson's gone into the pits. That's what happens. So they're 3rd and 4th now. Johansson went into the pits. These are both bumping up. Martinez, Esparza. So these two are 3rd and 4th, battling away. Johansson's 6 seconds back. So the last thing they want to do is hit each other because that would obviously slow both of them up. 3.5 minutes to go. Battling away. Gap up to 7.8. So it's pretty much obvious that these guys have the pace, along with Martinez and Esparza, to get themselves through this. It's only going to be some sort of error that's going to allow Max Johansson to make up the 7 seconds he's behind. But Robin having a good old battle with David Todd here. And perhaps it's the fact that they are having a kind of a battle that doesn't matter is helping to keep the concentration to go around the Contramar. And obviously, you think, oh, you have no problem with 20 minutes. Well, there's a danger of over-relaxing because you think you're bumping. So Martinez retains his lead. Esparza retains in 2nd. David Todd slightly quicker than the 2nd place man, car 3, but remains half a second ahead of Robin. Johansson stays a long way back in 6th. Johansson's really not gaining on them. So this is the only really interesting part of the battle. It might be because either one of those could actually drop the ball and end up not bumping up. 2 minutes 44 seconds to go of this, the 1/16th A. Next up, the 1/16th B. If you're watching on YouTube, if you can transfer across to part 2, there's a link in the description. That'll be great, because we'll be stopping this one We're stopping part one. We're stopping part one of YouTube after this race. Not this race, after the next race. After the next race, we're going to stop the YouTube, and you'll have a new YouTube go to. It's all very good. I'm confusing myself with part one to my part two, to be honest. Which is weird, really, because for Le Mans we do 3 parts, and it's even more confusing. Minute 32 to go. Todd dropped behind Roban in that lap, but no harm, no foul really, because Johansson was probably still going to be 9 seconds behind. Pivot, well, he was there or thereabouts for a bit, down in 6th. Obviously, Martinez has put in Martinez Guido's put in a fantastic performance, 14 seconds ahead of his fellow Spaniard, Jean Esparza-Bao. Roban, the Frenchman, up into 3rd again, started 1st and 3rd. David Todd makes it 3 Spaniards out of 4 who appear to be bumping with a minute to go. Good try by Max Johansson, but not really the ground speed to do it. Now Miguel's times are pretty impressive, and will make you think he's got a pretty good chance of getting himself out of his 8th into the quarters as well. Depending on the start, because you can get very stymied and very scuppered if things don't go quite right at the start. Just a few more corners to go. Oh, look at that big air there for David Todd. As we come to the end of this, the 1/16th A. And Todd will be 4th, and he'll be a very, 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 very long way away from Johansson. They'll both bump. Johansson won't bump up. He will. He'll be joined by Jan Miguel Martinez Guido, who's already bumped up. Johan Esparza-Bao, Tom Roban, and David Todd. And that is your 1/16th A final A side bump. Hello everybody on the news stream. Yes, I'll read comments on the news on the old win. So, just so you know, I need to get. I'm going to now tell you. So you're right thing.
Time is over. Race finished.
So if you are watching on the original YouTube stream on RC Racing TV, please look in the description. I might have to refresh it, look in the description below, because it hasn't been there the whole time. Refresh and look in the description below, and you'll have the link to part 2. Someone's asking when is Bruno going to race. He seems to be racing in the semi-final. I don't know which semi-final he's in. I think he's in semi-final A, but anyway. The semi-finals are on at, hang on, hello to Joseph TLR Racing, how are you? Hello to Martin Pearson, they're on the new chat, the cool chat, the new chat. So just looking at the programme, the semi-finals are running officially at 5 to 6, and we are currently 3:30, so 2 hours 25 minutes to answer that question, or 2 hours 20 minutes actually, before he's on. Main final still at 17:55. Looking to see all you transfer across from the original YouTube stream to the new cool YouTube stream, but the cool guys at the new one. It's very important to realise that. Thank you everyone watching on Facebook. I think we've picked you all back up again for the second 8-hour stream on Facebook. But that will obviously won't be too much of a problem, because we'll still be there when it, you know what I'm talking about, it'll finish anyway. Lots of stuff going on. Just wait for this next 16th final to start. We're going to have Nacho Sanchez in 1, Jose Thomas Escudero in 2, Judith Sicoldi in 3, so that's Spain, Austria, Eric Leik from Britain in 4, Pelle Clumsy from Denmark in 5, Max Mort from Finland in 6, Kevin Michaud in 7 from France, Iker Tellez from Spain in 8, Ivan Navarro in 9, Marc Desoir from Austria in 10, Saul Ortiz from Spain in 11, and Hugo Tavernon from France in 12. So don't forget that Tavernon, Ortiz, Desoir, and Navarro have bumped up from the previous set of finals. So all you hanging around in part 2, in part 1, you need to go to part 2. Final is today, Chris Zico Clotti. We're going the whole way. The final is today. That is when the final, it'll be in about 4 hours' time. Approximately it will start. Bad weather tomorrow means we're doing everything today. And ask me, just cracked a monster. Let's go back. Let's go Max, says Baz. Rooting for Eric Leik, says Jonathan Wolf. Now we haven't got you all across yet. Ash is worryingly lying underneath on the ground with a hat over his head. It's not the thing you want to see from your cameraman. Main final 5 to 8. Thank you, Piga, for the kind words. Come on, people on the old YouTube stream, get across the new YouTube stream. I'm going to feel very upset when you all get unceremoniously kicked out in about 25 minutes. The link now is in the comments as well for the new stream. Also, I'm not going to mention it again once this race starts, and I'll mention it a lot because you'll be going, oh, I can't see what's going on. You've left me. I've been abandoned. So 30 seconds till we get going. We walked out. Just to remind you, it's Nacho Sanchez in 1, Jose Thomas Escudero in 2, Julius Sicoldi in 3, Eric Leik in 4, Pelle Clumsy in 5, Max Mort in 6, Kevin Michaud in 7, Iker Tellez in 8, Ivan Navarro in 9, Marc Desoir in 10, Saul Ortiz in 11, and Hugo Tavernon in 12. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Spaniards, 2 Frenchmen, a Finland, a Dane, an Austrian, and a British driver in the mix. So this is the last of the 16s, and we're back onto the 8th after this. Back up to the 8th on this, and the 8th quarter semis, junior, last chance, senior, main final. That's the way it's going for the rest of the day. The wind picks up and starts blowing dust across the track, which is always a little bit irritating, I'm sure.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, release the 5.
And they're away. And that's 1 from 2, from 4, from 5, from 3. Ooh. That's bad news for one of the leaders who's gone from first to last because they couldn't actually. Who first to last? The car 1 of Sanchez rolled at the end of the rumble strips and they couldn't because the cars were going past and Marshall couldn't get to him. She's actually gone from first to last. Terrible start for Sanchez. It's a real penalty of making a mistake on the first lap, isn't it? Not just the time, it's the traffic as well. And that one was a really difficult start for him. So who is the big winner? And it's car 2 that leads from 4. So Eric Like in second. Just about to lose that second. Up the inside into 5 of Pelli Kumsi. So Like and Clumsy, and now the 9 of Ivan Navarro on a double bump. So these 3 are battling for second, third and fourth. They're going on the roller coaster now. Like still scored second. If you think the car looks odd, it's got no front shock tower. It's a Agama N1. Actually, Eric's managed to pull a little bit of a gap now on the Kumsi and Navarro. It's Pelli. There they go. Oh! That is really not what you want to do. Just lost it there, didn't he? Lost it behind the timing bar, unfortunately, but he did hit the flagpole. So a couple of cars had problems. Sanchez is one of them. This is the second car to have an issue. That's Like now in second. So we need to drop back to the 3 cars headed by the blue car going around the Contramar corner now. We look again to see who's going to be bumping up to the 8th finals. And into third now has gone the 11 car of Ordonez, so looking at a double bump. Then to Zwart, so there's 3, the 4, 5 and 6 are double bumpers. Eric Light's had some issues, dropped out, so it's a Scudero from Comsey, from Ciclodi, from Ordonez to Zwart, Navarro, Eric Like. Oh, that's a roll out from the 11. So Ordonez drops down. Who is that running in the 9 car? That is still Navarro. So Navarro, I think, may have, has he pinged up the 3rd now? Is he still in 4th? I think he's head of the 11th, so I think that, no, he's in 4th, I think. So it's Escudo, Comsey, Ciclodi, and I think that Zwart, Navarro, Ordonez, that's where we're at the moment, yeah. This is Navarro and Ordonez coming up the hill. Eric Like as well around about that whole thing, with the 1 car coming right through the field, so trying to recover from their bad start at Sanchez. Eric Like on screen at the moment. I'm not actually sure if he is 6th. I think there's been kind of a bit of a, I think he's not, I think he's 5th. Looking at the cars ahead of him, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, Eric Light now in 5th. The 1 car of Sanchez, who had an absolute nightmare start, has got a lot of pace in fairness, and I think he will come through. So there's been a slight error by the 10 of the Zwart, and that's put Light right on his tail, so Navarro should get scored 3rd. He doesn't, so Navarro drops. Where's Navarro gone? That's weird, isn't it? So Navarro's had a problem, dropped right back out. And it now means that this is the 4th and 5th battle. Light's made a mistake, and he drops into 6th behind the 8 of Tellez, and that is Iker Tellez. So there's a bit of a lead for Escudero. Comsey's not, well, he's a lot further ahead than he was, so I wonder if he's in a fuel stop there in second and third. And the orange car is just nipping down the line as to what is bumping, and he's being chased quite hard by the green machine, which the lights a green machine of Tellez. So I think it's all rotating around these 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 positions. Tellez got Light, Sanchez, yeah. So it's really where Deswart is. There he is. Deswart is not very far ahead in the orange and white car of this green machine and a little light. Can you just move forward 1, Ash? Because that's really where we're at with the 5th place of Iker Tellez. But there's the man that's car's just turned round the roller coaster, and then the bottom of the roller coaster, that's the guy in 4th, which is Mark Deswart from Austria. dropping down the hill. Still settling down. We haven't had the first fuel stops yet. And that obviously is a key point for things to go wrong and also tactics to start playing in. Oh, a huge puff of smoke then, as the three of Julius Cicaldi makes a big mistake at the end of the double after the main straight. He's dropped right down. So, Deswart now moves into third, and Tellez moves into fourth. Max Mort's in fifth. I think Eric Light may have stopped for fuel unless he's had a problem off camera. So it's all changing around now, but we are just shy of 7 minutes in. It makes sense, really, if you were going to go a bit early if you can to get in some clear air for a couple of laps, because it's very, very tight out there. Apart from Escudero, it's a long way ahead. Escudero from Comsey, from Deswart, yep. And then Tellez, just behind Deswart. Max Moore, Cicaldi. This is the 8 car of Iker Tellez going through the pits. Seems to get a slight problem. They get lightly held up, possibly on the Mort car. Max kamikazes out the pits. Right, so the trainer cars now, the 8, the 1, the 0 and the 4. Sanchez really coming back strongly from a terrible first lap, and he's the second car in this train with the green and yellow wheels and the green to blue. Starting in pole, was absolutely last by this point of the track, because he crashed on the corner, and then that meant he couldn't be marshaled because all the cars were piling through. But he's obviously realised he's got 20 minutes. He only has to get to fourth, and he's currently, I think he's running fifth. It's just waiting for the stagger to unwind on these pit stops. But that number 1 car has a lot of pace for this final. Yeah, he's moving to fifth now, so fourth and fifth. Deswart, Eric Light into sixth, and then Deswart, Mort. So Deswart's sort of the loser, actually, of that set of pit stops. Surprised Cicaldi is where he is. I think he may be trying to do it on one stop. 11:38 to go. Out in the lead is Escudero. Comsey's also a long way ahead. For example, Comsey now is going into camera corner just as these guys are coming up the hill to the patio, and they are in third and fourth. 8 and 1. I'm not sure if Cicaldi's gone. I mean, I know I miscounted him, but I think he may have had a late pit stop. There's Comsey. Next two around are these two, the 8 and the 1. Yep, Cicaldi had a late stop. Right, so that puts Sanchez back into the bump up, puts Like into 1 off the bump up, puts Tellez comfy in the bump up, but they are a long way away from the top 2. So very much the top 2 are away, Escudero and Comsey. And then these guys, Ari Tellez, Jose Thomas Sanchez and Eric Light, if you can catch them up, are fighting for the final 2 bump up places. But we're not even at halfway yet at this 20 minutes. 1/16 B final. Don't forget, if you're watching on YouTube, the original stream will stop at the end of this race. You'll need to go to the new stream. There's a link in the description. There's a link in the comments as well. Have to do it because the stream's going to end up being more than 12 hours, and that causes problems. So we thought we'd break it and give you plenty of time to find the right one rather than do it right at the last minute.
So over the start finish line now, we have car 8, car 1 and car 4. You are 3, 4 and 5 positions. The race order after 10 minutes is car 2, 5, 8, 1, followed by 4, 10.
Sanchez continuing to put in some good time. Eric Light not too far off him either, so just widen out the camera a little bit, Ash, so we can see Eric behind. It's not far. There we are. Just so there's 3, 4, and there is 5. Escudero and Comsey fans, don't worry. They're away and gone. A bit like Frank, he's away and gone at the moment. So good driving by Tellez. He's going to be under a lot of pressure for the last 5 or 6 laps. Nacho Sanchez in the one. I'm not quite sure, how aggressive he needs to be. He's made up for the problem at the start. I think he'd probably prefer to get a bit of a safety cushion by getting past and into third. Eric Light being dropped a little bit at this point. Not massively, just a little bit. So good old scrap here, isn't it? Third and fourth. These two running nose to tail have been going for lap after lap. In the 16th B final, the F1 8th Off-Road Nitro Championship is 2023, brought to you by EFRA, the European Federation of Radio Automobiles, the governing body who makes all of this happen, who organises it all and also support RC Racing TV to bring you this media coverage. I'd like to thank our presenting partner, InvisibleSpeed.net, and our series partners, X-Ray, Hot Race Tyres, S-Works, and Rudog EU. Again, without those guys, guys and girls, that wouldn't be possible either. It's a big team effort. Yep, there's three of us here in Spain, but it's a huge team effort of our sponsors, the organisers, and everyone. Oh, nice try by him. The sponsors, the organisers, and everyone else to get us here to prevent this coverage. And obviously, the flexibility that's being shown by the organisers to get this event away in the dry. That's why we're running here all the way through to the main final tonight. We will crown the European champion today, Friday. And we'll be very pleased to do so. And it's building up. The thing about the track is the track's in fantastic condition and he's just so solid. It's not wearing out. There's no wear. He's not getting crazy. He's not getting potholed. It's just a great circuit for consistent lappery. You don't have these massive bomb holes as it's getting a huge amount of use today. Just looking where Like is, he's dropped 3 seconds off these guys now. There is another pit stop though. There is one more element of danger. Ground speed wise, both these guys have probably got 3/4 to a second on Eric Like, so it's not going to stay that way. He's in fact only now 2 seconds home. Julius Sicoldi's coming back from that big error. Fuel stops will be soon. We're down to the last 6 minutes, and they're very actually now. Look at me, I'm Mystic Nick there with fuel stops soon. In, bang, gun, down, out. Fantastic stop. Really good stop there by the Sanchez team. Didn't lose hardly any time at all. Who's behind? He's behind Sicoldi. I mean, he's only lost about 5 seconds. Everyone else, I really don't think anyone is going to do 10 minutes. There's no real. The only time it might be worth trying it is in the last chance when it's a 10-minute race, and you might think you can scrape by if you aren't. Oh dear, that's a car not doing what it should do. I think it's a back marker as well. A scooter over from Comsey. Ari Tellez is actually 14 seconds off. Obviously, currently out of sync is Sanchez. He will drop down a bit because he's made his stop, others haven't. Missing. No, Tellez is missing as well. Tellez has stayed missing. Tellez had a bad stop, a 103 stop. Sanchez has a 58 stop, so that's moved Tellez out. Zwart has moved into 5th. You should see what happens when it all unwinds. Eric Light behind Navarro. Behind Tellez. I think Eric Light's pit stop was particularly good either. So we're just really kind of waiting for this one to settle down now. So Sanchez is, I think, he scored 4th in the one. I think he was. He might be scored 3rd now. I'm not sure. He's 9/10 behind Sicoldi. I think he had to come into the pits. Let's find out. And they come round this time. No, that is Sicoldi. So it's Sicoldi in 3rd, right ahead of him. What is Sicoldi's running? He is running one stop. I don't know. Is the answer. I don't know. He's going to the pits now. Right. So that's Sicoldi's now out of that running. So Sanchez is going to go through, and Zwart will be the next one. So he dropped back one, Ash, and that should be. It was a long gap. It means Zwart must have taken fuel as well. Then who is the next car along? That is, and it is actually still the 3 car of Sicoldi. So despite stopping, he has now stayed in 4th place. But it's a long way. That was a long gap, wasn't it? Now who's behind him is the question. Can you open it up? Let's look what's happening behind. Not a lot is the answer to that question. Now, is it going to be who is it going to be after? This is exciting now. Who is the person behind him? Who is behind Julius Sicoldi? There he is. I'm not sure it is. I'm going to stand up, tell you who it is. It's the 9 car of Ivan Navarro. So Ivan Navarro now battling with Sicoldi for this final bump up. Then you've got De Zwart and you've got Like, and they're all pretty much there or thereabouts. Very close when you get to this high level. There's the 3 of Sicoldi in 4th. Navarro, you can certainly see his quarry. Oh, and he's upside down and skidded away. So he's no longer in. Well, he is involved, but he's just in a couple of seconds. So, not the greatest chop off the back of the roller coaster, but now through has gone De Zwart again. So it is Mark De Zwart looking for a double bump up, who currently sits in 5th behind Sicoldi. So drop back 1, Ash. And that's De Zwart in your 5th place. Scudero, Comsey, Sanchez, Sicoldi, who's ahead, and these two battling for 5th at the moment. De Zwart and Navarro. Up the hill. Oh, and off the track has gone Sicoldi, so it's going to be really, really close. Now there it is. 4, 5 and 6 are very close together. 5 and 6 could be doing their own worst enemy here. They start getting each other's way. They're going to need to do the work together thing to try and catch back up with... fenced him. And now he's waiting because he knows he's going to get a penalty, and that is absolutely what's going to happen, because what happens there now is they've actually Eric Like through into 5th. More problems behind there. It's all gone horribly wrong in one corner. Bit of bad luck for the pair of them, really. Zwart and Navarro, they got together, rolled off, and they were told to wait. It's a long marshal. Then one of them fell off, who I think was De Zwart, and it's all kind of unraveled for them. Light goes through in 5th place, but a long way back, 6.8 seconds from the 3 car of Sicoldi. So that was a great... Sicoldi didn't do anything then, he just trolled around the track, and it all worked in his favour because what was happening behind him. Ivan Navarro looking to get past Eric Like for 5th, but it's a bit... But then again, we have seen a couple of races where we've lost one of the top 4 in the last lap, so not through an accident, through a bit of a flaming or a problem. Escudero, 14 seconds ahead of Comsey 11 seconds of Sanchez. Sanchez 10 seconds ahead of Sicoldi. Eric Light makes a little minor mistake and bang through goes Navarro. Rumble section catching him out. Two very similar painted cars. Lucky one of them's got no shock absorbers to see. They are shock absorbers. They're laid down. There's a pair of them each end. The Garma N1. And Navarro now in 5th. The gap is 5 seconds. They're going to get one more, I think. So it's this and one more. So on the penultimate lap. What Julius Sicoldi does, in fairness to Sicoldi, has actually made mistakes before. We've seen him twice fall off at the end of the very top corner after the double following the main straight. Light dropping off a little bit from Navarro. You look there, then he's going through the frame. Sicoldi, and there is Navarro. You can see how long a gap it is. Last lap about to get underway. I think they will make it. It's going to be quite tight. They should make it. Yeah, they will. They've got 4 or 5 seconds. They've actually closed up quite a bit there. So Navarro gained about a second, but Sicoldi has 5 seconds on him. Move forward 1, Ash, because it's only a mistake now by the orange car of Sicoldi, just going up the hill again, that will affect things. That's it. So only him making a mistake now will throw it open to Navarro. Scudero, Comsey, Sanchez. Comsey's already finished, actually, and Sanchez. And therefore Scudero is through. Comsey is through. Will Sanchez be through? Yep. And it's just now about Julius Sicoldi, from Austria, taking the line and breaking the hearts of Ivan Navarro, Eric Like and Mark De Zwart, because that is the end of their competitive area. I don't know if Eric's actually a junior, so Eric might well be in the junior final, but for the rest of them it's the end of their competitive element of the European Championship. Now, if you are watching on the original YouTube channel, original YouTube watchers, the stream is stopping. So you need to get off the original YouTube. I keep putting the link. The link is in the chat. The link is in everything else. The link is in the conversation, but the original YouTube stream will be stopping in about 30 seconds. So I'll let you hear this message, which is 30 seconds time before you get it, and then the original YouTube stream will stop. And you have a link of where you need to go. So the original stream is coming to an end. Don't know how many seconds I should leave it now. Oh, JQ's turned up. That's a bad sign for everybody. Hello, JQ. How are you? Where's the mic? Oh, he's having a sweetie first. Put your hat on. Hello, JQ. How are you?
I'm a bit disappointed.
Why are you a bit disappointed?
No course sales. That's why I had to come up and check. Okay. I have to pay Matt.
No, you have to pay Matt.
I don't know what to do now.
Well, the good news is you can pay Matt. Should we play one of your adverts?
Okay, let's do that.
I found both of them genuinely funny.
Okay, I haven't seen them. Let's see. Stop scrolling, you nerd. Learn something new with InvisibleSpeed. Are you the driver of this car?
Yes, sir. Why?
You just won a free alignment.
I had my car touched by JQ, and now I don't feel safe.
I can say that he did improve his time 10 seconds and his best lap.
Last question, would you recommend the InvisibleSpeed course?
Yeah, for sure. Spend your money. Good spend.
If you want to learn more and make your speed visible, stop scrolling!
Do you enjoy that?
I did enjoy that. That was good.
Do you want to see the other one?
Okay, let's do it.
Which one was that one? Was that one or that one? I can't remember who I did, actually. I did that one. Okay, here's the other one. Here's the other one. Because Jake hasn't seen this himself.
Stop scrolling, you wannabe Lewis Hamilton. Learn something new with InvisibleSpeed. You can't do everything at 100% maximum speed. You have to be smooth. I mean, when you drive a real car, if you drive a real car, how do you just... When you get to a 90-degree corner to turn into the parking lot, do you go like that with the steering wheel? Do you like slam on the throttle and the brake? No. You probably turn the wheel smooth and get on the throttle smooth. Same thing with an RC car. If you want to learn more and make your speed visible, stop scrolling!
What I take from that is you're very anti-scrolling.
Yeah, because people just scroll on their phones.
Right, you've got about...
Anti-scrolling.
You're anti-scrolling.
I have no idea why people aren't buying the course now that I've seen those ads.
I know, and they've been playing all day. I've literally, genuinely, I laughed the first time I saw them. Genuinely laughed.
That's good then.
Right, you've got a minute to sell this course before the final starts.
I don't know what else to say because those ads were spot on. Now's the chance because you get a course and a book.
And there's a link. And there's a link in the description. Yeah. There might be people who will do it at the end. They'll do it afterwards, you know, because they're watching finals now. It's very exciting.
Yeah, we have one day less. Also, this is really bad for InvisibleSpeed.
We've got Buggy Land as well.
Yeah. Hopefully.
We've already booked the flight, so yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
We have to do it now.
You've been nagging us to go to Buggy Land for about 7 years.
I know, and now I gave up. You decided to go.
You're not going?
No, I am. I just gave up nagging and trying.
All right, okay. Okay, so car one is Theo Lemarie. This is the 8th final. The first, the 8th final. Second is Fabrizio Tegisi from Italy. Elliot Marcon from France. Then Giuseppe Tosconi from Italy. Manuel Iniesta from Spain. Danny Burnaby from Spain. Andreas Trevision from Italy. Bartosz Zaleski from Poland. Juan Manuel Martinez from Spain. How Esposo Bao from España. Tom Roban and David Todd. So obviously, as I said before, it's Juan Martinez, How Esposo, Tom Roban and David Todd are bump uppery. The other 8 are having their first bit of final fun.
And Pecco is marshalling.
Why's Pecco
over there?
Why is he marshalling?
Because he's in the quarter.
Oh, you're marshalling a final before yours, are you? Ah, Pecco modelling a very good 1990s bucket hat.
Yeah. You'll see him in the second corner there.
Here we go. A few seconds to start. Top 4 bump again as usual. Got the dulcet tones and expertise of JQ for this one, so I'll have to try and pretend I know what I'm talking about. Oh, I don't. There we go. Off we go. And it's a clean start, or relatively clean start. They get up the inside. So far, no one's got the problem at the back for the 9 car of Martinez, but the others go off pretty much in order. It goes off 1, 2, 3, 5, 4, 7, 9. So the 6 had a problem as well of Danny Burnaby. In fact, the 6 is flamed, so Burnaby's Euros is over. He's flamed already. And they come over the rumble strips for the first time. And it's led by Theo Lamarie. And behind him, Fabrizio Taghisi. And we're looking at that run of cars in 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th. Marcon, Tesconi, Iniesta. But not Burnaby, because he's in the pits with a car that's not running anymore. Over they go. Time in scoring. That's that big stripe there. And, oh, don't. If you're going to do that, tell me. I can mute you. Banging and winding and everything, honestly. I apologise for that background noise. That was JQ. And the wind has picked up. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4 running up. We've got the 3rd and the 4th place. That's Elliot Marcon and Giuseppe Tesconi. So JQ, wind's picked up. How does that affect the cars on the track?
It actually affects the cars quite a lot on this track because the jumps are big and high speed, I would say. So, yeah, the wind does catch them. If you're really unlucky, you'll just crash and there's nothing you can do about it.
Effectively, you get up in the air and you're having to adjust to what you're feeling each time.
Yeah, and sometimes the gusts are so strong that the cars just flip. I remember at the Worlds there was, I think it was a qualifier, maybe it was the semi-final, when 3 cars in a row just flipped over because of the wind.
Top 4 making a bit of a break into 2 pairs. 5th place at the moment, and therefore not bumping. It's the 9 car, so it's an attempted double bump from Martinez. One Martinez. But top 4, Lemarie, Taghisi, Tesconi and Trevisan. All the T's up the top. Bumping along the rumble strips. That's the 7 car you see of Trevisan. Going round the Conchemar corner. And come through the 2nd camera hairpin. I've got itchy ear. Up the main straight. Right, so Martinez is currently just off the top 4. He's catching in many ways, isn't he? The red car looking for a double bump. He's right on the tail now of the green 4 of Trevisan. So it's now a trail of 2, 3, 4, 5. But certainly Martinez is the man on the move at the moment. And Trevisan, as they go down the roller coaster, looking a little bit under threat. A little bit too tight to the side as well he was that time. And dropping down and hard. 1 from 2 from 7. So that through he's gone, Martinez. Tesconi's had the problem. It's Tesconi who drops into 5th place. So you're running a 20-minute final at the European Championships. What's your mindset then? How are you handling it?
Just avoid mistakes the first 5 minutes, whatever you do. Even if you feel uncomfortable and you feel like you're off the pace, just avoid any big mistakes. The last third of the main, normally, if you have a good pace, you can catch up a lot, because that's when people start blowing out and making mistakes and losing focus. So just stay somewhat in it during the first 5 minutes, and then you'll be good.
And how much does tyre wear come into a 20-minute final? Not at all, or a little bit?
Most tracks, I would say, not really at all. I don't think it will be an issue here either. But I do suspect that for the main, we'll see some changes of pace, where certain drivers will be faster the first half and then fade, and others will stay strong or even improve towards the end of the main. So that's really going to be interesting.
As you can hear on the microphones, it's a gusty old day now. The wind will drop again by the time we get to the final, though. It's always the mid-afternoon here where it's particularly gusty, isn't it? And it'll drop it because the final is very late. It's 5 to 8. That's when they're going to go, and it'll calm down a little bit. So it's going to be slightly dark, a little bit of damper in the air, the atmosphere, and many challenges for the drivers to come, and many challenges for us, because we still need 4 hours, we're on 4.5 hours of broadcasting, so we've done about 9. So we're not getting any overtime either, you know.
No, because the sun goes down right when the final is finishing. So there's really no time for any delays. And I think the biggest challenge is picking your tires, because how do you know what to run when we've never run that late? So
I agree.
That's going to be hard.
Vantage Baldo then. I'm sure they've run at night.
Yeah, maybe.
Okay, so let's just pick this up again. It's still Lamaraven to Gazy from Martinez from Trevisan. Tosconi is in 5th with the 4 car, and that's the car that's on the screen up on 2 wheels. Behind him is Bartek Zaleski. Our windbreak is being removed by Frank for some reason at the moment. I don't know why, but it is very, very gusty at the moment. Preventing it getting blown up. But in fairness, that is preventing it getting very, very hot. So I suppose you have to kind of take a bit of wind noise on the microphone against sweating like a... Oh, that's not good for Tosconi, because he just had a little bit of a wobble there, and that's going to pass it to Bartek Zaleski, the pole, into 4th. Now, who's dropped out? Trevison's dropped right down. Now, Trevison just had a fuel stop. Trevison's missing. Trevison's really missing. Is it a fuel stop or is he missing? No, it's a fuel stop, but a slow one, 1:04.5. So Trevison's giving himself a lot to do. I didn't see him go in. I assume that's an early fuel stop rather than anything else. In some ways, I need to have a look down the pit lane. The 5 car comes down the pit lane. And that was Iniesta's got some issues. So Theo Lamari leads as he's led the whole way through. This is the battle between the 4 and the 3. So it's Tosconi against Marcon. Officially scored as 5th and 6th. It's going backwards a little bit at the moment, I'm afraid. And then Marcon looking to go past him. So, but again, these guys have kept themselves into play for the first 7 minutes, as JQ says, and they'll be there after the second pit stop. And here they all come through. Let's have a bit of a pit stop race. Oh, yeah, a pit stop race. Clear so far, not too many unsafe releases. And there they go. Fuel guns for all of them. They're all taking it serious. They've all bought a fuel gun for 200 quid, so that's good.
It's good, important. Saves time.
So how much, when you were actually good, which was only a couple of years ago, how much pit stop practice did you do?
Never. I never had a permanent mechanic, so nope, no practice.
So how much practice did someone like your man Ronefelt do then?
I don't know. Not enough, I think.
So Lamari to Gazy. Oh no, Martinez now. We just unwinded the stagger. That's last pit stop. Sorry. So it's Lamari, Martinez to Gazy, Zaleski, Tosconi, Marcon. Oh, that's Tosconi an issue now. He was running in 5th. Now he's off the side of the track, so it's gone wrong for Tosconi. He's got the 3 machine of Marcon now on camera, running 5 with the pink and grey of Bartek Zalewski from Poland in 4 on the 8. And then only just ahead of him is Fabrizio Taghisi. Taghisi and Tosconi we have in this one. Trevisan has dropped out and had problems, so he had a long stop and then a problem. So Trevisan, who was running well, is out of this one, throwing it open for somebody else to bump up. In the 8th final. Oh, I'm going to ask you a question. Otherwise, I'm going to have to go and ask Carlos this question. Do you know what the bump ups in the semi-finals is?
I think 6 and 6 and 1 from last chance.
So there's no like fastest loser thing then?
I don't think so.
Okay. Down the roller coaster and up and over the rumbles. And there's 3 of them there, and they're all in with a chance of bumping up. They're not all bumping up though. Oh, that's unfortunate. Just hit the edge. Who was that? So the person who had the problem there just hit the edge of the pipe. That was the 8 of Zaleski. So he's going to drop out the top 4. And we're now left with Tom Roban's come through. Where did that come from? So Roban now in fourth, in the 11. Right behind the 2 of Tegizi. That's third and fourth on camera. And the people trying to catch them, it's Bartek Zalewski, Elliot Marcon and David Todd. They're not, certainly aren't out of it. There's a bit of a gap between the two of them, about 3.5 seconds. Scored last time, a big error by, and Roban's made a big error. And he now is not in there, so you can drop back one car. And that's Zalewski back into fourth place, Ash. Roban, who came off at the start of the roller coaster, then hit the Marshall upturned oil can. Didn't need Marshall, he just wasn't always pointing in the right direction. Lost a few seconds, so Robert now in fifth, and Zalewski, who lost fourth place in an accident only a lap ago, is back in there again. And we're just over halfway in this, the 1/8A final. Oh, rolled off the track again. Roban's really having some issues here. Roban needs to sit down and have a word with himself because he's dropped right out of contention there. I think he's dropped down possibly as low as 10th with a second big accident in the lap. Zalewski stays in fourth. The man really closely now is Marcon because Roban's not there anymore. So, there's a stumble by Zalewski. Now, should be Marcon going down the hill, but it might not be actually. See who it is. So right behind him, yep, it's Marcon. So Elliot now actually is lightly gaining on Bartok. Bartok on the red car, just ahead of this one, which is Marcon. You drop back one, Ash, just only half a second or so to the white and yellow and black car, 3 machine of Elliot Marcon. Gaining on Zalewski lap by lap. Zalewski's made a bit of a pig's ear of the roller coaster and loses the position. So Marcon into fourth. Fifth place, Zalewski. Got the 12 car of David Todd, the Spanish junior, coming through with a chance of a double bump. Currently got Martinez doing a double bump. We've got Le Marie. He probably shouldn't be in the 8th final, winning this one reasonably comfortably. 5 seconds. Tegizi in third, and now Marcon and Bartok Zalewski are in an absolute monumental fight for these last 7 minutes. So there's another petrol stop, there's another nitro stop to go. And the 2 cars go through the Huddy corner, down the roller coaster. They're going to stop and brake and turn. And Marcon was gaining on Zalewski, but not really pulling out much on him at the moment. Seeing him in the third car behind them, David Todd, a little bit of a gap to Todd now. And Tosconi on a comeback drive. He's also, so Tosconi and Roban have both had some unfortunate off-track instances, which have not helped them. Got a fuel stop by the 2 car, so that's fuel for Tegizi. You know, it's a very easy 2-stop, 20 minutes. It's not really much tactics about it, unless you were. I don't think. Can anybody do 10 minutes on here for JQ?
I don't think anyone will.
Yeah, it's just a big track, and you haven't got much option on it. Three car. Marcon has the same sort of lead over the 8. Now they will be scored a position higher because of the pit stop by Tegizi. But will they be coming the pits, the pair of them? The leader's gone in and through. Theo Lamarie. And there's one of them stops, and that's the 3 car of Marcon. He stops, he's out, it's a clean stop. So Marcon out and through and goes. Was scored second, actually isn't second. Right behind him is the 2 car of Tegizi. So Marcon has passed Tegizi in the stops, or in the up and the down, as a kind of a dance of the 7 annoyances for 2 cars, including Tosconi and I think the 5 car of Iniesta got stuck on a corner together, lost some time. So waiting now for this second set of stops to unwind and present us with who's exactly where. Has everyone stopped is the question. Marcon carries on going. Then you've got the two cars. So Lamar, even Martins and Markin. Tagisi in the two is now scored in. So he's dropped back one spot. Ash to Tagisi in the orange machine. He's now scored in 4. 5th and 6th. We've got the 12th and the 8th. It's David Todd and Bartek Zalewski really fighting through the 5th and 6th. Now I'm not sure that means that one of the top guys hasn't stopped yet. I don't think that's the case. I saw Marcon go through and I've seen Tagisi go through. So there's been a little bit of a loss of time for Bartek during the stop sequence. The 0 of Esparza Bauer is also there, so there's a 5, 6 and 7 battle going on the camera here. Oh, the car pings off at the side there for no discernible reason. Tagisi, 4 minutes to go, hanging on. Oh no, that's not going to help him. Losing a bit of time. Someone's smoking a cigar, I can smell. JQ's eating all our peaches. So, lots of things going on at this track. Cigar smoking peaches, but mainly the 1/8A final that's being led by Theo Lemare with Juan Miguel Martinez in second, Elliot Marcon third, and this man on camera, Fabrizio Tagisi, in 4th and bumping up at the moment. But the 12 and the 8, so it's now David Todd in the 12 who's managed to get past. So drop back one car. And that's David Todd, who's actually putting a bit of speed on now. Looking to double bump the junior from Spain. Got a chance. Seems to have a little bit of pace now. So 3, 2 and 12 are across the line. That's 3, 4 and 5. So can Todd in the last 3 minutes make up a gap that is 1.6 seconds? With a wiggle on the aerials as he comes down the hill. And now powers it back up again. Left and right switch back. Turns round, rolls down the roller coaster. And up he goes. Doesn't look any closer, but doesn't look any further away. Certainly Bartek Zalewski's kind of dropping off at the moment. Looks like some of the pace has disappeared out of Bartek's car. Now, someone made a mistake there. Look at the colours and the numbers. No, don't think so. Go round again. Tagisi from Todd, 1.5 seconds still. Underneath me goes Tagisi, and there's Todd. Look, he looks a tiny bit closer. And in fairness to Tagisi in the 2 car, he's also kind of gaining on Marcon. So he got 3, 4 and 5. Only 2 of them are going to bump. Sweeping through. And you'll see in wide shots, you'll see him actually definitely a little bit of time lost there. Look how close Todd is now. Bartek, the 0 of Esparza now has got past Bartek, but Todd right on the tail of Tagisi. This is 4 and 5. This is the battle for the final bump up to get the quarterfinals. The European Championship brought to you by EFRA with our title sponsor InvisibleSpeed.net. And getting closer and closer. Todd now putting a real challenge in this final bump up space with Tagisi. Marcon's not safe. One mistake. Oh, just a little kind of flap landing there, and a little bit of time lost by the young Spaniard, but he's really driving well. Putting the Italian under intense pressure as they come down the roller coaster with 1 minute 1 second to go. They're going to get this one and one more. So they're on the penultimate lap. There's Marcon down the hill. Tagisi round the Contramar. And they'll go round, and you'll see them come round 1, 2, 3. And it's 2 from 3. Perm 2 from 3 for a bump up. Lemare and Martinez pretty safe. Martinez a bump up. Oh, Marcon stumbled a little bit. And at the same time, Todd went a little bit wide. And it's the last lap of this race. Which of these 3 drivers, which 2 will qualify? David Todd, the least Spanish sounding person in the entirety of Spain. Oh, and it's all gone wrong on the line. Oh, we got away with it. It did go a bit wrong, but he got it a bit back again. But I think that's probably going to be the problem now. Is he's going to need Tagisi to make a mistake. He's not going to get close enough to challenge. So move forward to Tagisi, Ash, because it's his mistake now, which is the only chance that Todd has to make the quarterfinals. It's that kind of close to when you make it or you don't make it. Tagisi drops down. Todd pushing as hard as anything has gained a bit of time back. Marcon probably safe at this point unless he makes a big mistake. Tagisi, Todd's really catching him up. So without that error, he'd been right on him. And Tagisi obviously very experienced, measuring his time around the two corners. He's going to be super close, but it is Tagisi who gets that fourth stop. Tagisi bumps up. So your bump ups there, Thila Marie, Juan Miguel Martinez, Elliot Marcon and Fabrizio Tagisi. So what do you think of that final, JQ?
It was nice, actually got exciting towards the end.
It's always nice to get excited towards the end.
Yeah.
Hello, I'm an ordinary RC racer. Why should I buy InvisibleSpeed.net?
Do you want to enjoy your racing more?
Yes, I do.
That's why. Because it's more fun when your car works. Right?
Do you guarantee it'll work?
I do. Just like I did for that guy in that ad. Money back guarantee. I have to keep talking. There's some drama going on here. I don't know what to say now.
Oh, we're doing, are you all right? Yeah, I'm all right. You all right? Just checking each other in. We were just checking with everybody. We've been really...
Oh, I have to go because...
Why?
They don't let me walk there.
Oh, yeah, you better go because you've got Pekka, haven't you?
Pekka is up soon, so make sure to...
Good luck to Pekka and good luck to you.
Thank you.
That was JQ. Hang on, one more thing. There we go.
So, back when I was racing, I was often paired together with Savoia. We were many Neos and all kinds of races. We would be racing for the last bump or last spot in the main and stuff like this. Now I have outsourced this job for Pekko. Savoia starts first, Pekko second.
Right.
Green car, green antenna. I think Savoia's going to have flashbacks.
Yes.
So I'm looking forward to that too.
I suppose in the net though, because he's the three-time European champion, he normally was slightly better, was he?
No, well, this is in his later years.
Also
right. TLR
JQ,
years.
do you have live tuition workshops?
Yeah, we have live videos.
Someone's asked you the question. They want you sell it.
Live.
Sell. Sell it to one pizza. Sorry, not pizza.
Yes, we have live meetings, and those, if you can't catch them live and ask questions live and interact, we upload them afterwards, so you can go and rewatch them.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Yes, you can watch the videos whenever you want to, but the lives are obviously live, so.
And then they're recorded.
Yeah.
All right, mate. I will see you.
Okay.
Good luck for the rest of the day.
Thank you.
Cheers, man. That's our sponsor. Sorry, Juan. I misread that, but I'm glad you're. Okay, so it looks like most of you managed to come across onto the news stream. Obviously, if you're not on the news stream, you can't hear me anyway, so there we go. That's the weirdness of the whole situation that I want people to come across. Let them know they're going to be here. There's several hundred of you now on the two Facebook pages. Why don't you come across to YouTube? I can read your comments if you come to YouTube. Can't read your comments on Facebook. It's terribly difficult. Happy September, everyone, by the way. As you can hear, it's blowy. It's very blowy. What's you doing camera, are you? Are you doing camera?
No, he's just gone to go get some of the isotonic drink.
Oh, I say.
I offered to get it, but
we are mixing and matching. We are mixing and matching all our roles today. Let's have a look at who's in the 16B final. I realise I need to do this, otherwise I'm wasting bandwidth. Okay, so it's Jordan Lott in 1 from France, Hugo Ibanez from Spain in 2, Jorge Soler Diaz from Spain in 3, Andre Bento from Portugal in 4, Elias Johansson in 5 from Sweden, Alex Viles from Spain in 6, Matthew Shafradon, which gave him the world's most amusing mispronunciation for you earlier, in 7.
because the end of his name, unfortunately, was cut off on the timing thing. He has a very long name, and I didn't have the timing screen in front of me.
Yeah, that is true. That is a fact. I'm not denying that's the reason why. It was still been funny.
Yes, it was a humorous mispronunciation.
Humorous mispronunciation. That's the point. That's what I'm making.
Shafardo.
Yeah, that was quite funny. Gabriel Astorino in 8, Jose Thomas Escurudo in 9, Pele Clumsy 10, Nacho Sanchez in 11, and Julius Lodi in 12. So we go France, Spain, Spain, Portugal, Sweden, Spain, France, Italy, Spain, Denmark, Spain, Austria in the second of the 1/8, 20 minutes. About to start. Just to anyone who's watching on any of our various things, remember we're going the whole way tonight. Going all the way tonight, all the way to the final. We've got 2 quarterfinals after this, then we've got 2 semi-finals. Then we have a junior final, a last chance final, a senior final, and the main final currently due to go off at 5 to 8. And Carlos said to me, whatever we're going to do, we're going to stay on time. Which, what I will say is, this is going to set a precedent for every other Euros, which always drift like anything. Because we always say, if they say it's going to start at 4, it will start at 5.
Usually the timekeepers, it is a massive point of pride to not drift off the time schedule.
Well, I've been to so many and they always drift.
Yeah.
So interesting they're not going. By the way, that has nothing to do with the country it's in. It's every country they drift.
Yeah.
There's no kind of stereotype of a particular country. All countries drift.
Or
even
timekeepers.
Germany drifts.
Or timekeepers or computer systems.
Exactly. There's a lot of drift involved. So yes, we're going all the way to the main final. All the way to the main final. It's currently 25 past 4.
There are a couple dozen people still watching on the part 1 on YouTube.
Well,
so please move over to
No,
the part
they
2.
can't hear us. It's dead. They're just watching replays.
Oh, okay then.
If they're there, there's nothing I can do about it. They are basically the Darwin of RC viewers. Darwin or whatever. And we're away on this, the 1/8B final. Oops, I've just trod. First time I've done it. It's trodden on me at my microphone wire and ripped off my head. I've done it so many times. Right, down the line they go, and into the lead. It's 1 from 2 and 3 touch in the air, and spinning out has gone the number 3 of Jorge Soler Diaz, and he's dead last after touching the 2 car of Hugo Ibanez, a junior, in the air. But it wasn't no harm, no foul. It's one of those things. Absolutely a racing incident, the definition of one. So it's 1 from 2 from 4. So it's Benito, who is Andre Benito, the Portuguese junior, who's gained from that one. All these juniors will be in the junior final, which is up before the main final. And breaking away is Jordan Lott, the Frenchman. And they come underneath me now. Jordan Lott in the red and white car leads. And you've got 2, 3, 4. We're looking at 5 and 6, because that's where the bump ups may come from, which is 11 and 0. So it's 2 people who are trying to double bump. It's Pele Clumpsy and Sanchez, whose first name this is why, because my timing screen's frozen. That's the good start, isn't it? Mine, not yours. So it's Nacho Sanchez. The wind sweeping off the plane still. That's PLIN. Jordan Lott leads, and they fold through. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Still pretty close. Clumsy's lost a position. Lost 2 positions actually. Vars is in 6th. Johansson's a bit of shuffling about. The blue car we have. Oh, what's happening there? Came in, hopped down. The 11 car then sees the rejoining car, an unsafe rejoin. Well, just a random rejoin from Hugo Ibanez. So there's another settler. Isn't Lott's not really pulling away at the moment? I'm wondering, he's at Escudero's in second. He was scored third. We know that Ibanez had an issue. So let's watch they come round now. So Lott leads. Second place is the 9 car of Escudero. We're looking, I think, at 5th at the moment. Yeah, it's the 6 car of Viles, I think that is, who's in 5th. So Alex Viles in 5th, where it's not really, it's sort of bluey green, blue and green. He's got to try and catch up the 2 car of Hugo Ibanez. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. They're all still quite close together. I think that's what's going to happen now. Now we're moving up the finals. We're not going to see any massive breakaways. These are very tightly packed in talent level once you get to the 8ths and the quarters. No huge spreads. There they go. Round again, another lap, 4 minutes down. Still Jose Escudero leading in the, but lots of attempts by the 6 car of Vowles to catch up Ibanez. They're very close. You see they're actually nailed on together, 2 of them. Red roof and sort of mainly white of Ibanez, and Vowles in the greeny blue with a bit of white on it themselves. But and there's been an error made by the 1 car. So Jordan Lott has dropped out of the lead into 5th place. That puts Escudero, who's trying to do a double bump up, into 1st. So obviously the pace of Escudero, he must have had a terrible qualifying if he's looking to double bump into the quarters. Spaniard, Jose Thomas Escudero. Andre Bento now scored 2nd. Hugo Ibanez scored 3rd. Alex Vowles scored 4th. And it's Jordan Lott who scored 5th in the 1 car. Now, I'm not sure whether he may actually have got past Vowles in that corner. No, it's not. It's a run down, isn't it? So it's Vowles. So it's Lott at the end who's got... Oh, and that's 2 of them taken out. And Lott pins him to ahead. So Lott now finds himself in 3rd. 4th is the car we're with at the moment, which is going down the roller coaster. And we'll just give you a definite ident on that one when he flings his face around. That is the 10 of... Wow, Paddy Cumsey's come through. So Cumsey now has come through to 4th. So we've now got 2 potential double bump ups. Jordan Lott in the 1 car. He's gone backwards after a great start, but he's got pace and he's got time. He just needs to just settle his brain, really. I know Jordan Lott's actually beneficially gone 3rd, so his brain is very settled. He's a super settled brain. The problem there was it was Sora Diaz and Ibanez who dropped off, and Vowles. They all dropped down 1. We're looking at that 10 machine of Pelle Cumsey from Denmark. So the Danish driver looking to do the double. Looking quite like he might well do it at the moment because he's looking quite happy. He was looking quite quick prior to that. The big danger problem when you are at the back of the get a high number, the issue obviously is that there is a chance you're going to get involved in some terrible comings together and mucking about in the first few laps and end up so far behind than you do. But you can survive the first couple of laps in a midly reasonable position. Then you can start using any pace you have. Jordan Lott started well off the pole and carried on going, but he threw it away a bit later. Okay, we're now 6 and a bit minutes in, so probably next lap we'll start seeing stops. Oh, a roll, but got back on again. That was lucky for Cumsey. Oh, no, he's gained a place because of the 4 car of Andre Bento, so he can drop back another 1 because the white car's now in 4th, the 3 Ash. That is Jorge Soler Diaz, because behind him, Andre Bento from Portugal had a bit of a roll. So all white. It's all white, mate. Soler Diaz and Andre Bento now trying to catch him up. Slightly easing away now is Jose Escudero. Jordan Lott not really pulling away, but relatively happy where he is. And then you got the 3 and the 4 as they go around now, trying to look at 4th and 5th. Soler Diaz, of course, ahead of Bento. And now we're going to see some fuel stops. Yes, from one but not the other. And out come 2 white cars straight out together. And it's the 9 mostly white car of the leader, Jose Escudero, who's just ahead of the mostly white car 3 of Jorge Soler Diaz, 2 Spaniards. Wind direction's changed again now. It was running across the track, now it's running right up the track. By up the track I mean up the hill, so from the bottom of the track towards the pitting area. I think it's been another problem for a leading car there. Oh, it was, yeah. What number it was, that was a 0. So yeah, problem for Cumsey there, an accident on the back end of the rumble strip, so he's going to drop out of his 3rd place. And we need to see who everyone is. Cumsey had a bad lap and he had a fuel stop. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, so Paddy Cumsey has gone down to 7th after a petrol stop and a stop. Right, so Jose Escudero leads in the 9, then it's Jorge Soler Diaz in the 3 in 2nd. Jordan Lott is 3rd. Andre Bento is 4th in the 4, and then Nacho Sanchez in 11 is 5. And we are with car number 3 of Sora Diaz. So is it 1 behind of Lot? So you need to drop back 1 car. So the greeny car. That's it. And that is the double numbered machine of Sanchez in 5th, I think. A bit too far for my eyes at that point. More fuel. I think a bit more fueling going on as well. Just kind of oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Behind it, chaos. There's the 11 car. Sanchez in 5th, trying to catch the 3. And where's the 4 gone? All right, so fuel taken by Bento there. So he's dropped out of the main part of the running. He'll come back into it, obviously, as the fuel stops unwind and every other way. I think Comsey's gone himself back up to 6th, possibly even 5th actually, because there was a bit of coming together in front of him. Over the line goes Scudero. And then Jordan Lott. Oh, that's right off, back on the wheels. Yes, self-marshalling, and the marshal then he fell over in his excitement to self-marshal someone. Comsey's back in 4th. Astorino is now 5th. Viles is 6th. Bento is 7th. So we're going to need to move forward again, Ash, now. And you're going to need to try and pick up the light green car that's coming round the first hairpin now and down in front of you. That is the 8 machine of Astorino. Gabriel Astorino from Italy, now running in 5th. Referee trying to advise people not to hit each other, which you kind of think is kind of basic stuff, really. Please don't hit each other. No, I'm going to hit each other. Okay, fair enough. Well, thank you for trying not to hit each other. Well, I didn't really try, to be honest. Astorino running across the line, and he's still scored 5th, 2.5 seconds behind Comsey. So Pele got away with that bad lap because everyone else had a bad lap. And this quest for a double bump up is Scudero. Jose Thomas Scudero, really, really good. He's looking for a double bump up with, and he's doing it with relative ease, isn't he? He's got himself 11 seconds ahead of, or more than that, actually 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 seconds ahead of Astorino in 5th. Yep, there's another stop to come. But that should be relatively straightforward at this point. I mean, there's always the risk. There's always the risk it's going to flame. We have seen that a couple of times, but we haven't got unbearably hot temperatures, which makes the cars a little bit more tetchy. Sun is out again now. For a while we were under cloud, but the sun's out now. The wind is gusty, as you've probably heard on my microphone. But it is now sort of blowing mostly north-south, or top-bottom of the track. I'm not sure there's north-south in the world, but north-south as far as the track's concerned. Astorino, he's got himself in no man's land actually. He's 2.8 seconds behind Comsey, and he's 4.5 seconds of Vowles. So it's a lonely race, but possibly one that might pay dividends. There's been an error in front of him that has seen Soler Diaz make a mistake, but he's now, and Soler Diaz and Comsey are kind of slowing each other up. So this is good news for Astorino, and the people he's trying to catch up are racing each other, which gives him a chance to race them as well. More problems for the 4 car, Bento, and the 12. But Astorino now getting very, very close as we see that the really Comsey and Soler Diaz are staged up to 3, 4, 5 right together to go around the Conchimar corner. Come on to camera 2. Flying together there. So these 3 now are really battling with 6.5 minutes to go. I think there's still another stop for some of them. But that is 3, 4 and 5, so it's Perme 2 from 3. Astorino now scored like 7/10 back. Yeah, fuel stop for one of them. I think that was Comsey's taken a fuel stop. Wait to see the exit. Seems okay at the moment. He doesn't come out of the at the mouth of the. There we go. So, yeah, okay. 5 or 6 seconds like they are. It's giving a little bit of breathing room to Sola Diaz and perhaps Astorino as well. They can just concentrate on their lines for a while as they roll down the roller coaster. This is Comsey. He'll be waiting to see where he comes out in relation to the other two. So as you know, they're dropping off the. Let me see. As he drops off there, they're just going around the hairpin for the camera. So that's the gap distance. But it's all about when they come in for fuel. And realistically, it could be any time in the next 3 laps. Comsey, so Astorino and Sola Diaz. Are they looking for fuel this time? I'm looking at both of them. Yep, one of them's taken fuel. And out pops the 3 car of Sola Diaz, and he's definitely not as far ahead either. So they've all come out running, and it's been a good run for Comsey and not so good for Astorino. Astorino's definitely dropped off. Oh, he made that mistake. Astorino had dropped off from where he was. He was about a second behind. He came out about 3.5 seconds behind, but that little error which Comsey just dropped back 1 to Astorino in the green, Ash. That little error that Comsey made, that has narrowed it back down to about 1.5 seconds, possibly 2. But Astorino, through the pit stop strategy, did lose 2 seconds, but luckily got them back again, really. 58.9 was the pit stop lap for Comsey. Astorino's, he was 1:01.3, so he was 2.5 seconds slower, but he's not 2.5 seconds behind because of an error that Comsey made almost immediately. So Astorino now has to put the hammer down. He's got 4 minutes and 40 seconds to make something happen to catch the Dane. Jose Escudero and Jordan Lott look pretty comfortable. Sola Diaz is not that far ahead. He's got a couple of seconds, that's all. So if he carries on going round at the pace he can go, he'll be fine. If he makes a mistake, not so much. Another lap in the books, and we're down to 3 minutes and 50 seconds. A little bit equidistant running. Just so you know, the person currently running in 6th is Ibanez, Hugo Ibanez. Andre Bento's in 7th. Alex Valls is in 8th. And these guys looking to bump up to the quarterfinals, which are next on. So we're only just over an hour away. We're an hour and 2 minutes away from the semi-finals. That's how fast things are running through here. They've scrapped the semi-practice, I notice. That's gone. So that stayed about half an hour, no semi-practice. That will need to have had the agreement of all the drivers. I suppose the reason there's no semi-practice is because the drivers have driven today. When you think about it normally on a finals day, they won't have driven at all that day. Whereas, because we've had 2 rounds of qualifying, everyone has driven today, so it's not a massive disadvantage. It might be not driving the whole day. So problem for the car 2 there of Ibanez, but that was off camera, right. Very much now, Astorino's not catching up Comsey. So, yeah, so we haven't got any semi-practice because they've already ran twice, so they don't need it effectively. It's there, obviously, to give people a chance to shake down their cars off and not run the pit, because normally, see, we would have finished by now and we'd be back for tomorrow. And the guys in the semi wouldn't have run at all, but they have had that run, so it's not a problem. Everyone's going to be getting set up anyway when it gets to the final, so that's always fun. So Astorino, I'm afraid, is really a little bit off the pace here. So let's now move forward to Comsey on the 0, Ash, and just probably pick him up at the next hairpin. That's probably the easy way of doing it in a smooth way. Because it's now down that point where we get to where it's going to take an error by somebody else to enable Astorino to actually make that position. So Comsey, right down the roller coaster. Oh, needing a little bit of time there, and he's a lot of time off, and they normally have to wait a little bit more, but he's lost a little bit of time. Certainly, Astorino is slightly nearer. Comes round the Conchimar corner, up over the flat double. It's kind of a nothing-y jump, but that's fine. TV hairpin, Climbing up again. And it goes over the multi. I can call it multi-surface. It's actually just multi-different colours of tiles. It's just someone's got a tiling company. Over start finish. Astorino follows him over start finish. So the pace is really there at the moment with Comsey. If he can keep it on the island. Not so much that Astorino's got a problem, but not quite quick enough. The 3 car, the 0, and the 8. Don't forget, we already have home, not actually home and free, but certainly away and doing okay. We have the car of Escudero and Jordan Lott. Just coming to the end of time now. Not the end of time entirely. This isn't like a Doctor Who episode. Coming to the end of the timing and scoring time. Can't work out where the light's coming from. And now a couple of laps. Looks like there's going to be okay for Comsey. So Escarudo, Jordan Lott, Solar Diaz as time runs out. Escarudo has finished. Jordan Lott will cross the line any second now. Jorge Solar Diaz in the white car. And we also have a good performance by Pele Comsey to get themselves a double bump up. So a double bump up is what we're seeing. I'm seeing quite a lot of sun on my legs, which is it's a bit burny. It's not Bernie Eccleston, it's a little bit Bernie generally. Okay, this is not, I don't know what Frank's done there, but it's not doing anyone any good. So we're not getting any, I'm trying to get shade. Always try and get a bit of shade.
Time is over. Race finished. Final play, thank you.
There appears to be too much wind to get any shade at the moment, which is slightly irritating. Otherwise we're all going to melt. Oh yes, there is too much wind. The wind is going too windy for me to get the shade I need. So I'm not talking at the moment because I'm desperately trying to work out some way in which we can get some coverage, because things are getting a bit hot again, because the sun's come right round. We've been on air for 14 years. And with the sun out, it was quite nice if it wasn't out. We've now got issues with things getting a little bit too exposed, and they're probably potentially a little bit too hot. So temporarily I have managed now to give it some shade. Luckily by the time the main finals start, we won't need the shade and I'll be able to look out the window and see what's going on. Let's have a quick word from our sponsor. Hello to everyone in the chat on YouTube. It's good to have you all. We are now into quarter-final time. Watching Australia, says Jason Beard. supporting Team, thank you, supporting Team GB, I'm fairly sure about that. Currently 12:35 a.m. hoping I can last to the end. Well, you've got 3 hours and a bit, probably 4 hours by the time you actually get round to it. So that's 4:35, so go for it. The way you film, it's not easy to follow the race. Well, Fred, I think it is. How much for a long view? No one likes long views. Well, actually, obviously you do, actually, Marcus Stokes, in fairness. So we've got the first of the quarter finals. Think remember about these Christmas tree finals. They're not so much races; they are qualifications to go to the next round, and therefore 1 and 2 don't really matter because they're qualifying. It's about the battle is really between 3, 4, and 5 and 6 about who's going to get there and who's not going to get there, and that is always the point, and that's what always happens. That is what you need to think about as. Yeah, because that's really, I'm preaching to convert. You'll know what's going on. Anyway, so in this, the first quarter-final, it is Renault Savoia, the 3-time European champion in 1. Pekko Ivonen, who's done a huge number of finals in Euros. I think he's actually won the European Championship in all different classes in 2. Adrian Parenti, the junior, in 3. Jose Sanchez Martin in 4. Leonardo Valenti in 5. Aaron Ronick in 6. Remy Bermudez, the junior from France, in 7. Max Gottsel from Czech Republic in 8. Then we've got the 4 bump-ups with Theo Lamarie, Miguel Martinez, Elliot Marcon, and Fabrizio Tegisi. They are the guys who bumped up from the 8th. So we are now in the first of the quarter-finals.
Thank you.
I haven't checked if we're actually on time, to be honest. I think we probably are. This race is supposed to start at 17:02, and it's starting at 17:02. They are absolutely on time at the moment. What more could you wish for? Let's get underway. Savoia and Ivonen in the top 2 positions, so you can put down, and they're away. And it's a good start for Savoia and Ivonen. Looks like Parente as well has started well in the 3. And then you've got the 4 car of Sanchez. I think almost in order. I think the 6 and the 5 over there. I think Ronick and Valenti have changed. Apart from that, it's gone off very, very cleanly. It is amazing how as you go up the finals, each time you go up a level, they get cleaner and cleaner and cleaner off the start. That's a race basically where everyone has gone through up to this point with very minor errors. Only the car 7 of Bermudez hasn't had any sort of problem. Even he's in a couple of seconds on the back. 2nd and 3rd having a right old ding-dong. So 2, 3 and 4 on camera at the moment. Lots of green cars and blue cars. And I say green cars. It's the quality of my monitor screen, which isn't really kind of showing it. So Savoia leads. Ivonen 2nd. Adrian Parente 3rd. Jose Sanchez is in 4th. 5th is the 6 car of Aaron Ronick. 1, 2. That's 3rd place on camera at the moment. Oh, got away with that one lucky, didn't it? The blue machine. The Parente. He was 2 wheels onto the tubing, but got away with it. And the 4th place man of Sanchez. So they all settle down. We heard obviously from JQ the idea was to keep yourself, you can't win it the first lap or the first 5 minutes, you can eliminate yourself. So keep yourself in the game, keep yourself in play in the first 5 minutes, and so far everyone's keeping themselves in play. Marcon's gone past Valente, he's not having the greatest of early starts, but he's keeping himself in play, even overtaken there by Parente. Parente moved 2nd, even 3rd. 4th place is that white machine with the red roof, or the red orangey roof, and that is Sanchez. It's Jose Sanchez Martini. Is it Martin or Martin? Martin, sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4, bouncing all along the rumble strip. Fifth place currently is now the 11 of Elliot Marcon, looking for a double. Oh, and there's all problems over the Country Mile. They fire off the marshal. It's actually Brian Baldo, and he has to run back again as he's like an unhappy man. It's like the desperate to do some marshalling and didn't get. I think it's Brian anyway. Desperate to do some marshalling, couldn't do. Perhaps it isn't Brian. Isn't it quite bulky enough for Brian? I don't know. Might be right. Anyway, so some very enthusiastic marshalling there, and not really resulting in anything. Right, leading now. Renaud Savoia. Second back is Evening again. Third. Let's drop back one. And that's the white and the red of Sanchez. They've got Elliot Marcon on the 11. Really pushing well. And then behind him, the multicoloured car of Leon Valenti. Valenti's coming through. Valenti, absolutely one of the, real burst onto the scene, sort of 2019. Remember, it was an RC2 event. And let's drop back one. We'll get Valenti on screen. Yeah, one more, Ash. So Valenti burst on the scene in the RC2 for RCGP, and then about 6 weeks later, he was in the RCGP series itself. Very quick, very pleasant, nice driver. Obviously, like everywhere, I think his upward progression sort of suffered by going through the 2 years. I mean, he's on a real roll, the 2 years of COVID. Last year, I think we saw him a couple of times in RCGP, but on the RC2 side, always has a very. He's gone away from the complete Italian tricolour. His car used to be an absolute tricolour, white, red, and green. Now he's got the red and the green, but he can just drop some of the white. Running in fifth, Valente. I'm speaking to him here that last year at the Worlds, and he just wasn't. It wasn't at that time. It may have changed. His greatest idea of a track he feels suits him. But you have to race on what you're given. So Valente, this is him in fifth. Not by much. So Savoia's made a break, and you kind of think Savoia, what on earth am I doing in the quarterfinals? But he's only just in the quarterfinals by one place. I should be in the semis, he probably thinks. Well, he will be at this pace, and he'll have a bit of extra experience. 2 and 3, that's Evening and Sanchez running down the hill, and then Marcon, and you'll see him going out of screen as he run into Valente in fifth. Move forward one. We'll just get a little bit more of a view at the moment. That's fourth place. Elliot Marcon already bumped once, and we've had the first 5 minutes. Everyone's settled in, and no one is out of it. There's a bit of a gap between Valente and Lemarie from Theo Lemarie, but apart from that, everyone's really quite close. People have managed to keep themselves in play. Lots of things to happen. It's harder, the far higher up you go, it's harder to make decisions because everyone's a bit quicker and a bit nearer their maximum every single time. But it is also certainly a truth that you can move forward, and certainly with 2 pit stops we made, there's plenty of moments to happen. Oh, that's a change of position. Drop back one, as now in slight problem has gone Sanchez, and Sanchez now only just slightly ahead of Valente. And after that rollout, Sanchez rolled out at the back of the rumble strips, and Valente now hounding him. (5:10 at the moment local time). Heat of the day, still very hot, as they say. Wind now consistently blowing up the track, so it's going basically pretty much the way the direction. So when they go down the roller coaster, it's right in their face, or at the front of the car. The wind is blowing, it's lifting it, but it is actually pretty straight. So it's not a crosswind, which would be more of an issue. Big gusts still happening. They go around for another lap. 7 minutes down, we're starting to think about stops this lap or next, if you're going to do a 2-stopper. And you'll stop about this lap, and in they go. Car stops. Oh, a little bit slow, not the fastest stop ever. So Valente goes in and goes out. Several others stop as well. I don't think actually, I'm not sure we lost a position there. I think that just everyone around him also went in. There'll be a few going top four. Quite a few went in, not everybody. This will take a while to settle out. Savoia, Marcon took the lead because Savoia pitted. Hit very quickly, in fairness. In fact, so quickly, I wonder where he actually did pit. Whether there was actually an error off camera. Looks like Remy Bermudez is running a little bit behind everyone. Everyone else is okay. Marcon leads from Savoia, from Evenen, from Sanchez, from Valente. Let's move forward one, which is quite a long way actually. Now, this is second, third, and fourth. Oh, that's a problem. And now was that Marcon getting overtaken by? Because Evenen's in the lead. Savoia's in fourth. So Evenen leads. Second is the 11 of Marcon. Then third is Savoia. So we've got Savoia in third. There's Renault, triple European champion. There's a kind of a problem for Sanchez, I think, and he's now behind Valente. So it's interesting. So I'd like to say hello to our good friend and the man behind RCGP and also a huge support of RCTV, David Isherwood. And I know I said it yesterday, but all the team like to congratulate you on your wedding, by the way, a while ago. This race is playing. I wonder if Pecco's going to stop once. I think it was the fact that Savoia made a mistake and then had a pit stop. He's now in third. So Evening goes underneath me with his little green aerial. Interestingly, 11 also has an aerial as well. The aerials are going in now. Marcon's got an aerial. Everyone's got an aerial. All aerials are a thing to have nowadays. Don't need them. Car one. And then just drop back one. Just let it flow because the neck is now a little bit of battle between Sanchez and Valente for fourth and fifth. Sanchez was a little bit further ahead and blew it very slightly. I just realised I put my foot on the chair that I'm going to have to sit on in a minute. So I've now got I'm going to have a dusty bottom in a second. Dusty Bottoms, I think, was a character in the Three Amigos, played by Martin Short, but it might be one of the other two, which was Chevy Chase and Steve Martin, but I think that's Dusty Bottoms was. Down the straight. Right, so now, gap between Sanchez and Valente is 0.9 of a second. Savoia not enjoying this second phase of the race too. Went off in imperious form at the start. Now having a little bit of a struggle. And the last thing he wants to do is find his European Championship finishing at the quarter-final stage. Man has made just about every single A main I can remember in the Euros, as well as winning 3. 2008, 2009, 2000. I know time waits for no man, but even so, he's got a fantastic finishing performance generally. It is now looking more like Sanchez is going to catch up to Savoia than Le Marie. He's going to get Valente, or Valente gets Sanchez. Oh, now one of the top drivers had a problem, and it was the 11. So Marcon, who just got the lead from Even, and he's just blown it, and he's dropped down to 5th. So small error after just taking the lead. That's good news, but second and third is changing. Look at that. Sanchez goes past Renault Savoia. So whatever Savoia set the car up, it's not quite working in this latter stage of the race. I mean, if he can bump up, he'll learn from that for the semi-final and make the changes. But now Valente is in fourth, so we drop back to Valente again because he's now in fourth in the 5 car, and right on his tail is the recovering 11 of Elliot Marcon, who went from first to fifth with one accident. It's getting very, very close, and one little error, and suddenly you're in big trouble. There they all go, rolling down. And you've got a nice run there of Sanchez, Savoia, Valente, and then Marcon, all trying to get second, third, fourth, and fifth. A little bit of break for Evening now. He's got about a 3-second lead, so Tara on the strings, be happy as anything. Tara Evening, Pecco's mum, has been with us for the last 7 or 8 years on RC Racing TV streams, and there's no one's mum we like more, not even our own. Oh. So, second stops will be happening soon. It's a hot, dry day and a hot, dry race. Savoia in third. I think Savoia's in second, actually. I think Savoia's picked up second now, so obviously there's been someone's picked up a pit stop. It'll be Sanchez. Where's he gone? Yep, Sanchez, I think, has stopped. So we're going to wait for that stagger to unwind. As they all go around the Conchemar corner. File as one through the second camera shots. Oh, a little bit of an oversteer moment again. There's more of those oversteer moments keeping in that we saw in qualifying. A little bit of, I don't know whether it's the overindulgence on the throttle finger or a bit indicative of where the grip runs slightly differently on the longer final. In comes the first, two of our stoppers. Let's see where they come out in relation to. That's the 5 of Valente. Let's see where it comes out. He's way, way behind Sanchez. Sanchez had done a really good in and out lap. Valente stays ahead, or gets ahead of Le Marie. Stays ahead of Le Marie. So Sanchez is back, I think, up into the positions. Evening is behind. Right, so Evening is actually behind Marcon, and he's behind Savoia, so I think Savoia and Marcon still need to stop, and then we'll have them all done. You have such a wide window in a 20-minute race for your second stops. Most of these people can probably do 7.5. We can do 8 minutes, 8.5 minutes. Not sure whether. Yep. So Savoia comes in for fuel, and I'll tell you when he comes out again. Evening retakes the lead. Comes out in third. He comes out behind Sanchez. Marcon ahead of Valente. So Valente's one of the big losers out of that pit stop cycle. The 9 of Theo Lamarie is gaining. Oh, and then a mistake by Valente. He could pick up the 9, the second of those cars, because he's made a mistake. So Lamarie, the leader of those two, trying to go for a double bump as well as Marcon. He is now into 5th. And you can see 4th, who is Sanchez, just ahead of him. So Pecco leads. Oh, sorry, it's Marcon ahead. Sanchez is second. Then you've got Savoia, and then you've got Marcon, and then you've got Le Marie, then you've got Valente. They swap round. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cars covered by about 6 seconds, perhaps 7. Advantage Pecco as he hops over the rumble strips. But here comes our 5th place man. He's having a little bit of a struggle. Le Marie goes. And there's 1, 2, 3, 4. They're all running through. Down to 3.5 minutes. Even underneath me. Then Sanchez, then Savoia, then Marcon. Le Marie not really making enough of an impression on Marcon at the moment. You can see him. Look, we can see him as they cross that hairpin. You can see him. You'll see him again in a second as they go through the Huddy corner. There they are, both of them. That's your target. And you'll see him again in a second when he comes at the end of the roller coaster, as the track goes round and back up. And when he comes towards him and they're bumping it, they'll be at the end of the rumbles. He goes to start. And that's what Theo Lemarie, who's trying to get a second bump up, he can see, but tantalisingly, he's not really gaining enough, and he's also got pressure from Valenti behind him. So Evening, 2.5 minutes to go. Might be 3 laps. Probably is actually, because it's 2:37 to go, yeah. 3 laps. Might even be 4, actually. All over the back now is Valenti. Looking up the inside of Marcon. Oh, there's been a problem there, and it's bad news for the 11 of Marcon. Marcon got sort of edged out slightly, so now he's dropped down to 6th place. So Marcon's now in 6th. Lemarie is in 4th. So 4, 5, 6 there, flashing through you and 3, 4, 5, 6 going through the whole thing. And it's now up to Elliot Marcon to try and get past Valenti and get past Lemarie. Even Sanchez and Savoia all happy with that error behind them, but in fact they've not really broken away. And the 9 of Lemarie now finding some real pace and getting on to Taylor Sanchez with 1 minute and 44 to go. So some of them might get caught, actually. Some of them are going to get 3 laps and some may only get 2. Evening has a nice lead now. Savoia in 2nd, I think probably can stroke this one home with his years of talent, but then you have 3, 4, 5. They are slightly dropping Marcon, and Marcon just made a mistake, and that's probably his Euros over. But the others are coming down. It's Perm 2 from 3. Sanchez, look up the inside goes Marcon, and Valenti has just seemed a little bit breathless this entire race, not quite able to make those distances, but kind of picking up the errors of other people, who's trying to get through for that final bump up position. See what time they go over. How much time will it be when they go over? The 4th person goes over the timing and scoring line. 52. It's going to be very, very close if those guys get another lap. Very close. So it may well be this is effectively the last lap, and they're right together. Oh, a little bit of nudge there from Valenti. He's got to get up the inside of Marcon. Currently he's first, not qualified. Marcon. He's trying to get near Sanchez. It's really risky with a lap to go. And not that far ahead is Savoia. He's not a mistake ahead. Evening is the only person I think who can relax at this point. Over the rumble strip. Valenti trying everything he knows to just gain that gap on the 9 of Lemarie. But Lemarie really seems to have a little bit more in. The cars look very similar. White wing for Lemarie. Black wing for Valenti. And they're not going to get another lap, are they? Or... No, oh, they come together, and that's a change. Valenti gets him on the line. Valenti gets him on the line with that coming together. Valenti got Lemarie on the line with that coming together. Unfortunately, I didn't press the replay button to see what happened. But that changed again. That's our second race that's changed with the final bump-up slot on the penultimate corner. Don't know if that'll get reversed. I think it looked pretty fair to me. So Evening is the winner. Savoia is 2nd. Sanchez is 3rd. Leo Valenti gets through. Lemarie does not, by the grand total of about, in the end, it was about 0.6 of a second. They had a little coming together in the last lap. Elliot Marcon was 6th. Adrian Parenti was 7th. Aaron Ronick was 8th. Max Gotzel was 9th. Juan Manuel Martinez was 10th. Tegisi was 11th. And Maria Bermudez, who never really got going in this one, was 12th. Cheers all round. I'm sure that's something to do with our friends for Pecco. That's a word from InvisibleSpeed.net.
Stop scrolling. You want to be Lewis Hamilton? Learn something new with Invisible Speed. You can't do everything at 100% maximum speed. You have to be smooth. I mean, when you drive a real car, if you drive a real car, how do you just, when you get to a 90-degree corner to turn into the parking lot, do you go like that with the steering wheel? Do you like slam on the throttle and the brake? No. You probably turn the wheel smooth and get on the throttle smooth. Same thing with an RC car. If you want to learn more and make your speed visible, stop scrolling.
Well, the chat has spoken. I wasn't actually looking at the positions of what happened, but the chat is saying that very much Valenti should get a penalty. Jan Eichhorn, Pierre Bartud, Loic de Silva are saying that there should be a penalty. taking someone out behind Yannick and Enzo Roussillon. Lewis with a penalty. But everyone, Pecco did qualify. Tara, very happy about that. The Maori made an error on his own. It's not clear cut. There we go. So review the pass. I'm sure they will review the pass. And they can review the pass. They can look it back on our screen. We didn't quite get time to get a replay because I was just counting them across the line, and there were 4 of them. So it's very good to have you all with us. We are moving through. Next round is we've got the second of the quarters coming up. It's all happening here, all happening all the time. But we obviously are only here thanks to the people who are sponsoring us. And let's hear a word from one of our other sponsors. Thank you to X-Ray, S-Works, Rudog, Hot Racing, of course, EFRA. Just all the revving going on in the background for the next one, which is the next quarterfinal. After the quarterfinals, we've got the semi-finals, unsurprisingly. But it's surprising because we're on Friday evening. After the semi-finals, it's the junior final. After the junior final, it's the last chance final. After the last chance final, it is the senior final. After the senior final, it's the main final at 5 to 8, which is currently less than 3 hours away, about 2.5 hours away. Nitro W. When you see where it is a penalty, we'll find out in the semi-final. We'll find out whether it's whether Leo gets in or not, won't we? So that's always fun. You playing the tape. I love it that we all call it tape still, even though it's all entirely digital. I do love the fact we all decide that. Right, who's in this one? I just missed that when it went there. But who is in this final is the question, and the answer is it's Oscar Navarro in 1, Misha Widmeyer in 2, Hampersberg in 3, Ricardo Montero in 4, Danny Battle in 5, Johnny Skidmore in 6. We just pointed that he made the world's final last year here. Jessica Parson in 7, Una Hutton in 8, and then our 4 bump ups who were Jose Thomas Escudero, Jordan Lott, Jorge Soler Diaz, and Pele Kumsi. So we've got a couple of Swedes, we've got a Dane, we've got French, we've got Austrians, Portuguese. So there's a very good wide mix of Europeans in this race, and 1 Brit as well. So a bit of Scandinavian interest, a bit of British interest, a bit of Finnish interest, lots of Southern European interest, and even Austrian with Misha Widmeyer. So the warm-up continues. Seconds to get underway in this one. Might try the ice tonic. Don't try the ice tonic drink yet. What's it like? Oh, average. Tastes like very weak lemon squash. There we go. All right, everybody. Time locally, 5:25. Still several hours to go, everybody. Hope you're enjoying this. Getting ready to go. And they're away. Oscar Navarro leads it from Misha Vidmar. Vidmar in the very obvious green and red machine. And then the rest of them failed around the 4, the 6. I think the 3's also got a late start for the 5. So Danny Battles had a pit lane start. It's not the end of the world, but it's not the way you want to start things, really, is it? So with that one completed, Oscar Navarro leads from Misha Vidmar and Johnny Skidmore up to 3rd from 6th, Hampersburg in 4th. Jose Scudero looking for a double bump in 5, Jordan Lott in 6th, so Diaz in 7th, Pelly Clumsy in 8th, and he's looking for a triple. Jacob Palston in 9th, Una Hatton in 10th. There's some kind of scufflage there with people on the wrong side of the track, to be honest. And then Montero and Danny Battle, who we know started late. So nice break at the front from Oscar Navarro and from Misha Widmeyer, and a little bit for... that's not in 3rd place now. It's not Skidmore. It's the 3 car of Hampersburg, and then it's absolute chaos behind as everyone rolls down the track together. It's really, really close. They funnel through in lap 2. Over the line they go. So Berger's got 3rd. Skidmore no longer is now dropped down to 5th. Jordan Lott is 4th. Scudero. So the leading car here is the 0 car of Jordan Lott in 4th. He's got Johnny Skidmore really right on him in the 6th car. That's the X-Ray chassis. And it's all gone to pot there because everyone's kind of had a conversation. And unfortunately, Skidmore is the big loser. The big winner is the white car. And I can't tell you who it is right now, but I think that is Sola Diaz. I think it might be. It's the 9 car. Yeah, it's Scudero. Sorry, it's Jose Scudero, who's looking for the double bump. He's now nicely moved into 4th position. So that's 4th now for Scudero, making the most of that kind of kerfuffle at the hay bales corner. 2.5 minutes in, making it settle down. Certainly the big loser out of that kerfuffle will be Skidmore. He'll drop down to 11th or 10th, I would think. And it's a long way back from there. Yep, Skidmore into 10th. Kind of Montero not had a great start either in 11th. I mean, no Danny Battle started late. So drop back to our 0 car. We'll drop back 1, Ash, and that's the 0 car against the 12. That's bump up speciality. Jordan Lott now has got past. It's nice. We've got 3 bump ups already. Now it's 9, 12, and 10. It's right back to the previous 8th final as the 3 of them come together, battling over 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th. 7th place being the 11 now of Sola Diaz. So yes, you've basically got all the bump up people. 9, 12, 10, and 11 have come together. So 1, 2, 3, then the bump ups in 7, 8, 6, 4, 5. So it's kind of moved into 3 groups, not where you expect. Error there from the 12 of Comsey. I don't think it's cost him too much time, but we now have this massive train of cars finished by the 4 of Montero. A couple of places gained for Skidmore. Powelson trying to assert herself at the moment in a train of cars led by the 0. Drop back 1 to the next train, led by the 11. That's the white machine of Sola Diaz. I'm not sure if he is still 6th. It's kind of like, he's changing quite a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Might be 6th actually. Anyway, there's a bit of a chance to watch some of the other cars. Right behind him, we are back with Comsey, who has lost some position. Up the inside of Skidmore. Look at the inside. He's going to get 2. Skidmore got 2, and then following him through was Hatton in the green car. So that worked well for both Hatton and Skidmore. They gained a couple of positions. Powelson hanging on the back of those, but 2 pack with the 4 car of the very quickly recovering Montero also with him. Montero's kind of, Ricardo, you kind of expect him to be better than he has done, but he's managed to now get himself up. So it's Soa Diaz and Comsey, who were doing really well just a lap and a half ago, now down 10th and 11th. That's right, so Johnny Skidmore now in 6th, but under immense pressure from the 8 of Una Hatnan. But none of them are bumping up at the moment. Navarro, that's Oscar Navarro, nice lead for him. Second and third quite close together, Hampersberg and Misha Vidmar and Hampersberg. Then it's the Scudero, then it's Jordan Lott, and then it's Skidmore and Hatnan, who are the closest at the moment on the track, but we've only had 5 minutes. I think they're safe, but this one's quite a bit more spread out than the previous race. And after Skidmore, you've got Montero and then Powelson. And only really, and Danny Battle now is catching up on the back of the train. There is quite a big field spread in total. Not really sure whether Skidmore is getting much closer to Jordan Lott. Last time round, he lost half a second, so he's not getting any closer to Jordan Lott. So this is the thing. It's all very well heading up that group, but you've got to try and find some pace. There's a kind of feeling that sometimes you get the point when these guys get a little bit separated and they start fighting over 5th and 6th. You start thinking, well, why don't you just spend 2 laps working together? Just a couple of laps working together, and then you'll both drag yourselves towards the next the driver who's ahead. So did Skidmore gain anything on that one? I'm not sure he did. 2/10. It's not enough. And that's 8 of 5th. Oh, Skidmore's gone. Oh, and so is... Oh, well, both of them are gone. Skidmore's carried on going. It's back on the wheels. Problem there, marshalling-wise. So Skidmore, 2 big mistakes. That's probably maybe curtains for his chances. So we need to come to the end of the... who are we with at the moment? Yep. So we need to move... We're on the 4. It's Montero. Let's stick with Montero for a little bit. I think he's in 6th. He has managed to drive through the field well, mainly by not crashing. Everyone else is kind of... You can keep your head when everyone else is losing yours. You'll be where is it, my son? A bit of rudder. Move forward one. So we'll move forward to here we go. Up the hill. Oh, no, petrol taking through. I say petrol. It's Nitro. The 0 car. Jordan Lott. Out he goes into traffic. Right behind him, or right ahead of him, sorry, is the 9 of Escudero. So these two are coming out together. Stick with them. And they came in 3rd and 4th. And they are still running in the same order, 9 following 10. Not particularly early stop, just on 7 minutes. Ooh. So just move to 1 car further forward, the white car. That's kind of the car that's going slightly better. I think was in 4th. We'll see what happens when we run through the pit stop cycle. Out and away is Navarro. I'm not sure if he stopped yet though. Yeah, there's a couple more stops there. So there's an ongoing scuffle between the 3 and the 2. So Hampersberg and Misha Vidmar are basically having a row with each other. It's not helping anybody. And that is now 4th place. As he scored 4th place Montero, but I think he's since stopped before he has. So the 4th place is the car you see, the white car of Escudero. Now 5th, I think, is Montero. No, it's not. 5th is the 0 of Jordan Lott. So Lott's in 5th. Montero's in 6th, Skidmore's in 7th, Powelson's in 8th, Hatton's in 9th, Battle's in 10th, and 11th. Sola Diaz had a bad time in 11th, and it's Comsley who appears to now be running last. He must have had a couple of issues. So Navarro's got a lovely lead from Hampersberg, and it's Berg, Escudero, and Lott. And those are the 3 that go past the top of the range, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Hanging off them slightly is the 0 car. Jordan Lott, sorry, in 5th. So it's Berg, Vidmar, Scudero, Lott, sorry. So we were with the Scudero there, running in 4th. Ahead of him two young racers, Hampus Berg and Misha Widmeyer, both veterans of RCGP. Hampus did the whole of the second season with us as part of the Marco team. Got a late promotion. And Alexander Chetting, Alexander Chetting couldn't tell you. Alexander Chetting's not here, you know. Alexander Chetting perhaps is scaling back his racing. So the 9 car, so Diaz in Scuderia in third now. He's got past Widmeyer. Has he done that? So Widmeyer dropped back 1 to Widmeyer in the 2. That's the green and the red. Yes, Works driver. So he's now, as the wind picks up again, he's now running in 4th. Jordan Lott not far behind him. You probably see Jordan in second, and then he goes to a bit slightly wider shot. There's Jordan just flying over things. They're getting closer and closer. So there's a bit of a battle between second and third, Bergen and Scudero, and then I think pretty soon Widmeyer may find himself joined by Jordan Lott, or they may all come together as a foursome. Coming up to 20 to 6 local time. Final goes off in about 2 hours, it's under 2 hours. Got the semi-finals coming up next. Eight minutes of this quarter-final to go. A couple of people like Danny Battley is coming through actually from a very bad start. And I'm not sure if we're going to get through enough. He's now up to 9th. He's got Powson ahead of him. So just watch that on the timing screen, the timing bar on the right-hand side. There is another pit stop. There's some refereeing going on as well. Navarro's got a massive lead. He's like different postcode. He's so far ahead. Scudero, Berg and Widmeyer all fighting. Remarkably, Skidmore's kind of played himself back in after a couple of quite big accidents. So Johnny Skidmore, he's not out of it. He's not in it. He's not out of it. But there is 8 minutes to go. So I suppose you can see he's actually got past back past Montero. Everyone's going to need to stop again. So that's Widmeyer in 4th. Let's drop back 1 to Jordan Lott, because Lott's about to come under pressure for 5th place from Skidmore, and that's tended to be quite action-packed, let's say. Down the straight they come, very close together now. Skidmore making a recovery drive from a couple of, well, one problem which was up the top here, and another problem where he rolled and then very early on in the race just here. So basic ground speed now, I would assume for Skidmore must be picking up. Yeah, he gained a second on Jordan last time round. So Johnny's, whatever it is about the car, is coming back to him. He's liking it a bit more. Perhaps it was, just got to settle down to the very different conditions they had from the 2 qualifying rounds they ran much earlier today. These guys were out on the track like between 7:30 and 8 the first time, and then again at about, I can't remember what time it was 1 o'clock, something like that. It's been a very long day, and there's a lot more to go, including the European Championship final, which will be starting in less than 2 hours. And Skidmore trying to catch Lott. I mean, that will only be for 5th, so it won't be anything that'll get him in. But what I would say is 2nd, 3rd and 4th are really condensing as Scudero, Berg and Widmeyer. Oh, and that's a free pass for Skidmore. So I'll just show you the gap now. There they go. Up and gone. Skidmore. Still Navarro, Montero, Escudero, Berg. People leaving their second stops quite late. Skidmore scored in 6th at the moment, waiting for some other people to stagger on wide in the field. But he's not far behind. The Skidmore now is quite close to Widmeyer, and Widmeyer is quite close to Berg. So there's a chance here. I think it's Skidmore. I think Montero owes us a pit stop unless he has single stopped it, which would be quite remarkable. But it's now looking quite interesting for Skidmore, because if he can get past Widmeyer and get near Berg, then he could be bumping into the semi-final. Skidmore's in the orange car, which is the third of those. The green and the red car, that is the 2 car of Widmeyer. And just out of frame is the white and blue machine of Hampus Berg. And in fairness, the 9 car of Escudero is not much further ahead. The Navarro car's way out. And Montero has stopped now. So Skidmore in 5th. So the target acquired for bumping up, there it is. So Skidmore over the rumble strips. You've got 3, 4 and 5. 2 of them are going to qualify and 2 of them aren't. There goes the Escudero. And there goes the next 3. Skidmore slightly dropped that lap by last couple of months. So you can actually see 2, 3 and 4 and 5 all in the same frame. Navarro, Oscar's just gone. Oscar Navarro. So a massive lead, 9 seconds. Everyone's stopped. We're now 3 minutes and 19. We've got 4 cars in the picture. 3 of them should bump. Widmeyer trailed a little bit on that one. You can bet your bottom dollar the referee's looking at this one to make sure it's a clean pass. What's going on now? Down the roller coaster. And up the inside. Look, it's an attempt by Berg now under heavy pressure. Oh, and Skidmore has got past Widmeyer. Widmeyer was pushing and moving, and perhaps not trying to make a move on Berg, and perhaps being slightly out of line. Suddenly, Skidmore saw a chance. Actually, he put the power on, and doing that, he actually lost grip and skidded out. But that kind of works, like, because he kind of kissed into Widmeyer. You can see what Skidmore was doing, but of course, you haven't got much grip on that tiled surface. It just kind of powered out. Now, this is not a safe position for him to be in, because Widmeyer can come back at him. So there's a gap, and it's all about these two. 2:22 to go, so there's 3 laps. So Widmeyer now, much better racer over the last couple of years. Really matured, really improved, and tend to be a little bit more successful in 10th. But so Misha, the Austrian with the S-Works, against the Brit with the X-Ray, and then Hampus Berg, who's of course a Swede with Mayarko. So it's these 2 now battling for 4th to get into the semi-final European Championships 2023, brought to you by EFRA. We're RC Racing TV. Thank you to InvisibleSpeed.net for being our title sponsor. Thank you to X-Ray, thank you to Hot Race Tire, thank you to S-Works, and thank you to Rudog. So we've got a real sponsor battle here. It's X-Ray against S-Works. The X-Ray of Johnny, the S-Works of Misha, as they battle their way through. It's been a long day for all of us. Ooh, and Misha makes a little mistake. He doesn't cost him too much, but a bit of a tank slapper. It's not decided yet, because in fairness, Jose Escudero hasn't really managed to pull away from Berg either. And obviously the main battle here is whether Misha Widmeyer, you can play a little while to get everyone in, Ash, whether Misha Widmeyer can catch back up to Skidmore. Skidmore, as you can see, just ahead of him has Berg, and Berg hasn't got there. The white car there, they're all together, these, 2nd, 3rd and 4th, apart from Oscar Navarro, who's disappeared. These 4 are battling hard, and they've managed to break out, 9 seconds from Jordan Lott. So really, it's 4 cars for 3 places. And at the moment, Widmeyer is the one who's going home, and he's got about 1 lap. I think he's got a lap to do anything about it. It might be a lap and a half. They might get 2 laps. In fact, they will get 2 laps. So this one and one more to make something of it. The 4 car, but Berger's got past the Scudero into 2nd. The Scudero, the white car, is he tightening up? It's his second. He's into 2nd bounce. Skidmore right on his tail. This is 2nd, 3rd and 4th. But can Widmeyer well, he doesn't necessarily overtake anybody. Can he just make the most of someone else's error? Oh, and that was what happened there. Skidmore tried to get up the inside of the scooter. He lost momentum, and suddenly Vidmar's right in his tail. And again, a little minor error there by Johnny. And now Vidmar trying again, left and right. I don't know if they're going to get another lap. There's 9 seconds to go. Oh, fantastic move by Vidmar. Fantastic move. And then Skidmore bumps him back. It's 1, it's 2, it's 3. They're going to get out of the lap. They have finished. Skidmore, what a fantastic last couple of corners between Skidmore and Vidmar. Vidmar at the inside, Skidmore back again. Great racing for the two of them. The others haven't finished yet, Ash, by the way. It's only Skidmore and Vidmar. The top three are still going. It's fine, don't worry about it. The top three are still going round. Navarro, Hampusberger, Skidmore, and Skidmore and Vidmar fought it out, changed positions twice in the last 3 corners. And that is, again, fantastic. Where's Frank gone? We were looking for him. We had a job for him. He's disappeared. Very irritating. Anyway, I assume he's taking some pictures or something. I don't know. So another very, very exciting. That's 3 last corners. 2 last corners. Both quarterfinals decided on the last corner. I think that was pretty fair. I'll be interested to see what the opinions of the chat stream are, though. Are they going to go fair or not fair? I think they're okay on this one. No one's having a real go on this one. 4 bump up and 4 bump up in the semi-finals. So with the wind, and we're about to get to really are getting to the sharp end. There's your result. And so we now get ourselves off towards the semi-finals. Don't forget we've got the 2 semi-finals. Then we've got a junior final. We have the last chance final. And we will then have the senior final, yeah, and then we have the whole thing. Okay, so big news is that they have changed the result. Leonardo Valenti is not in this one. Thea Lemarie, so Valenti has got a penalty, and Lemarie is in the semi-final. So Valenti penalised for that last corner incident. Who's in this final? Semi-final A, so the faster final, because he's got the pole man. It's Juan Carlos Canas in pole, Bruno Coelho in second, Hal Figueiredo in third, Birkin Kilic in 4th, Brian Baldo in 5th, Ricardo Burton in 6th, Oscar Baldo in 7th, Marco Barufalo in 8th, Pecco Ivan in 9th, Renaud Savoy in 10th, and Jose Sanchez in 11th, and Thea Lemarie in 12th. So is Canas, who everyone says is absolutely in a class of his own when the weather's nice, and their only hope is it's going to get colder, going to do this one. It's good to see you all. Thank you for being with us on this very, very long day as we reach semi-final stage in the European Championships. Wind picking up, as you can probably hear. Good news for the Kiliches, that they managed to get themselves in different semi-finals. It must be very difficult when they're both in the same semi-final, but they're in different semi-finals. Two Portuguese in the top 3 of this heat. Canas from Spain, Coelho from Portugal, Figueiredo from Portugal, Kilic from Germany. Brian Baldo from locally around here, Ricky Burton, the ex-European champion from Italy in 6th. Oscar, but so both Baldos are in this one, so it's double Baldo but single Kilic. Marco Barufalo in 8th, and then we have the bump-upperers, Pecco, Renaud, Jose Miguel, and Theo. Theo. One of those sort of combination of names, I think. So plenty of engine noise, but no actual action of anyone coming to say hello at the moment. So if they DQ Valenti, they should DQ Skidmore. I don't know. I don't know about the Skidmore one. The Skidmore one didn't look too bad to me, but who knows? We'll find out. Let's find out. They'll have a look. So, semi-final one about to get underway. Hi, Brent. How you doing? Brent Denton in the chat. Which brands are they driving? Does it really matter? Juan Carlos Canassi, he's driving S-Works. Bruno Coelho, he's in an X-Ray. Hal Figueiredo's got a Kyosho. Berhan Kilic has got a Mugen Seki. Brian Baldo is on a X-Ray. Ricardo Burton's on an Infinity. X-Ray for Oscar Baldo. Marco Bruffo's on a Techno. Pekko Ivanen is on a Mayako. Renault Savoia, I believe, is on a Kyosho. And I don't know what Jose Miguel Sanchez or Theo Amir are actually driving at the moment, but that's the top 10 chassis, so I'll take a prize for that one. From the top of my head, wasn't written down. Top of my head, not written down. There's no semi-practice. No, we're going straight to the semis. There's no need for semi-practice because they've already practiced today. It's the semi-finals. You have a semi-practice because normally the semi-finals are on a different day to qualifying, so they haven't been on the track the whole day. It's given them a chance to be on the track. They've all been on the track early this morning. So there's no semi-practice. It is, it is what it is. I know what Brent's saying about. I saw the Johnny incident and I thought it was okay. I didn't actually see the whole of the Valente incident, so I don't know how similar they were. So I can't really comment on that front. I didn't think there was anything wrong with Johnny's incident, to be honest. But I could be wrong. Could be wrong. Been wrong before. And you can rewind and watch it. Everyone can rewind and watch it. Gabriel Marhiles, go Bruno and Hal. I believe it's top 6 go through, and then the rest of them go to the last chance where one person goes through. That's what JQ told me, and I'm kind of believing he should know as a team manager. Just waiting for them to come in from the cold, effectively. Okay, so next one next. Now Frank's managed to come back just about late enough so we can't talk about what we need him to do. A bit of a delay at the moment. Is there a delay?
I think there is. I don't know what.
Looks like you might have.
No one knew where they were supposed to be marshalling from.
Right. Right. I think our first delay. I think the reason being is that everyone has been marshalling the final before there. So effect the quarter finalists were marshalled by the semi-finalists. Well, obviously we've run out of people now. We don't know who's going to marshal them. So they need to find the marshals. A bit of a crowd and some umbrellas. The sun's kind of dropping now. But this is our first delay. This could take us out. Oh no, we could be starting a bit later. This one was supposed to go off at... they're only a minute late, so it's fine. But I think they stopped the warm-up, didn't they? So there's often delays. There's another delay here. There's some confusion, I think. They are racing through the programme in an attempt to get everything done. Every minute they lose here is a minute darker. That's all I can say. So it gives everyone a chance to rewind the last thing. So we got engines running, and now we've stopped, which is not normally a surprise actually in European Championship, but a surprise today. It's been running so well. What time's in the final? Currently, it's supposed to be 5 to 8. That's down at 01. Will there be a tyre game in the final as it's running so late? Humidity and darkness, yeah, absolutely, Magnus. It's going to be different. It's we're kind of hoping they get away on the time. It won't be quite dark. There are lights. There's floodlights here, so you can race in the darkness. Obviously, it gets more difficult. I'm kind of trying to find out exactly what's happening. We're going to have a look. Are the drivers still in their positions, or they disappeared off? No, they're all sitting down. There's consternation and conversations. We'll kind of try and work out what's going on. Everyone just sitting down, really, in the pits area. Someone's having one of those glasses of ice. Flavoured ice. So first delay of the day. Unsurprising, the semi-finals, often the time for a bit of a delay. Frank takes the most of it. He's going to manage to change our cameras for us. So shall I see if it's still working now? He's changed it. Shall I pretend it's not? No, it is working. That's a blow. I could pretend it wasn't working and make him walk over again. So a delay. No one's quite sure what this delay's about, to be honest. So plenty of racing still to come today. Semi-final, technical break. It's not. I don't think it's a technical break. I think that's kind of overflowing it slightly rather than a technical break. I think it's more likely to be there's been a little bit of confusion. Do you want to just put the camera on the pit lane, Ash? There's kind of people actually doing something there rather than just partying. You can call it that. Yeah, so the people watching don't know what's going on. Let's have a little bit of a word from one of JQ's little chats about InvisibleSpeed.net. Please buy the book because he needs the money.
Stop scrolling, you nerd. Learn something new with Invisible Speed.
Are you the driver of this car?
Yes, sir. Why?
You just won a free alignment.
I had my car touched by JQ, and now I don't feel safe.
I can say that he did improve his time 10 seconds and his best lap.
Last question, would you recommend the Invisible Speed course?
Yeah, for sure. Spend your money. Good spend.
If you want to learn more and make your speed visible, stop scrolling!
Not a fan of scrolling. Jan Groman, the more I see this ad, the more I want to win an alignment. The idea is you go down the link and you actually sign up for the, I mean, easy as sweet, by the way. You sign up for the course. And when you sign up for the course, you learn all the things you would learn in alignment. Well, breaks are good times to say thank you to our sponsors. And here's another one. like it might have been a timeout, this, actually. Just talk about X-Ray. Nitro Electric, off-road or on-road, Formula or touring, buggy or truck, 10th or 8th. X-Ray's got you covered. Choose your favourite. Choose X-Ray. Well, there's an extensive line of professional racing cars only from X-Ray. Yeah, someone in the message said that Barufalo didn't time it, so perhaps Barufalo called a timeout, and this was just a 10-minute timeout. Which is obviously inconvenient, because that makes us 10 minutes later than we should be. And they're going to have a hell of a job trying to get this time back again, but there we go. Yeah, it was Barufalo called the delay, okay. Got an engine problem. Now we're going to do 2 laps, so that's interesting. So just what we didn't need when everything was going so well, 10-minute delay, but that happens, obviously. That's part of the rules semi-final, you can call it. Marco Barufalo did, so he will start at the back of the grid. Only one person can call a 10-minute delay for each event, so there won't be another one. I don't think it's a pit lane start. I think it's a position 13 start normally. Hello, Kevin Mendes. How you doing? Hello, Jérôme Gandois. Allez, les franchises. They're only giving them 2 laps rather than 3 minutes. Ben Johnson, JQ and Peckerton and Mason job my car at the RCGP. Surprisingly very friendly with green hair. Yeah, I don't think JQ, I mean, that's a very fine offer of you to buy a copy of Invisible Speed if JQ comes back, but I don't think he's going to. The homie got to drive T-Bird car at HRCR last Thursday. It was crazy dialed, and to see him drive, never touching the remote, amazing. Haven't seen the green hair yet. Yeah, we're not. I think we've lost a couple of things that could have been good because we lost a day. We haven't had a chance to do quite so many, random things. There's no one down the bottom again. So anyway, just to remind you, we've had a timeout called by Barufalo for an engine issue. There's Juan Carlos Canas on pole, Bruno Coelho second, Figueiredo third, Birkin Kilic fourth, Brian Baldo, Ricardo Burton, Oscar Baldo, Marco Barufalo will be starting in the back, Pecco Evening, Renault Savoia, Jose Miguel Sanchez Martin and Thea Lemarie. 6 to go up. And then the rest into Last Chance Saloon. Right, they're putting the cars in. And we're getting ready for the first semi-final of the European Championships, a Friday championship. And we are going all the way. You're going all the way? I'm going all the way. We're going all the way today. Go Burkon. There's some cheering going on. Pecco. There's a big support from the Finnish team for Pecco. And let's get the cars and let's get down the grid. Let's go. Chance to see Juan Carlos, who's looked very, very quick indeed. It's cooling down, but it's still in those sort of nice temperatures you like. It's not obviously we're going to now, unless I can make the 10 minutes back up again, we're going to start about 8 o'clock, the main final. And they're away. And it's Canas immediately into the lead from Coelho. Figueiredo holds third place. A little shove on the back of Birkin Kilic. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 in a row with Brian Baldo in 5th, 6th. Again, by number. Oh, and a bit of a... Oh, there's some dodgy driving there. Trying to work out exactly who's caused the problem. But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 go down together. Yeah, it's the 11 car of Sanchez who's not making himself popular. He has managed to split the pack, which is again never going to be something we want to do. Right, so Spain v Portugal. Canas against Coelho. S-Works against X-Ray. I can't remember what tyres are on, so I can't do that one. Hot race, obviously, I know for Canas. Right, so the 6 to bump up. We're going to have more of a traditional race coverage. Then we'll start looking at the 6th place a bit later on, because let's see. I know you haven't had a chance to see the top drivers, and everyone wants to see them. So Canas dragging Coelho through as they go down the roller coaster. There's a lot of carnage at the back, and the major loser of the 7 and the 8, which is Baldo, Oscar Baldo and Barufalo, and even has actually scored dead last. He's up to 11th now. So car number 8 has got a penalty. That's Barufalo. Not a massive surprise there. And Canas has broken away due to, when I was looking at somebody else's car, obviously there's been an error made by Bruno. It's cost him a lot of places, down about 7th. So Bruno's got an issue immediately. Canas turning laps in 49. That's a 49.6 he just turned. Figueiredo 50.4, 50.9 for Birkin. Coelho 59, yeah, terrible lap for him. I'm sure you all saw it. I was busy looking at something else because there's so much chaos going on behind. Second place now is Figueiredo from Birkin Kilic. Let's drop back one. Let's have a look at how Figueiredo in the 3. In a little bit of a no man's land. Obviously, there's the recovery drive from Bruno, who scored in 8th at the end of the last lap. But obviously can come back. At the moment I can't see him on the track, most people probably can't see him. So Figueiredo in 2nd. Not the Portuguese person you expected to be in 2nd. I think Coelho's missing. I think we've lost Coelho. That's our first big shock. We have lost Coelho after that accident earlier. We don't have Bruno Coelho on the track anymore. Bruno out. He's not out of the event because it's the last chance qualified. But Bruno Coelho, your 2018 European champion, is out of the semi-final. We did see this, actually, in that event when we saw Ongaro have to qualify through from the last chance. But we've lost Coelho, so Coelho's gone. Canas leads, and Canas leads by quite a way from Figueiredo in 2nd. And let's just drop back one more now to our 3rd place man, who is Birkin Kilic. There he goes. Birkin in 3rd. 4th place is the 5 car of Brian Baldo. And then it's the 6th car, the Infinity of Ricardo Berton. So this one quite spread out after 4 minutes-ish. Kilic. I think realistically, there's a kind of a feeling of gloom amongst a lot of drivers that none of them can touch Canas in these conditions. But the final won't be in these conditions because in 2 hours' time, virtually it'll be getting dark. The dew will have fallen, the temperature will have gone off, and they think they've got a chance. I mean, I'm not sure they have got a chance, but they think they've got a chance. There it all goes. So Kilic just been closed down a little bit at the moment by Brian Baldo. Battle for 3rd and 4th. Long way ahead is Canas. Gained about 6/10 on Figueiredo that time round. Just to remind you, Coelho had an accident on lap 2 and then retired the car. Not sure whether he broke it or what. So Martin Bayer's running back with the car. I'm not sure they're going to try and fix it and get it out for a couple of laps for testing purposes. It's not the end of the world. In previous years that had been it, but we have the last chance final. Which will give Coelho, though, we'll be starting dead last in it, which is exactly what Ongaro did a couple of years ago, or 4 years ago. He started dead last and qualified through in Portugal, actually. Okay, let's drop back one and have a look at Brian Baldo, who's running currently in 4th. 5 minutes down. Brian, of course, circuit owner, and also been doing. I'm not quite sure how he manages to race quite so well, because he's got so much concentration on actually organising the event. It must be really hard to focus. I'm sure he's got a good team behind him and some people doing mechanicking, but it's all a bit difficult. There he goes. So X-ray for Brian. Kind of think that if anybody's run on this track when it's dark, it's going to be Brian Baldo or Oscar Baldo. They would have run this track at times when normal events aren't taking place, just because they can. But then you probably find out he doesn't actually run this track hardly at all. He just owns it, and it happens occasionally. But no one was expecting to have to run under the lights all late in the night. So this is not like saying, oh yeah, this is going to happen, I'm going to prepare for this for days in advance. It's a unique set of circumstances that sees us running the entirety of the event. Well, the last 2 days of the event on a Friday, with thunderstorms forecast for tomorrow. Baldo running in 5th. Look at the lead, 5 seconds now Canas has. He's just doing it every lap, 49.8 that time round, 55. Figueroa's not going slowly, he's just not going as fast as Canas. Burton is 5th. I think Lamari just rolled out to 6th. I think it's now Savoia who may have picked up. There's Baldo. Yeah, it's the other Baldo. Oscar Baldo who's picked it up. So 2 Baldos in the top 6 at the moment. Lamari, Savoia, Sanchez even and trying to come back from early problems. You've got Barufalo off the back because of a stop-go penalty and I think probably difficulty after the problems he had at the start of the race. And Coelho who broke down. Let's go back one more, Ash, and we'll pick up the Infinity of 2019 European champion Ricardo Berton. There's Ricky. Ploughing a lonely furrow as an Infinity driver. I'm not sure what the Infinity actually is. We've been obviously rumoured to be actually seeing the car for many a year. Don't know. I mean, the thing is, whether we will see an Infinity car as he comes in for fuel. There's Alessandro. There's Alex from Infinity. Obviously there is a big event for them in November when they have at their Infinity Raceway in Japan, the 1/8 Nitro IC World Championships. And obviously they have really concentrated on that Nitro 1/8 IC class. They're kind of involved, they're going to get involved in buggies. They've had this car, we've had obviously Lee Martin driving for the team beforehand and now Ricky, and it's I don't know whether it's a hopped up something else or it's just something else with a body shell on it. That's a question you have to ask Ricardo, as we've been asking the question for 4 years, and it's always, yeah, we're just still working, it's coming, working. No, it's not the work at the moment, it's expensive. Can they make money out of it? Don't know. But officially that's the Infinity you're watching going round under the tutelage of Ricardo Berton. Now you're going to have a bit of a wait for the next car, and that is our 6th place man of Oscar Baldo. In the white and the blue. I think he's the younger brother of Brian. The only thing I know about him is he's slightly slimmer and he doesn't speak as good English. That is the 2 things I know about Oscar compared to Brian. There's no real difference in pace between the two of them. They seem one day one's fast and the other day the other. They both run the same package, both running X-rays. Under very heavy pressure now from Jose Miguel Sanchez, who's trying to do a double bump up. Pecco Evening beginning to catch them as well, which is good news to Pecco, because there is the last bump, the last automatic bump I think is there as well. There's a last chance final, so no one's going home at the end of this one. Everyone who hasn't finished or has a problem, then no one's going home. Everybody gets to race one more 10-minute last chance hurrah, effectively. And Sanchez in 7th, just in Barley. Behind him he's got Evening. Evening's under pressure himself from Marie. And Mario Savoy has not really done very much so far. Oh, Lemarie, not good. Lemarie just landed on top. That's not very popular. With that cheer you heard was Lemarie landing on top of Evening and also taking out. Oh, well, not him taking out, but by association, Savoy then also hit that accident. Which is obviously good news to Sanchez because it's knocked all three of them back a few seconds. And Lemarie gets a drive through because of that incident, which you haven't seen, but I have, so I can describe it to you in radio format. So this race is, I think you have to say, relatively static. Canas is slowly easing out. He's 8 seconds ahead now. I'll tell you that. Canas is quickly easing out. Figueiredo's 5 seconds ahead of Birkenkic. There's a bit of a battle between Birken and possibly between Birken and Brian. So we'll try and pick that one up, Ash. It's the third and fourth battle. It's coming down the main straight about now. There we are. That's the third and fourth battle. It's anything, but anything's close. So this semi-final's not delivering very much at the moment, but these things can explode into life. Can't they, Frank? You're not on. They can explode into life. But not this time. As we go around the Conchemar corner. And they come round. This is third and fourth. They're both bumping. But if you can see from the timing and scoring on the right-hand side, there are only two people really very close actually in that element. Canas now leads by 13 seconds, which is a little bit show-offy, to be honest. I think Figueiredo had a bad lap, 53. So it's a kind of a decimation of the field by Canas at the moment. Oh, mistake. And off he's gone. And through goes Baldo on Kilic. So Kilic drops to fourth, Baldo up to third. Wonder how many. There is really. We've got some more 49s actually. Ricardo Burton's in a 49.9, Oscar Burton in a 49.9. So it's not just one car, just if one car keeps doing them. And he's averaging, his average, including the pit stops, is a second a lap faster. And hence on lap 15, he is 15 seconds ahead. Figueiredo, probably quite chuffed he's in second. Two of the top three in practice, which was Boots and Ongaro in the next heat. So possibly with that, we lost Bruno, so possibly we'll have a little bit more people who can challenge the Canas speed. But at the moment, Juan Carlos is doing everything right. Six and a half minutes to go. Let's go and have a look. Let's really look at Juan Carlos for a second. Let's see if we can. He's right. He's about to come down to the hay bales corner, Ash, and that's a brilliant move. Oh, lovely car transfer there by Ash. Juan Carlos Canas, absolute class of the field so far in the event this year. A semi-final that so far been bereft of much competition. There is a company of 8th and 9th, even in Savoy, but what's the point of that? Neither are bumping or even close to bumping. Looking over the Baldos, both in the top 6. Not so good for Evening, who's not really recovered from being heavily attacked earlier by Lemarie. I'm sure he won't be on Evening's Christmas card list, if he even has a Christmas card list. So, if you look at this car, this is the... we can get a fuel stop for Canas, that's good news. I'm not sure if being first is actually good. He seems to lose a little momentum up the hill there. There he goes. So he did the fuel stop, and there's still no one within half an hour of him. The nearest car is a lapped car of Lemarie, and that's it. So he's lapping people now. And that's in a 20-minute final with people who are semi-finalists. So Juan Carlos, who's been there or thereabouts for so many years at so many events. You know, he was one of the, almost won was very favoured last year. The World Championship he was close. Frank's saying he called it. Well, fine. But the fact about it is, he's been there and thereabouts. But this is the semi-final. This is not the final. This is the point. This is not the European Championship final. It's the semi-final. There is nothing won here except a starting position in the final. The final is 45 minutes. It's completely different. But if I wanted to go into the final on a high and a feeling of I've got this covered, I want to be in Juan Carlos Canas's shoes right now. Ricardo Burton's got past Burke and Kirch as well, so Kirch now dropped to 5th. Still in the A final, still in the main final, so it's not the end of the world one way or the other. There is a battle actually, I think, between there is a battle for the last bump up place, I think, which we can pick up in a second. Nope, it's disappeared again. It was a battle, but I think that was skewed by different fuel stops. So, in fact, as you can see, that Brian is now, Oscar, in 6th place. He's 7 seconds ahead of everyone else. A mistake. A mistake from our esteemed leader. Rolled off the track. There he goes. Skids off the track. But it's fine. He's back. Track looks very shiny once you get the sunlit like that. So Canas, 3 minutes to go, making it all look rather easy. Figueiredo's dropped to 3rd now, so Brian Bowder's picked up 2nd. I'm not sure that's a stagger of fuel. Figueiredo had a couple of bad laps, so he's dropped out. So it's now a 20-second lead for Canas, despite the error he made that one time around. 49 immediately. It wasn't it was a 52 that time. So he did the 52. With that accident, going quite wide at this point. Where is the battle on the field? Closest, there's no one particularly close. There is a battle between 7th and actually Kilic and Burton are swapping positions. That's 4 and 6. Where are they? Okay, right, so just coming into the hay bales in about 30 seconds, or not, about 3 seconds, sorry. Here we go, and that is the battle between Kilic and Burton. That is a battle for 4th and 5th. They're both qualified, but they're battling for 4th and 5th. Semi-final A, I have to be honest with you, it delivered all its drama on the second lap when Bruno broke his car. And then all we saw was a bit of a masterclass from Canas. 20 seconds ahead. But Kilic and Ricky have been swapping places. There's a little bit of afters going on the rostrum as far as I can tell. Right now, lining him up in an attempt to get himself further up on the grid. Ricky Burton, and he's in the second of those cars, the yellow and the blue. Infinity, the white and the orange. That's Burke and Kilic with the Mugen Secchi. So this race winding down. We had drama at the start with a 10-minute delay. We had drama on lap 2 with the breakdown for Bruno Coelho, one of the pre-race favourites. And so I think everyone was having their scorecard to bump up. Well, he's got to go in the last chance final. But it's been a bit of a masterclass from Canas. Brian Baldo's driven through to 2nd. Figueiredo's faded slightly to 3rd, but he'll be happy with that, I'm sure. These two are battling out for 4th and 5th. The orange and white of Burke and Kilic and Ricardo Burton, and it's Oscar Baldo a long, long way ahead of Pekka Evenen for 6th and 7th. Oh, that car needs to get out of the way very quickly. That's the 3. Oh, that's Figueiredo. Figueiredo's falling back. So Figueiredo has made another mistake. Kilic moves back into 3rd. Figueiredo's 4th, and 5th is Burton. So a problem there. So Figueiredo, who I thought was a lapped car, has just faded quite severely towards the back end of this race. That's something you have to look into tyre-wise and make-up-wise. Canas is going to win this, and we don't really need to follow him over the line. We've seen him many laps, but he's going to win this one. 22 seconds he led with a lap to go. This is the battle of 3rd, 4th and 5th, all of them bumping, but they are the only cars close on the track. The multiple colour car of Figueiredo in the middle of that, in the sandwich of the orange and white. So it's the green, white and red. There they go. Frank forgot he had his headset on, which is always amusing. We've all done it. So can Figueiredo get third place back off Birkin-Kirch? My guess is probably not. So just coming to the end of this now. Juan Carlos Carras has qualified and won it. In second place is Oscar Baldo. Third is Birkin-Kirch. Fourth is Hal Figueiredo. Fifth is Ricardo Berton. And I need to go.
Okay. Natural break time. So that's the one half of the main final sorted out. And half of the last chance final sorted out as well. So Ivan and Sanchez, Barufalo, Savoia, Lamar, and Coelho into the last chance, but Canas, Baldo, Kilic, Figueiredo, Berton, and Baldo, both Baldos, and it's Birkin-Kilic into the main final. So 20 laps. Just remember that. 20 laps for Canas. And the time, of course, you can look it up. Just refresh the qualifying or the finals order in on the myrcm.ch website, and that will figure it all out for you. But basically, who can actually get on pole? Because the weird thing is we do celebrate the top qualifiers for every round, of course. We celebrated David Ongaro from Italy with his overnight TQ, as we like to call it, because it's a great way to end the day, being on top of the results. But of course, we had Canas with the overall top qualifier, but he's not necessarily in pole position. Pole position is what is on the grid itself. So someone, anyone, maybe David Ongaro, maybe someone else, maybe Boots, can do better, go faster than Canas just did, and take the pole position. That number one spot on the grid for the main final. 45 minutes, remember, so it's more than twice the length of this one. So again, there's a slight bit of confusion. Drivers are supposed to, for the semifinal, because it is a Nations Cup in many respects. Drivers from the teams, the nation teams, are supposed to provide marshals for the semifinals. So it's not you're not going to have Canas out here turn marshalling in this particular race, because a different Spanish racer will be handling the turn marshalling duties. Off on their warm-up. And of course, just like in the last semifinal, we might have another 10-minute delay for someone. Not sure what happened exactly with Marco Barufalo's car, but it was Nicola Moroni from Mr. Hot Race himself, Mr. Lens Bodies, ran off to the pits with Barufalo's car and came back. Drivers were basically just sat on the rostrum, just waiting it out, and just waiting for Barufalo to come back with the car. And of course, because he took that 10-minute delay, he had to start from I believe it was the back of the grid. It could have been the pit lane, I'm not sure. So you're able to take 10 minutes. Everyone else has to wait, but you have to start from the back of the grid. So did JQ talk about any of the tire little tricks that they're
No.
that some of the racers are doing. So
What
just
they do?
putting super glue on the outer
Oh,
edges of the tire.
that's not a trick. That's well known.
Oh. Okay.
That's
But
reduces.
did he mention that anyone's doing it?
It reduces grip doing that.
Yes.
It ta-
Okay. Okay. But we
Well, if
we
you're
all
gonna-
know this apparently.
If you're going to have this, it's a trick. I want to hear a tricky thing.
All right.
Thought you were going to tell me they're
Did
like.
he mention it?
No.
Okay. Well, Pekka Ivanen tried it.
Well, Pekka Ivan's problem wasn't tyre grip. It's because he got mullered by a couple of people. Have you read the grid out?
No.
Right. So in this one, we have Davide Ongaro. We have Burak Kilic in 2, Mattia Polito in 3, Rob Battle in 4, Elliot Boots in 5, Ronald Falk in 6. So this is the one with the world champions in it. We've got 2 world championships with Ongaro, a championship of Battle and a championship of Ronald Falk. Daniel Parente in 7, Jorn Neumann in 8, Oscar Navarro in 9, Hampersberg in 10, Jose Thomas Escudero in 11, and Johnny Skidmore in 12. 6 go up, the rest go into the bump ups. So, very similar conditions to how we saw the last one. Can Ongaro, or Burak, or Elliot, or Ronefalk produce a time or a performance to compare with what we saw from Canas? Thing is, though, the conditions when we have the final, which is now going to be about 2 hours. Well, it's not 2 hours. It's going to be an hour and 35 minutes, around 25 minutes. Are they going to be the? Yeah. Are they going to be around a bit? Are they going to be the same as they were now? It's already 10 minutes later. It's 10 minutes more into the dark, 10 minutes more into the dew. But now it's the semi-final time and finding a way of getting through to the main final. The Last Chance Saloon is already loaded up with Bruno Coelho, so you probably want to avoid that because the chance of getting out of it is slightly less than it would have been if he wasn't there. Ongaro, your double world champion, Burak Kilic, Mattia Polito, Rob Battle, a single world champion, Elliot Boots, double European champion, won the European Championships here, Elliot Boots, remember. Let's see what we get. Let's hope it's a little bit more interesting than the last one. But it is all about qualifying rather than racing at the moment. Right, so out immediately goes Ongaro. It's quite noticed there, Burke and Kilic didn't push the matter on that first corner, and then it's also they're looking to make a clean start. And they've done that. So Mattia Polito in 3rd, Rob Battle in 4th, Boots drifting back in 5th at the moment. In 6th place wasn't Ronefalk. There was an error there by Boots, dropped him back a little bit, and Ronefalk I think has gone down about 7th or 8th. So Ronefalk's having a terrible time, and I had a chat with him in the break, and he just can't get the thing to work. He just doesn't know. They're a bit lost. But he does say the longer the final, the better he feels about it, because he's got to get in the main final first before he can enjoy the 45 minutes of the final. So, Ongaro leads. Kilic is 2nd. Let's have a bit of Ongaro rather than Kilic. First lap round. That doesn't count. Who was about to say? He did a 44, but of course it's a short lap. So Ongaro, Kilic, 1, 2, 3, 4 are broken away and are kind of actually keeping pace with each other. 3 and 4 being Polito and Battle. Boots had an error, but he's back into 5th, I think. He is. And then 6th place is Escudero, who's looking for a triple bump. And then we also have Ronefalk running in 7th, and therefore not bumping. At the moment, there's been obviously some shuffle since they last went over the line 45 seconds ago. So Ongaro not breaking Burak at the moment. First running lap, 50.1. 50.2 for Burak, 50.7 for Polito, 50.7 for Sanchez, 50 flat. Fastest lap of all so far, though not a 49, was Elliot. But he's suffering from that roll early on. Let's go to 3rd and 4th, who are quite close, and that's Polito in the blue and Battle in the orange, or red. Mattia Polito, Italian, national champion, I think, at some point. And then you've got Robert Battle, who's a multiple Spanish champion, of course, more importantly, a 3-time European champion. That's in the second of those cars, the orange car. 3-time and a world champion in 2000, I want to say 2013, I think it was, in maybe in 2012, actually, 2012 in Argentina. Turning laps, gaps are happening. 50 flat again for Ongaro, so that's a couple of tenths slower than we've seen that is possible for Canas. You're not sure how hard he's pushing. First 49, that is Boots again. So Boots has got some pace. However, as I said before, that early error is holding him back. Rob Battle is in 4th place on car number 4, driving a Mayako, and he is dominating your screens. InvisibleSpeed.net teacher. Once you sign up for InvisibleSpeed.net, if you're using the link below, you will have your Discord chats involving Robert. You'll be able to ask him how he sets his cars up. So Robert, I'm pretty sure that Robert won. When the Neo was here in 2000, I'm going to say 17, it might have been 18. When the Neo was here in 2017 or 18, he won it. So he actually won the Neo event here of the hour. The fantastic comeback, right, fantastic drive an hour. The longer the race, the more chance Robert's got. Just the way he is. Again, the fastest person that by a couple of tenths was Boots. Ronafat not really very quick at all at the moment. And as the reigning European champion, that's a bit of a surprise, but he has managed to, I think he's managed to see, he's shaken off Escudero. So Ronafat is actually now running in 6th place. Now in the back of frame now, you're going to see Elliot Boots begin to move up towards Battle. So here's the car, it's the red and the green car. It's 2 colours. The green side is in honour of Carl Jackson, the UK racer who unfortunately passed away a few weeks ago. So he's got a tribute body to Carl. The red side is his traditional colours. And now go over that low piece of it. About just coming to 5 minutes. Ongaro just on a 49.4. So suddenly Ongaro's found some pace. That will worry everyone else, especially Canas, who's probably thinking he's got this one sorted. Boots is not going to be super quick for the next couple of laps. He's now involved in a little bit of potential overtaking. Ongaro's pulling away, but he's not breaking the whole thing like he's not breaking the field in any way like Canas did. But I do feel this is a slightly better field running, mainly because we lost Bruno. There's some early problems. And Figueiredo faded in the other heat. So this is, I think this side's slightly stronger. Well, when you've got, Ronafat, you've got world champions, 3 world champions, and it's going to be a slightly stronger side, isn't it? As you have all the there's no other European world champions still active, and they're all in this race. So Boots chasing hard and has got past Battle, which is very, very, very annoying. You look down at something else, look at the and come back, and the overtakes happen. But you all saw it because it's on the camera. And then Boots moves forward. He'll be chasing after Polito. The thing about it is, yes, he's bumping, but he wants to get as far up the grid as possible. Ongaro couldn't really back up that 44.9. He's on a 50.5. Quite comfortably in the lead, though, from Burak. This is now 3rd and 4th, having a bit of a scrapette. Polito being closed down quite rapidly, actually, by Elliot. He's got quite a lot of ground speed once he gets rolling. 50 flat compared to 50.5. Getting close to when they think about the 6 minutes 4 in. Getting close when they start thinking about fueling. Top 6 breaking away. 6 places, Ronafat. Marshall getting told off. The back of the field's not doing itself any favours, by the way, by constantly getting in trouble. No one's really settling down. So Ongaro's about to go across the line now. Here comes Burak Kilic now. There's Polito, you can see him. There's Boots trying to catch him up. There's Rob Battle, and I think possibly not being lost anymore. That's Ronafat getting a bit closer. And in they come for fuel. That's Bootsy out and away. Possibly lost a little bit of time there. So it's Battle, out and away. Let's go forward one car. With Boots. I'm not sure whether he's got much closer to Polito, actually. Polito's got a bit closer to second. Can you go forward one more car, please? And that's now Polito right on the back of Burak Kilic. I think everyone may have stopped on the same lap there. I'll wait and see when they come around this time. Yeah, they're all stopping on the same lap. Actually, Ongaro didn't stop. He didn't have a very good lap either, actually. And Gara had a poor lap and didn't stop. 58.5 for a stop, 57.3, 57.5, 57.7, 56.6 for Ronefag. Unsurprisingly, the fastest the stoppers. They're stopping it's taking about 6.5 to 7 seconds to do a pit stop. That's the time you lose down the pit lane away to a reasonable lap, 6.5 to 7 seconds. I think Polito's made an error, actually. I think he's dropped behind Elliott. So I think Polito's made an error. Just need to confirm. I'm looking at the next one. If you just wait for right there, next car. Yep, it's now, pretty sure that's now Boots. So Polito has made an error. And Boots has picked up third place. Polito fourth. Ronefag. Oh, Battle's not. Where's time to Battle? Battle and Polito came together. They weren't in the same part of the track. Anyway, so the good news is that you've now got... not good news at all for Robert. Robert had a 53.49. Yeah, so Ronefag's finding a bit of pace now. So these three, try and get another. Can you get the three in the shot by any chance? This is now third, fourth, and fifth, which is Boots, Polito, and Ronefag. Ronefag finding a little bit more pace. He looked just desperately off the pace earlier. Finding a little bit more pace, and that helps when the first two slow each other down, and now they're all having a little bit of a bumpsy, kissy. Polito in the yellow and blue. Ronefag, of course, in his very famous yellow, green and red. And of course, bears saying he is the reigning European champion, and this is the semi-finals of the EFRA 1/8 Off-Road Nitro Buggy European Champions 2023, brought to you by RC Racing TV. Thanks to EFRA, thanks to InvisibleSpeed.net, our title sponsor, and thanks to X-Ray, Hot Race, S-Works, and Rudog. My name is Nick Damon. Frank McKinney's doing everything, and Ash is doing the camera. So Polito, now he's settled down a bit. Oof, just managing to gap Ronefag slightly. And Gara's got a 3.2 second lead. This is a 49.3. Gara's got some really fast laps in him. He's just not managing to do them consistently. But he's doing them consistently enough to take away the pressure. Burak Kilic is in second. And this man, Polito, is now in fourth with Ronefag's disappeared. Ronefag had a pit stop, had a problem. I think Ronefag had a problem, didn't he? So Ronefag has had a problem. You can't take your eyes off this because you look down to look at the timing screen. You look up that someone's made an error or had a pit stop or had a problem, and that person was probably Ronefag. Okay, let's just when they start coming towards you again, just wait. We'll pick up Ronefag for a little bit, see how his struggles are going. So just wait there because they're coming towards you. Yep, there. And you need to wait for Ronefag. That's not Ronefag. The next one is. So 9 minutes to go. Let's have a look at our European champion. Not been happy, to be honest, this weekend. Kind of, I think, just feels he needs more time. He's playing a one-man band, of course, at the top end of the Myarko team these days, in Europe anyway. So he needs to be able to develop it as he goes. And he's starting with less base plates. Bit of information there from Frank. Canassia 24 in 20 minutes 2.79, fastest of 49.2. I think we're waiting for. He's got a couple of attempts at the moment on Garo. They've both made one mistake that I know of, but my guess is going to be. I'm saying right now the estimated. Yeah, on Garo is going to be a lot slower than that because he's estimated as a 20.01 now, but he hasn't made a second stop, so it's going to be a way away before that happens. So coming down to what will be at some point in the near future, the last lap, not the last lap, the last pit stop. Sub 49 for Ongara that time round, just to give you an idea. The last lap from well, get this lap from Ronefalk. Again, 49.7 last time, and this time a 50.3. Comes in for it. No, he doesn't know if it's coming for a stop then. Still 7 minutes to go. Ongaro from Kilic, from Boots, from Polito, and as you can see, the gaps on the side, they're all gaps to the next person, and they're all spread out. 3 seconds, 3.7, 3.4, 2.2, 4.4, 2.5, 2.3, 13. And then Neil Neumann having a bit of a battle for 9th, which I don't think really is the greatest thing. Skidmore and Berg a little bit cast adrift with Navarro. Scudero the best of the bump-ups, and he's running in 7th, and only 2.5 seconds behind the man you're with now in 6th place, David Ronefalk. So any second now, those final stops will be made. And there they are, see them. Bang, gun goes in. Ooh, that was on the edge of unsafe release, wasn't it? Look at that, bang, straight off me. I think they'll probably get away with that one. Not a good stop. In fairness to David, he's got a fantastic pit crew, so he's got the chance of Matt's making a little bit of time up on some of the teams. But there's not a lot you can do. It's tactically wise in a 20-minute race. It's 2 stops. Can't do 10 minutes here, not on this track and not at these temperatures. Who have we not seen much of? Let's go back and find our leader. I need to find him first. Obviously, you can just... Where is he at the moment? He's 2/3 way around the lap, isn't he? He's that irritating 2/3 of the lap, way around the lap. Is he? Blimey, he's not as far around as I thought he was. Okay, you can drift your timing and scoring now. And there he is, car 1, just about to go over the timing line now. There's Ongaro. No, drop that one. There's Ongaro. Last lap round for Ongaro was a pit stop, so it's 57.4. So let's see what he can do. Full tank of fuel. Gassed up and ready to go. You know what they say, bad dress rehearsal, great race. We've had a couple of so far, pretty nondescript semis. So, and no one wants a nondescript semi, do they? So, this must bode well for a great final. There we are, that's what I'm saying to you all. Before the final, of course, after this race, we have the junior final, which Frank will be talking you through. Then we have the last chance, then we have the senior final, and then we have the main final, of course, which currently I think is going across at 8 o'clock. We're 12 minutes behind schedule, and they're all trying to catch some of that up. So my feeling is it's going to go off at almost exactly 8 o'clock. But you're nailed in for the evening now anyway. Just order your takeaway pizza if you're in Europe, or order your takeaway lunch if you're in America, or your takeaway breakfast if you're in California, or make it yourself. Obviously, I'm not saying you can't. Obviously, it hasn't got to be a Deliveroo. It could be your own thing. And set us up in for a 45-minute race. I think when the two halves come together, we're going to see a lot more action. I think people have been very much thinking, I've got to get in the final. I'm not that bothered about really pushing something once I'm in a position of the top 6. Closest now is Ronefalk and Robert Battle. As Ongaro comes through for another lap with 3 minutes 10. It's 50.1. 50.3 from Kilic. 50.2 from Boots in 3rd. 50.5 approximately for Mattia Polito. 50.3, 50.2, that's from Sanchez, Robert Battle and Ronefalk, 50.2. So everyone's kind of there or thereabouts now. Settled down. Yeah, I've qualified. I'll work out what to do in a 45-minute final. There is a chance, actually, a bit of action now. If you go up the Huddy corner, possibly. Oh, no, it's just ended because Ronefalk made a mistake, actually. He was getting very, very close to Robert Battle, but I think he just missed a braking point. He's lost about a second. So you look at it here, it says 1.1 seconds. That was a 50 flat for Ongaro. Let's see what the difference is now. Kilic. Oh, Kilic in the 49.8. Well done to Burak. Just drop back to the next car, which is Kilic. We'll just have a little bit of time with Burak. He's sort of 4 seconds behind Ongaro, 3 seconds ahead of Boots. Boots, who had that mistake early on, without which he would probably be second, there or thereabouts. That's where you get to. Minute 48 to go. It's not great news for Skidmore, Hampersburg, Ivan Navarro, Oscar Navarro, Daniel Parenti or Jorn Neumann, because they are all going to have to go into the last chance, but they have a last chance, which historically you haven't had, so it's a brand new extra last chance. Sun beginning to get quite low as we are now quite into the evening. It's 5 to 7 almost here in Spain. So a minute and 18 to go. I don't know what you're pointing at. Honestly, can't see anything. Oh, someone's raising up a big jib of some sort. Oh, lights. They're putting more lights up. Oh, blimey, got some lights coming up on the back of a... Wow, there's an absolutely massive truck. Apparently it's going to get some more lights coming in, so they're going to have more lights bust in. Very large generators as well. What I love is the way that Frank's gone very large generators. Look, you can talk.
Yeah, well, that's I have to do the hand motions.
It was excellent. I enjoyed it. So we're going to get extra lights for the final. That's good news. It's going to be a bit later. Let's just... is anyone close? Oh, yeah. So Ronafalk and Battle have got back together again. Where are they? Can't see them.
Down at the... Just come out of the Contramar.
Right. They're coming out round to timing and scoring. Any second now. Ash, wait at timing and scoring, please. Timing and scoring. And then you've got the next two around. Now, this is the battle on the pitch for 5th and 6th. It's the last lap. Can Ronafalk, can world champion from 2016, get past the world champion from 2012? That's Battle in 12. Ronafalk in 16. The world champion 2018 and 2022, there was no one in 2020, is currently leading this in Davide Ongaro. Again, that bottom corner by the hay bales is not a particularly fast place for Ronafalk. And we are off and running, and that's finishing. I'm not sure whether Ronafalk get through. So the top 6 looking nailed on. I think this was so Ongaro was 7 seconds slower than he was 7 seconds slower than Canas, but Canas won by 20 seconds. So I think the rest of the field was actually a bit closer. And that's the second semi-final done. So next up will be the junior final.
Yeah, looking forward to this one.
Well, now they've got more lights. It's going to I'm just with the lights up here because we're packing up in the dark and we haven't got enough iPhone torches.
Yeah, hopefully they keep them on for us.
They look quite expensive. There's your result.
Just fuel.
Yes, what's fuel? Thanks for everyone seeing us. Okay, so junior final about to start. We're an hour away approximately from the main final. Got last chance is going to be in about half an hour. And it's great to have you all with us. And I think it's so great. What you actually need is a treat of one of the... Which one should I have? I have this one, because I like this one.
Stop scrolling, you wanna be Lewis Hamilton. Learn something new with InvisibleSpeed. You can't do everything at 100% maximum speed. You have to be smooth. I mean, when you drive a real car, if you drive a real car, how do you just... When you get to a 90-degree corner to turn into the parking lot, do you go like that with the steering wheel? Do you like slam on the throttle and the brake? No. You probably turn the wheel smooth and get on the throttle smooth. Same thing with an RC car. If you want to learn more and make your speed visible, stop scrolling!
Very, very anti-scrolling. It's not something he wants you to do. Do not scroll. need the master controller up.
I do. Yeah.
Otherwise, no one can hear you.
The X-Ray providing lots and lots of various competition models for all sorts of categories.
All sorts of on-road, off-road, 8th and 10th, nitro and electric, car, buggy or truck. You've not been listening to me all day when I've been talking about this thing.
No, because I'm trying to find out how to get to the timing. Where's the timing?
Right, let me get you timing. Hold on. Here we go. Right, you go there. Okay, and then you do that.
There we are.
Right, I'm going to go and do some technical stuff, so have fun commentating. Frank on the juniors.
So we have quite a lot of juniors. Juniors, I think, in this respect, defined as 16 or under 16, I think. Not sure exactly. It will be defined somewhere. So this is the final time that these juniors are going to be racing today, or this weekend. So we just saw the list of them on the screen. So we have Pariente from Spain, Bermudez from France, Ibanez Ramirez from Spain, Bento from Portugal, Leike from the UK, Todd Nieto from Spain, Teles Arellano from Spain, Westerlund from Sweden, Ordonez Ortiz from Spain, Lempianen from Finland, Sartel from France, Bent Simpson from the UK, Peter from Sweden, Saarinen from Finland, and Edwards from the UK. And it's just popped up on the screen. That will update that 676, the number there. That is apparently that's Gonzalez Piedro. So I think they may have just added a 16th racer. So just wrapping up a couple of things here internally, off camera, obviously. Wait for that name to. Are there going to be 16 racers on the grid? That will be very interesting for sure. So, of course, we have the junior final about to come up, and then the last chance final. So literally the last time that we'll see most of those racers on track, because only one is going to go through and start from the very back of the grid on the main final. So they've called everyone in, and we're about to have the start. So this will be interesting. Now, don't expect these to be wild and crazy kids out there. I mean, they are kids. We're all kids playing with our cars, but don't expect this to be just an insane sort of level race. Remember, Ronefalk, Canas, Ongaro, they were all juniors at one point. Here we go, less than 10. Ash is all warmed up on the ground. And they are off into the first corner. No dramas yet. Only a couple of, one car upside down, but he's back on its wheels. One more car at the very back on its wheels. So that we're sticking with just the battle for the lead. These two cars, let's see who exactly they are as they come around. This is the closest point that we're going to get. So it's the car 1, and then the 3 and the 4. So that is Pariente, Ibanez, and Bento. And give me a couple of laps to get used to their color schemes. Got the 1 and the 2 stuck together like glue almost, and then a big gap to 3rd, who's broken away from 4th. Coming up the main straight, almost connected by a tow rope. The 1 and the 2, and then we have the 4 still. Big gap to the 5, then the 7. That is Likey and Tellez. So it's Pariente, Bermudez, Bento, Ibanez, Likey. You can see the order on the screen there. Ordonez is 15th, is our 15th race, so we don't have the 16 card. Ooh, big kerfuffle on the rumble strips, but these guys are off and away. And now even the first place is Pariente breaking away from Bermudez. So if it continues like this and turns into this sort of race, we might have to drop back a bit. There's a huge gaggle of cars battling for 3rd place. There is a podium ceremony for the top juniors, so these guys haven't broken away from each other just yet. Well, the 2nd place car of Bermudez. You see there's a reasonable gap to front. Maybe, I mean, it could just be a fuel strategy thing. But I'm going to guess probably not. You want to lead from the front, not from 2nd. Huge gap of 5.5 seconds back to 3rd. Actually 6.8 now. And they're getting tighter now. See if we can keep them both on screen. There's our battle, a proper battle for the lead. So this is our first main final that we're seeing. It's not the main final, it's not the big show. But these guys, like I was saying, these I say guys, there's probably a couple of our female racers in this. These are some of the future stars of the next several years. Like I said, Ongaro, Ronafalk, Canas. I remember when Ronafalk and Ongaro were young little pudgy kids. Just like, who is this kid from Italy? Who is this kid from Sweden? Come out of nowhere and just start dominating. You come to enough of these European championships and you see these guys moving up and up and up and further, and then eventually they're world champions somehow. That's how it happens. So Pariente and Bermudez are racers on screen. They've got a gigantic lead, almost 9 seconds, and growing, to be honest, back to Ibanez, or Ibanez. Attempt to pronounce it correctly. So the gap seems to be growing and shrinking over time. So I think I don't want to curse anybody, but I think we're due maybe a change at some point. Wow, that's a very wide line for Bermudez. And then back together again, you see? So Bermudez makes a little bit of a mistake, and then Pariente makes a very slightly bigger mistake, but Bermudez is not able to capitalize because he had his own issues. He's coming down the rumble strip now. Bouncy, bouncy, bouncy. And down to waterfall, as I call it. It could be very, very tight. Double 90-degree bend going into the Contramar corner. Step downs and then the step up. Already lapping their first car. We've got the lights set up on a massive tower right next to us. Luckily, not going to be shining directly in our faces. Although, to be honest, we might have an issue with the camera. It's not going to be shining in our eyes. What's has happened there with Bermudez? Yeah, slight corner cut, so referees told him, give the position back. And he did pretty much instantly.
1, 2, 3, 7, 5.
Actually, this is the 2 and the 4. While I was looking at the lights, I think I missed a very large mistake. Bermudez. Yeah, 4.3 second gap now. Right, so we're going to have to find maybe a slightly different battle and just keep an eye on the gap there. Tellez has now moved ahead of Ibanez, who is battling with the car 5 of Eric Like. Apologies if I'm mispronouncing that name. I'm not sure if that's meant to be Likey or Like. But the battle for 4th is between 3 and 5, and they're just about not even a half a second apart. I think it's these two going into the Hootie corner now. I'll just confirm that with the numbers. Should be 3 and 5. Ooh, sideways. Yes, that is our battle for 4th, but then now it's one of them made a mistake, so there's a big gap now. Sorry, Ash. Ooh. Can't tell who made that mistake now. It's all very much spread out now, and less than 8 minutes to go. Likey has passed Ibanez on track. Ibanez actually dropped down a couple of places. Oh, fuel stops. Here we go. Is this the car number 5 of Likey? Oh, and bad. Oh, that is a penalty. I'm sure that's going to be a penalty. I hear the referees calling. We'll stick with Eric Likey because that is the mechanic's fault. Taking out a just like an F1. Obviously, when the car is picked up, the driver has no control of that. But who else are you going to penalize other than the unfortunate Eric Likey, who, knowing he has a penalty, I believe, coming his way, in addition to the throwing off the balance and the rhythm from the fuel stop, knowing he's got a penalty that he has to serve, I believe. So we'll see if he comes into the pit again to do either a stop and go or a drive-through. We've seen both of these. And yes, it's at least a drive-through. Yep, just a drive-through. So, excuse me. Meanwhile, while that drama has been going on, I'm going to find the cars number 2 and 1. They're about to cross the finish line now, I think. These are 2 lead cars. Still in that order. And now back into the 1 and 2 positions. Oh, no. One of them stopped for fuel and was about 5 seconds behind. That was Periente, and now the other is stopped for fuel. And now they're back to 4.5 seconds apart. So that is that plan shot out the window. So we're still on the car 5 of Eric Likey coming up on. The numbers are way over there. Sunlight glinting off them, so impossible to read. It's very atmospheric, but makes it very hard to read the numbers. Setting sun. That is the 4 and the 0. That's our battle for 5th, 6th, 7th. So this is about all 3 of these cars are battling for 5th, basically. So this is a really good battle to stick with, Ash. Ooh, and the marshal's hat. They had to avoid the marshal's hat in the hairpin at the bottom of the roller coaster. The double 90-degree turns through Conchamar, over the double, and into this little twisty bit here. Very tight and twisty. Over the bricks. These 3 racers all coming across. There you go. There's our order. So, slight change of order, but these guys are dicing. You could throw a towel over all 3 of them almost. Oh, and there goes one. Grip roll. Or did he touch the inside of the barrier? That's how high grip this track surface is. So let's see what number. Oh, well, he handily grip rolls out of the way himself. So it's just these 2 now. I believe, Nick, that's where the other light is going to be. That's great. This is maybe shining directly in the camera. Yeah, I think we've. Ash, if we pause it and go to the truck on the other side of the track, Ash. the gigantic, huge full-size truck. That, and you see Oscar Baldo, or Brian Baldo there, in the white Geraint Thomas style shades. That's one of the lights that's going to be shining in our faces, so we're hoping that that is not going to be too far in our way. I don't think there's a third light set down where, no, I don't know why they didn't put it on the other side of the rostrum. Why didn't they put it on the other side of the rostrum? Anyway, let's get back to the racing action. We still have a battle between the 4 and the 5 of Bento and Likey, and just a second and a half apart. That is the closest battle that we've got. First and second are 2.8 seconds apart, and then there's a 15-second gap. So if we can find the 4 and the 5 out there somewhere, because that is, even though it's a second and a half or 2 seconds apart, that is the closest battle that we've got with 3 minutes left to go in this one. So no more pit stops. We only caught one round of them anyway, and we did see a very dramatic, unsafe release. So this is Bento, who is chasing probably the car directly in front, is Likey. Yes, that is the car 5. So there we go, going down the roller coaster. This is our battle for 4th. So it's not a podium spot, but it's the closest that we got. Officially a second and a half apart, as you can see on the timing on the right, but attached by a wristband. They're that close. Nose to tail. Nice corner cut there on the jump. Oh, and he goes over. That is pressure for you. That is Bento. So now the timing screen, the timing tower, officially out of date. Is Bento now well ahead of Likey. I mean, when they went over, it was only 0.18 of a second. That's what that looks like on track. If you recall that they were only at slow speeds, they were about not even an arm's length apart. So we got a minute and a half. Let's find our leader, the car 1. I'll find him. You stick where you are. I think he's just coming down into the Contramar corner, Ash. And just going over the double now. And into avoiding the crashed car in the Marshall. I think this is our leader of Periente from Spain. Car 1? It's so hard to tell. No, that's not the car 1. I think it's the one at the bottom of the roller coaster, about the next car to go onto the patio section. There are a few green cars. So, good eyes as usual. But there's at least 3 green cars in this race, I think. So this here is Periente, and I will just confirm that. Yes, that is Periente, our leader. About to start his final lap. A nice victory lap here. Actually, while we were looking for him, he's slipped down to second. So where's our car 2 now? It should be the car immediately in front. Yes, it's the car just in the hay bale corner now. So we had a last, going into the next car into the hoodie section, Ash. That is Bermudez. So unless he makes a mistake, which is apparently what happened to Periente in the last lap. Coming out of, into and out of Contramar. Might get caught up with these lap traffic, but doesn't look like it. He just holds back. So, heartbreak for Periente, but Bermudez taking it is our junior champion for the 2023 European Championships. Bermudez, Periente, and Tellez.
I don't want to get pedantic. He's not the junior champion. Just won the
there's
junior race. If there's any juniors
in the final,
yeah, they'll be above him. But there we go. Okay, so junior finals done. Right. I need to have a quick. Let's play some adverts so I can have a quick chat with the team. That's always fun because we've got Last Chance next. Let's have a quick word from our sponsorino.
Stop scrolling, you nerd. Learn something new with InvisibleSpeed.
Are you the driver of this car?
Yes, sir. Why?
You just won a free alignment.
I had my car touched by JQ, and now I don't feel safe.
I can say that he did improve his time 10 seconds and his best lap.
Last question, would you recommend the InvisibleSpeed course?
Yeah, for sure. Spend your money. Good spend.
If you want to learn more and make your speed visible, stop scrolling!
Right, waiting for the. Oh dear, that's way too loud. Waiting for the last chance. Can you not put it in your pocket? Fair enough. If you're gonna, anyway, I can't say that. Right, hello everybody. Just trying to arrange how we're going to handle some of the stuff towards the back end. I mentioned the sun now is so low; it's actually coming in through the gaps. So last chance. Who is where and when? So it's Jose Thomas Escudero in pole, Jorn Neumann second, Pekka Evenen is third, Daniel Parente is fourth, Jose Sanchez is fifth, Marco Barofalo sixth, Renato Savoy is seventh, Johnny Skidmore eighth, Oscar Navarro 9, Theo Lemery 10, Hampersberg 11, and Bruno Coelho, who would in some ways be the favourite, is back in 12th. Okay. Driving the night. The interesting thing is that we are getting new lights put on. Can you give us a lights shot, Ash? They're being erected as we speak. Not yet though, because I've got the timing barrier up. Should come off in a second. There we go. Right. Look at that. That's the new set of lights going up. Hopefully we won't get in the eyes of anybody. They got they got a lot of lights anyway, and they've got a lot more lights coming in. I think Brian's pulled in a few local favours, I would say. So it's going to be very, very bright indeed for the final. So we've got the last chance, 10 minutes, and then we've got the junior final, which is, the senior final, which is 15 minutes, and then we go straight into the main event, the European Championship final. Wind picking up, sun going down. It's marvellous, isn't it? What time is officially sunset today, actually? It's a good question. Sunset is today. What time is sunset, says David Bowie. It's 8:33 is sunset. Okay, so last chance final. It's your lot if you're a racing driver or an RC driver, your last chance to make the A main final. So, as I said, Jose Thomas Escudero in 1, Jon Neumann in 2, Even in 3, Daniel Parente in 4, Jose Miguel Sanchez Martin in 5, Marco Barufalo in 6, Renesvor in 7, Tony Skidmore in 8, Oscar Navarro in 9, Thilo Marie in 10, Hampusberg 11, and Bruno Coelho, who broke down in the semi-final A, bringing up the rear. So, it's all going on, as they say. Let's get down to the cars. 10 minutes, S or bust, this one. And they're away. And it's a good start. It's only first that matters in this one. It's a very easy one to cover. It's the leader. Well, we might cover some others later on. But out they go. Neumann in second. It's been a big kerfiffly fluffly. And so far, Coelho's only made 2 places up. Oh, he's made 3 now. And if he's careful, he might make another one. Right, so Coelho is a fantastic break by the first 2, which is Scudero and Neumann. A nice third place. Just trying to see who this is. I guess it's the 4 car of Parente. And then you've got 5, 6, and currently in 7th place is Coelho. So Coelho currently running in 7th. So it's not a bad start because he's got himself cleanly away. He's a few seconds off the lead already, but he's not upside down somewhere. Okay, this is 1 and 2. Scudero in the white machine. Oh, no, he's got a nice lead now, hasn't he? This is a massive chance for him. 2 seconds ahead of Parente already. And that is Daniel Parente. 3rd place and 4th place are together, which is Neumann and Sanchez. And then 5, 6, and 7 is Bruno. Let's have a look at Bruno because he could be moving through. It's the orange car. It's number 12. He's going to go through the going over through the Huddy Arena now. The orange and white machine. There we go. Let's see what Bruno can do in this. Oh, it's a 15-minute final. I thought it was 10 minutes last chance. Oh, okay. So I thought last chance was 10-minute final. It's now 15-minute final because that was a misprint. Obviously, it's a 15-minute final. That's a bit of a surprise. That must have changed. There must have been a rule change. Still, it's a single stop, so it's a bit longer though for him to get through. So 15 minutes. I did say 10 in the programme. Anyway, is what we have for this last chance final. So Bruno, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He's still in 7th. He's stuck in 7th. He's behind Pekko Ivinen. He's got past Pekko Ivinen. Still out in front, Escuruda. Parente in 2nd. Mistake made by Neumann then, which has kind of brought him back towards Lemarie, who's slightly ahead. Lemarie, I think, who's ahead of Bruno at the moment. So Coelho, 2018 European champion, having to be so careful. He can't afford to be upside down at any point. He's got to stealthily drive his way, and the biggest problem he's got is that Scudero has got a really quite nice lead at the front. 3.5 seconds. Everyone else is bunched up, and you can probably think, I can get them, but it's getting Escudero. That's the problem. Jose Thomas Escudero. So Coelho scored in 6th. Next target is Lemarie. Oh, nearly lost that one. Did lose it. This could be where we see Bruno go home. He's lost a lot of time there. Went on 2 wheels. Had to sort it out. Didn't sort it out. 2 cars. Pecco, unfortunately, just got tied up with someone behind him. So actually, that's going to be a bit unpopular. So all coming together there. So Coelho, look at absolute time when they cross the line now with 11 minutes and 40 seconds to go. Lamari goes across at 3:17, and Coelho goes across on 3. So he's 10 seconds back. That's field spread. A couple of problems. He's 10 seconds back, and he's had another massive accident. So in basically trying to get past, he's got to try, and it's not being helped by people who haven't got to let him pass. So why should they? So let's leave him for a bit, and let's pick up our second place man who's coming over the rumble strips now, Ash. And second place now, that's it. That's third, that's fine, keep going. And go forward 2. And that is Daniel Parente behind Jose Thomas' Scooter Romero. And that lead is coming out to it's gone down to 3.8 seconds, but you can only take more than 3/10 of a second off it. The number 1 seed, Jose Thomas, has really just taken the advantage. He got a great start. And that's the 4 out of it. And that was Parente rolling. And that has left, just in the background, Bruno's been, again, completely mullered off the track. Just can't work his way through the field. It's quite as densely packed with this, and no one's really giving him any chance. So second, third, and fourth are slowing each other themselves down, which is leading a Scudero to get away. Now Sanchez, Jose Miguel Sanchez Martin, who has the second place, which is obviously the pointless position because you still aren't bumping up in second. Sanchez 6 seconds behind a Scudero. We're only 6 minutes in. It's a cracking battle for second. We're just not getting anything at the front at the moment. It's already changed again as Parente's got back into second. And Neumann alternating, and he's down to third. So the floodlights are on already. They've fired them up and they're on. Six minutes down, 9 to go. And this is second and third, which is currently Parente from Neumann. 6.2 seconds ahead, Scudero. Coelho, I think Coelho's retired. I think he's just given up as a bad job. Just not his day today. So Coelho actually now running dead last. Savoy in 11th, so a couple of the big names, and Barufalo in 10th, so three of the big names right at the back of this one. Kind of bullied out by the young guns. I'm sure Coelho will be a very frustrated figure. But it's not all about him now. He won't be getting another European Championship. He's won one this year anyway, so he doesn't need any more. He'll be off to America for the off-road electric worlds in the next couple of weeks. Quite aggressive flight there by Jorn Neumann. Neumann TQ'd the two-wheel drive Euros, and he didn't go quite right from there. And to second place, Adrian Parente. Gained a bit of time in that last lap on Scudero. Doesn't appear to have gained much in this lap, to be honest. Into the pits he comes. Fueled up and down. And I'd say he's gained a bit during the fuel stops. Definitely gained a bit. That's shortened the lead. A better stop than the Scudero. Humidity increases. We can get to see the fuel vapour. So Scudero, who went in with a 5.2 second lead into the fuel stops, he's going to come out with about 3, I think, perhaps 3.5. And give perhaps Parente a little bit of a buzz, a bit of a chance, a bit of a thought. Yeah, I can make it. Yeah, I can do it. Yeah, it's going to happen. It's fantastic. I can do it. I can. Might be what he's thinking. Might not, obviously. That time round, yeah, 3.2. Yeah, it did drop by that amount. So just to it was an overly cautious fuel stop from Scudero, or a slight error. You have to say that Parente is throwing everything at it now in his attempt to catch up. You probably might just catch a glimpse. Now, he's just not on the same frame as Scudero. There he is, just a white flash underneath us. Scudero's coming off the patio. So able to give you a bit of a kind of a visual when they go round onto the second camera. That's a Scudero going round now. There's Parente and there's Neumann. Not much of a gain this lap, I wouldn't say. 5 minutes to go, no more fuel stops. He lost a tenth a second, didn't he, the last one. He's gained this time. Scudero made a little error. He's lost another couple of seconds. Pressure, perhaps possibly making his first European A main, perhaps beginning to play on Jose Thomas and Scudero Romero. Certainly a lot closer, but unfortunately Neumann, well, not unfortunately for Neumann, unfortunately for Parente, Neumann's now nibbling at his backside, which may prevent him from going forward in the maximum. So 3.3 has come down to 2 flat. Parente now 4 minutes 40 has taken 4 of the 6 second lead out of the Scudero. 2 of it in a fuel stop and 2 of it with a problem possibly that was had. Now, if Norman's got any sense, he won't actually challenge Parente for a while. He'll try and get them both to drag themselves to Scudero because it's a one and done. It's win. It's not it's win or bin. You're not first, you're nowhere. It doesn't matter. No one records this. Norman makes a horrible hash of that. Won't lose too much time now. There's Parente. You can see who he's going for. That's a Scudero in the white car just ahead. Two flat last time. What is it this time? I think it's a bit more. Oh, it's a little bit less. 1.8. 1.8 seconds. 3 minutes to go. 4 laps or so. Perhaps 5. That's 4, I think, actually. Okay, so it's now about whether Jose, that white flash, is going to fight. It's always easy to be the chaser than the chased. At the moment, Parente has literally nothing to lose because at the moment he's going home, but he's staying here to watch the final, but you know what I mean. Whereas Scudero has everything to lose because currently he's in the main. And he knows he's in the main, which I'm sure is his ambition for many a year. And there's one man who can take it off him. And the chances of you slightly tightening up because you're about to achieve what you want to achieve. Whereas Parente, it's Daniel. Oh, he's gone! Parente gets through. Scudero made a mistake, and now Parente is the person who's the leader, and he's the chased, not the chaser. Drop back to white car. See how far back a Scudero is? 2.5 seconds. Oh, no, it's much further than that. There he is. It's a Scudero now who comes the chaser. Can he put the pressure on Parente? Because Parente's got something to lose now. So Scudero threw a 6-second lead away and is now 2.4 behind. And that's going to haunt him if he doesn't make the final. He won't be able to sleep tonight. But now it's changed round and Parente has something to lose. Scudero has nothing to lose. He's a long way back though. Parente actually appears to have a little bit more race pace, not just mistake pace. He's got race pace as well. Parente, I think he's certainly more than 2.5 seconds ahead now. Scudero, sun glinting off the shiny surface of the track. Yeah, it's gone to 3.7. 2 minutes to go. They got this and 2 more. Oh! Scudero with another mistake, and now he's in third. And the person who takes up the mantle, who takes up the chase, it's the zero car of Théo Lemarie, the man who pretty much destroyed, not his fault, he ruined Coelho's hopes by just not letting him overtake him. Didn't do anything wrong. Coelho tried too hard a couple of times and crashed. So Lemarie is in second, but he's a long way behind. And Parente is now, at this point, going to need to have something like a piston come through the top of the head or something. I think they do it in 2 strokes, do they? The compression doesn't work that way. So Lemarie now gets first pointless loser. 5.2 seconds behind, penultimate lap. What can he do? And the answer is, at the moment, not very much, apart from arguing about who's going to come second with Escudero and being second pointless. As I have said on 17 occasions, I think, on this race so far. So, this one and one more. Now, the only way the lead's going to change is if Parente makes it. Let's pick up Parente. He's going to come up round the... you're going forward one, basically. There he is. So Parente, the only way this is changing now is Parente goes upside down on the very last lap. It's the last lap of the last chance final. 11 People's Championship is ending today. It's the most time this race sends the most number of people home. It sends 11 people home. No other race sends more than 8 people home. So 11 people go home after this race. But will Parente be one? It's not looking like it. He's got a 3.8 second lead. He's running safe because that leads about the same. Lamy, Escudero, Neuvenen, even going after him. But realistically, he just needs to keep it sunny side down. Few corners. It's going through Adrian's mind. About to make the A main. And race in his home. Daniel Parente. So Daniel was in Daniel's mind. About to race in his home championship final. And he's done it. Parente is your last chancer. And I think at some point that Jose Thomas Escudero is not going to want to watch that race back at any point whatsoever. Is my feeling on that one. Absolutely no chance at all. For the record, Lemarie was second, Neumann was third, Jose Thomas Escudero was fourth. Oh dear. Sanchez was fifth, Johnny Skidmore was sixth, Oscar Navarro and Bruno Coelho, where it all fell apart, was seventh. Pecco Even was eighth. Pecco Even was ninth. Hampersburg 10th. Savoia was 11th, and Bruffalo, who's not really had really didn't have a very good run at it whatsoever, was in 11th. So next up, it's going to be the old boys final. So just the old boys, and then we have the main final. So we're getting very, very, very close. You've been with us a very long time, hopefully. I know I have. Thank you for staying with us so far today. Still another hour or so to go, hour and a bit to go, before we crown the European champion in one day. Other than the bump up, does the last chance final contribute over positioning? That's a really, really, really good question, because I don't know. Oliver Weird says, leave a like on the stream for Ash's fantastic camera work. Well, you're going to get a bit of a treat now, because we're giving Ash a bit of a rest prior to the main final, and it's Frank on the camera. Frank gave himself a cheer there, by the way. Hang on. Go on then. And for this final, it's Frank on the camera. Woo! No, I don't really want to. Well, we can have a conversation now because nothing's happening, so that's fine. But I don't want to. I don't want to be criticised by the cameraman whilst we're actually in the race. Woo Frank from Oliver Werder. There you go. There's a woo Frank. Give me a woo. Give me a woo Frank. Woo. Woohoo, Frankie boy. Okay, so in this final we have Danny Vega in 1, Jerome Sartell in 2, John Hazelwood in 3, Juan Antonio Suarez in 4, Ryan Donovan in 5, Eduardo Puaino in 6, Remy Barbillon in 7, Juha Salomon in 8, Yuso Tiranen in 9, Hal Ludeguero Santos in 10, Emilio Jose Tenza Jimenez in 11, Sam Cobley in 12, Neil Daunt in 13, Juan Manuel Martin Lopez in 14, and Jose Maria Garcia in 15. 15 drivers.
Starting to get all the lights on as well.
Yeah, we can begin to sort of see the lights. It will be dark, by the way, during the final because it sunsets at 8:30, and this final we aren't going to get going until about, at best, I would say, probably 8:15. So, which is not bad. Only a 20-minute delay from when they thought they would, but.
I asked Mr. Pineda if there's going to be any driver introductions, and he said no.
No, there's no time for that.
Yeah.
Carlos is absolutely right. Carlos Pineda is the sort of the head of the Spanish Federation, is he?
No, he's the chairman of the category.
Oh, okay.
For EFRA.
That's not Carlos Pineda. That's Carlos
Gomez.
Gomez.
Oh, sorry. Yes, Mr. Pineda is the AE car head of the AE car. He's actually the chap who is talking on camera or talking on the mic right now, giving instructions to the mechanics and drivers. See how long the shadows are getting?
Oh, look at that long shadow shots.
And it looks like people have figured out how to, which countries need to be in what marshalling positions because there's no confusion about it now.
That's always good.
He is asking for a volunteer marshal, but everyone is where they're supposed to be at the moment. So we're going to have fun looking at the.
Just wait for the warm up to get going. Vega, Sartell, Hazelwood, Suarez.
Oh, I have a dead car, number 9.
A deceased car. So the camera is going to struggle most with this light because it's dark and light and shadow and everything else. By the time we get to the final, it'll be a bit easier because it'll just be dark. We have, of course, covered races under lights before in RCGP over in California. The round 4 of season 1 was in the dark, wasn't it?
I'll believe you. I wasn't part of it.
No, we didn't want to say anything about that anyway. Did you not do that one? That was a Zash one, was it? Get Zash involved. Minutes to start. There's the crowd. It's mostly slightly inebriated Finns now.
They were cheering very loudly for Pecco.
We should all cheer loudly for Pecco.
There are some locals. Down here is the publicly accessible bleacher section. So some of these are racers or their family members, but there are some locals.
Juan Manuel Juso Tiranen from Finland has not checked in so far. That was the 9 car you said was dead.
Yes.
And Juan Manuel Malin Lopez also hasn't checked in. Minute 38 to go. There's smoke wafting away in the breeze, don't we, really? Just about a minute of this 40 plus final. Remember, the next up next one up is final fuel. A lot of bucket hats knocking about in the pit lane there. A couple of UK bucket hats. Probably, probably Ryan Donovan or for Hazelwood. Don't know which one it is.
Sure.
Okay, we're getting ready for the actual start, so I'm afraid, Frank, you can no longer talk to me. And there's Frank gone. Also, he's adding we're getting double engine noise through your microphone as well. So much as we all love a bit of engine noise, that was a bit too much. This has got Hazelwood written all over it, says Homeboy RC. Go Sartell, says Daniel 01, Bud 01. Jay Grimm's a couple of good sprints here from the Marshall. Right, out they come. Let's get rock and rolling for the over 40 final. They are, as you can see, the shadows are tray long at the moment. When the sun goes down, you'll start getting multiple shadows because there's so many light sources. You've got light sources in from the front, the track, top of the track, side of the track, and now they've added a couple more just to cover the bottom end, which is a bit light free. So we won't really know the effect as it actually gets dark, but it looks quite good at the moment. Down they go, and they're away. And it's a clean start. We've got White Body Show from White Body Show and Vega there from Sartell. And it's actually swapped round now, so Sartell leads. Vega's not there. Danny Vega's not started. We lost our pole man. Vega had a problem and didn't start. So it's actually Sartell from Hazelwood. And now it's Hazelwood from Sartell. 1, 2 and 3. 3, not sure who that was. It might be Hal Suarez. Let's find out when they come towards us. But John Hazelwood, Mr. Nemo. Yep, it's the 4 of Suarez in third. And there's all sorts of chaos behind. But for some reason, Vega didn't take the start. And he is not going to be scored. He's not going to become the over 40 champion, which is a bit of a disappointing end to Danny's home European Championship finals. So hopping through, it is Hazelwood who will start in the lead with a 1.2 second lead over Jerome Sartell. This would have been A final stuff 15 years ago. But now, as age has withered them, it's over 40. So 1 and 2, it's a Sartell and Hazelwood show. Jerome Sartell, the S-Works Southern European manager. And John Hazelwood, who sort of runs Nemo, I think. I'm not sure if he's, I think he probably is the whole of Nemo, isn't he? Or the head honcho of Nemo. S-Works, obviously, chassis for Sartell, whereas it's one of the new lay-down shock Agama N1s for Hazelwood. A bit further back, it's Suarez, and then Tenza, Piranha, Salmon, and Santos. But at the moment, what's happened to? There's a problem there for Sartell, and Hazelwood is off and running. He's managed to, I don't know if he sprayed a new body shell up or he just couldn't be bothered. He hasn't even got any stickers on it. So it's just I can't see any stickers apart from the number on it. He's not even he must have some sponsors because he runs an entire importing business and they must sponsor him at least. So let him go and pick up Sartell in 2. It's Jerome. Oh, a couple of problems there, Jerome. He's making the lead bigger and bigger and bigger for Hazelwood. 6 seconds he's leading now. Sartell always used to run a pink car. That seems to be forsaken as well for the old one can. So he has put a sticker on the side at least of this one. So doesn't do as much racing obviously as he used to. Concentrating on the team, helping people in the team. Now the difference between second and third is 12 seconds, which is quite large. But let's see if we can. Well, we'll get Sartell across the line, give him a lap. And then we'll drop back to Suarez, who's just coming down the patio section now, around the Contramar corner, Frank. And that's third place, Hal Suarez. who's running about 3 seconds a lap slower than Hazelwood and Sartell. There he goes. That was 6 seconds slower. So Suarez running third. Ahead of Tenza Jimenez, Eduardo Puana are also coming along. This is the 4 car. Of course, we lost Danny Vega, so there's no 1 car. Now Suarez over the rumbles. So that's the 4 car. Let's just wait for the next one, who's should be Emilio Jose Tenza. Might not be, because it may have changed. I think it might actually has changed. I think actually Puana's gone in there. He has. That's Eduardo Puana. Is he going for fuel? No, just going a bit wide. Over the double. Puana. He's 6 seconds further back. Going over the roller coaster section now. Not sure they get. I'm just trying to get the first indication of the lights actually showing on the screen. They're not quite showing yet. They're quite visible when we can see them, but I think it's still the sunlight is greater than the lights. That is going to change rapidly over the next half hour. Brianna. So again, the usual trick. Let's just wait for the next car at the start finish, which should be again. This time it really should be Jimenez Tenza in the blue and white car, and it is. 6 minutes gone. Ooh. No, that's not the way you want to do it. Didn't lose too much time though, actually. Kind of scale extricts down that part of the hairpin. Moving fast. We are now getting very, very close to the denouement of a very long day, which is the main final. Running 16 minutes behind time, which means we should get the final starting at about 10 past. So it'll run to 5 to 9, in which case it will be very dark because it sunsets at 8:30. Okay, and wait one more. And this should be, there's a bit of a wait, it should be Remy Barbignon. Oh, is that a lapped car? That's our leader lapping everyone, so wait a bit more. There we go. In that first car there, the orangey one, I think that's probably it. Okay, fair enough. It's the colours have gone due to the, it was in the pits. No, it's not. It was in the pits. Maybe it's in the pits. Who knows? It's the second car in the pits. I think this is either Barbarian or Donovan. I'm not sure. This should be Donovan, I think. So the yellow car, I think, is Donovan. I'm not sure if Barbarian was just ahead of him. It's hard to tell. I think we got all confused in the wonderful world of the pit stops. But it's the number. Yeah, stay with the yellow number 5. No, he's letting him through, so perhaps he's not where you would think he is. Or is he letting Suarez through and being lapped? He's now confused me by middling about the track like that. Yellow car, drop back one. That's Donovan. 6.5 minutes ago. Now we need to see where Donovan scored. Whether he scored in 6th or 7th. Let's find out. It's very exciting. Goes over and he scored in 7th. So he did miss Barbignon somewhere. Through in that fuel stop situation. Now next is car 8 officially. I have no idea what car 8 is. He hasn't come by yet either, so he may not even be in the race anymore. There's actually no cars have come past us. It's Donovan about 30 seconds ago. So there's this massive hole in the because everyone's been stopping for fuel. Massive hole in the track, effectively. Quite a lot of martial action at the moment. Hazelwood now just 4 seconds ahead of Suarez, and it's 44 seconds in third place. There's a little bit of a demonstration by those two guys. I'm not seeing 4 seconds, I only see one of the white cars. No, Sarto's dropped back to 12, so it was just a pit stop situation. Hazelwood pulled away. It's an accident. And the question, was it a battle there? Let's find out by looking at this replay. Is it a battle? They're both in the air, and they both actually both went off other sides of the accident. So it's look at me, I've gone off two other sides of an accident. So we're currently okay, let's move somewhere else. There's two cars coming down in front of us right now. There we go. Car going up towards the hoodie now. The 4 and the something else. The 4 is Suarez. Oh, this is a battle. This is a battle, I think, for fourth place, with one of the doing laps at the same time. This is Suarez in third, about to be lapped by Hazelwood in first. And then at one point there, Poyana was slightly under pressure from so Suarez and Poyana, but he made a mistake. This is the lappage. This is Hazelwood going to lap third place, and that has happened. So John looking quite strong for the award. Hazelwood has kind of made it look easy. He's now 16 seconds ahead. His best time, 54.3. Best time for Sartell, 55.7. Best time for Hausauer is 59.5. And Eduardo Poya has the best time, 59.0. It's not because they're slightly older, because the track's really slowed down. The track's way slower. Ash stumbles back up the stairs again. Ash. So it's Piana, Barbillon, Tenza, Donovan, Daunt. I'm going to try and pick a specific car. We didn't show them earlier, so just bear with me. You stay on Hazelwood. I'm going to try and find Barbillon because we missed him during the pit stop. Not like confusion, just rotation. I have no idea where he is on the track. Was that a mistake there? It was. Gosh, it was a mistake from Hazelwood. Trying to find car 7, who is currently running in 5th, and we haven't given any screen time to. Okay, can you wait at the Huddy corner, please, Frank? And it's the red car for the second car now, and that is René Barbillon, who's in 5th. So every old bloke deserves a bit of oh, perhaps not that then. He probably doesn't want it, that's going to happen, is he? Look, he even gets a replay. Every old bloke deserves a replay. Good marshal. The marshal was moving long before the car finished crashing. I think another car crashed behind him as well. I think the marshals certainly work for their money on this one, and especially because they're not being paid. So Barbillon. There he goes. The sun, the wind picks up. Still can't see the lights. It's going to happen soon though. They're going to start having multi-shadows being cast. Main final should be underway in about 10 minutes. There are only 7 minutes scheduled between the end of this final and the start of the A Main European Championship final. which I thought was quite aggressive scheduling, to be honest. There's no big announcements. We're just going to go straight into it. It's a very pure form of racing. It's always gone off again. Very pure form of racing, this. And he's been joined by a friend. I think it's Tenzer, I think. Very pure form of racing, this. We're just getting on with it. I may have to go. I may point out that friends of ours who are actually going to the AGM for EFRA in November, if they could point out, we could just get on with it every round. What do you think, Frank? Yeah, he's not sure. I think he likes the faffing about. Gives him more time to do reels and that sort of thing. It's all about the reels for Frank. He likes to keep it reels as well. So. Oh, half a minute. Let's see if we can. Where is our leader? Where is Hazelwood? Hazelwood is just starting the lap, so he should be coming on the main straight any second now as a white car. Number 3. That's number 4. That one there, the 3, the white car. There you go. Well, that's 2, is it? It's not 3 then. That's really weird. Is he broken down? Is Hazelwood not finishing? Can't see him, can you? Oh, you're on him. Oh, right, okay. Very aggressive, isn't he? I'm on him. Got him. I've done it. But you are right, Frank. You are on him when he has won. So Hazelwood wins. Second place is going to be Jerome Sartell. Third place is Hal Antonio Suarez. And then CJ Poinet. Basically, that was a filler, wasn't it, really? Just a bit of a filler. Do you want to be able to talk again, Frank? But you have to move the mic near your face, apparently. Hello, Frank.
Hello.
Right, I'm going to go and do something because I can't stand here for 45 minutes. And you can talk about what's going to happen. Should I play a thing and then you can talk about it? Or do you want to just talk about it?
Play a thing.
I'll play a thing. I'll play a thing.
Support our sponsors.
Yes, I can't remember what it is, so I better play that one.
Stop scrolling, you wannabe Lewis Hamilton. Learn something new with InvisibleSpeed. You can't do everything at 100% maximum speed. You have to be smooth. I mean, when you drive a real car, if you drive a real car, how do you just, when you get to a 90-degree corner to turn into the parking lot, do you go like that with the steering wheel? Do you like slam on the throttle and the brake? No. You probably turn the wheel smooth and get on the throttle smooth. Same thing with an RC car. If you want to learn more and make your speed visible, stop scrolling!
So as JQ says, stop scrolling and check out InvisibleSpeed.net, title sponsor of this European Championships here in Redovan, Spain, at the RC Redovan in Alicante. I can tell you what, it's actually cooled down quite a lot, and I'm the only one up here. Ash is laying down. That's why I can't see him. Yeah, so we've got the main final about to kick off in not too long now. I don't hear any engines revving. So, which is unusual, which means we're probably about 10 minutes away. Usually with about 5 minutes to go, these guys are just revving the heads off these engines. As you can see on the screen, move the camera to show the very, very expectant crowd, and you can actually see the list of drivers are pole and TQ and pole man. Canas, Juan Carlos Canas, David Ongaro, Burek, Kilic, Elliot Boots, is it David Polito? Is that Oscar Baldo? I'm not sure which Baldo is next. Oh well, it's. I've just looked down at the timing screen, inshallah. It's Mattia Polito Dal Bello, Brian Baldo, then Robert Batye, David Ronefalt, Burkan Kilic, Hal Figueiredo, Ricardo Berton, Oscar Baldo, and Daniel Perdiente, our last chance winner. So we may yet still get a 10-minute delay. Engines are revving. You can maybe just hear them. I see a person running through the pits, trying to avoid OGO travel bags and people. And who is that? What shirt is he wearing? Because that will... Is it an associated shirt? Rapida! You see, the crowd is cheering Senor Pineda from AE Car, pulling down the sponsor pennants. Look at that. So Carlos Gomez, the EFRA chairman of the section, there he goes. Look, he's doing a wave. He's calling a wave. There we go. We got a wave. We got a wave from the spectators.
Well, I'm glad we're not doing any announcements, eh?
No, of course not.
You want to shoot the announcement?
I'm not sure. I mean, we can't.
Yeah, we can.
No, I mean, we can't see the drivers.
Yes, we can. They're standing there.
Oh. This is exactly what I asked them if they were doing.
And they're
group
doing
shot,
it.
group
There we
photo,
go.
and they're doing it anyway.
I know.
I asked for
They
it.
were going so well with doing what they said they were going to do, and they just stopped doing what they...
Okay, well.
But this is EFRA, so what do you expect? Yeah, this is Carlos. It's all part of the fun. It's all part of the joy.
Oh, no, it's fine. It's just we had a firm no, and now we're doing it. So, anyway.
Because if I'd known, I'd have interviewed everyone. But it is very quick. They are whapping through.
Yeah,
they're not,
he
they're
is-
not going
he is
driving a car
rocking
with a
through it.
hat and a trouser press, sponsored by a man and a trip. So at the end, I don't know what we're going to do.
I mean, this is... I think just put this on that.
Where?
On the rostrum.
We can't put the rostrum.
What do you mean?
They're on the rostrum. So, yeah, sorry about this. We didn't realise they were going to do a presentation. We had realised they were going to do a presentation because if they weren't doing them, we'd have gone down and had a chat with the guys, but we aren't quite able to do that. Hope you're all enjoying today. I'd like to thank our sponsors, InvisibleSpeed.net, Hot Race Tyres, S-Works, Rudolph and X-Ray. I want to thank the team back in the Racing TV and control teams. That's obviously James and Matt. Frank, who's been working like a Trojan doing 17 different jobs. Ash is with the cameraman and the only professional in the entire team. And my name's Nick Damon. It's been a long day, and we're looking forward to a decent final. When will it get dark at Redevan? Sunset is half past, which is about half an hour. My mother's in number 4, says Andy Taylor. Elliot Boots, okay. Johnny Skidmore was out in the last chance. I think he was about 10th in the semi or 9th in the semi. I think you're right. No Crocs yet. Well, you have to. You can't marshal unless you've got closed-toe shoes. Dark about 20 minutes. Yep, something like that. Not dark. It's dusk because it obviously doesn't get dark at sunset. That was quite. In fairness, that was quite brief. That was quite a brief little thing. It's good to have you all with us. As we now wait for the start of the European Championship final. It'll be 2 or 3 minutes. I'd rather see pit lane than people, Ash. What you'll find is I'm all about the cars and the pit lane. I get really all this rubbish of interviewing celebrities or girlfriends. I'm not interested in F1 or anything else. It's just about the cars and the revving and everything else. I'm not actually certain that Matt thinks, no, atmosphere, we need atmosphere. But I think, nah, we need racing. That's what we need. That's what we're all here for. We're all here for the racing. So, Revy Rev, everything's going well. Let's have a rundown of who is in this race. So it's Juan Carlos Canas on pole, David Ongaro on second, so from Spain, from Italy, Burak Kilic from Germany in 3, so that's the S-Works of Canas, the Associated of Ongaro, the Mugen Seki of Kilic, and it's the S-Works of Boots. Mattia Polito, I don't know, I think he's an Associated, I might be wrong though. Help me out, the Kaya show. Brian Baldo on the X-Ray, Battle of the Mayarko, Dave Runafalk on the Mayarko, Birkenklich on the Mugen, Hal Figueiredo is on the Kaya show, Ricardo Berton, of course, is the single Infinity, Oscar Baldo, another X-Ray, and Danny Parente, I should really know, I don't. So I shall look like that. Anyway, so Spain, Italy, Germany, Britain, Italy, Spain, Spain, Sweden, Germany, Portugal, Italy, Spain, Spain. Everybody you thought would be in the final is, with the possible exception of Bruno Coelho, who's had a bit of an off sort of day. That's what it looks like from the other side. As you can see, getting a little bit on the dark. It's a bit dark. It'll certainly be dark by the time the finals happen. We are now in the warm-up phase. Just a couple of minutes or so to go for the start of the European Championship. So running about 15, 16 minutes behind the schedule, which isn't bad really, you can see what they've done. We've done 2 whole rounds of qualifying, every single final, and the last chance, and the junior, and the senior, and we've reached the denouement of the 2023 EFRA 1/8 Nitro Buggy Off-Road Championship. And thanks to EFRA, brought to you by InvisibleSpeed.net. If you go on any of this visual ways you're watching it, be it Facebook or be it YouTube, you will see exactly what's going on. And you can log on and you can click the link and you will be able to watch the Invisible Speed and join up the find the offer, which is a free book, of course. Free, not a free book, the free book. Thanks to X-Ray, Hot Race, S-Works and Brewdog. It's been a very, very condensed event because we've lost a day. And almost we kind of just landed and the whole thing's happened. But it's now getting close to the final with the sunlight, the evening sun, the late evening sun streaking across the front of the grid. Looks like we're going to get a start. We're not going to have people calling for a timeout. It's 45 minutes. A reminder how long the final is. 45 minutes. When the nerves will tick in, it's all about who will be European champion. Ongaro's never been European champion. Canas has never been European champion. Burak Kilic has never been European champion. Polito has never been European champion. Neither Baldo's ever been European champion. Birkenklich has never been European champion. Yao Figueiredo has never been world champion. And Parente has been world champion, European champion. However, Runafalk has been 3 times. Battle has been 3 times. Boots has been twice. And Ricardo Berton has been once. Canas has looked the absolute class of the event, but now we're in very, very different conditions. And they're away, and off they go straight away. And it's a good start from everyone, and a little bit of a kind of a bit more, a very forceful move there from Burak Kilic to take second place. It's easing out Ongaro, and the 1-2-3 streak away. Just trying to think Boots. I don't think Boots is in 4. I think Boots has dropped down to quite a long way, actually. Boots is down at 7, so bad start again for Boots, which he did in the semis as well. I think he's dropped all the way down to 10th. So that may be a real issue on Boots' challenge straight away. So Canas leads from Burak Kilic. Then Ongaro. And then behind them, I'll wait to see if they come over because it's just more difficult at the moment. The colours are slightly bleached out by the light is at the moment. And you can see it's Ongaro in third. Oh, it's just Boots has scored. Oh dear, Boots has scored in fourth until he got fenced off the track there. No, it wasn't Boots. Who was that? That was Ongaro. Ongaro got punted off there by Boots. So there's a couple of cars. So Boots is in third, and it was Ongaro who had that incident just a second ago, and he's now running somewhere else. Can't see it though. He's running about ninth, I think. And as Boots makes a big error again coming off the roller coaster. So it's 1 and 2. It's Canas and Burak Kilic. That's the cars that are currently doing something. There's now a big gap to third, which I think is Polito. It is. So the Italian now in third, but the first two coming to complete the second lap, and there's been a lot of action in the middle of the field. Let's see where Ongaro's fallen down to, as Canas just lightly eases out by 2/10 that time from Burak. Polito third. It's Brian Baldo in fourth. Ongaro only went to fifth after that sideways movement. Sixth is Ronafalk, seventh is Boots, and then eighth is Birkin Kilic. Burak actually is really keeping Canas honest at the moment in these different conditions than they've been used to. Right together these two now as they come up onto the rumble strips, and they just settled in the first 2 or 3 minutes. They got and the problem for the car that was in third, that was Baldo, he's dropped right out. So now it's 1 and 2, huge gap to third, but these first two are right together. Canas hasn't had any challenge the entire time he's been here, but Burak Kilic, the older of the Kilic brothers, taking it to. Don't forget, Burak did TQ a round of qualifying here last year at the World Championships. Not tracking like, just a little bit of time there, tried to go in a bit too tight, and that's cost him probably half, 3/4 of a second. So he got within 2/10. Now he's going to catch back up again. So at this early stage, it's looking like Burak actually has the most pace. And it's all about settling in, the tyres settling in. Ongaro's up to third, so he's back in the running again. Ronafalk, where's he come from? He's in fourth. Polito fifth. Boots sixth. No one's really having out of it apart from Robert Battles, who's struggling. Canas now trying to stretch a little bit through the Contramar section. Let them run through so you can see where everyone is in relation to everybody else. Quite a few gaps there, as you can see. But the first two right together. 50.7, 50.8. We're not seeing any 49s yet. Probably running harder tyres, of course, to last the 45 minutes. They're not going to have the same ultimate amount of grip. But the S-Works and Hot Race shod Canas, leading out Burak. Ongaro 3.2 seconds behind. A couple of tenths faster in that last lap. It's Ronafalk, Polito and Boots as the other 4, 5, 6 little error there by Burak's dropped him off a second or two. Ronafalk really trying to see what he can make happen here. But as you can see in the background, the answer is not very much. Right, so Burak now needs to try and catch back up to Canas, not let him get away after that little error. He does seem to be able to do it. It does seem that the blue and white machine there with the white wheels of Burak Kilic does have at the moment, at this point in the race, the pace to kind of make up that little error he made. Dropped back to 1.1 seconds behind. Ongaro is coming at the moment, in fairness. The last lap was exactly the same speed as Canas, and it's looking now like perhaps Canas can stretch Burak. That error has given him, I think, a chance to relax. I think he's able to be less defensive. And as Burak comes back at him, Canas, I think, is just able to stretch it a little bit. I think he was running a little bit tight, worried that Burak was going to get past. He could see Burak's early pace. And now, can he stretch it out from the 1.015 seconds the gap was just a second ago? I think the lights have just pinged on because suddenly everything flashed massively on all the screens as we've got some more lightage coming on. Gap moves out to 1.4. Ongaro still 2.5 seconds behind. And they're all stretching out. Suddenly now, this is the pace we've seen from Canas the whole time. Just beginning to stretch it. Just beginning to ease it out. You'll see him flashing in the corner as he goes round the corner there. It's 1.5 seconds. Burak can see him going. Burak had a good period, but he's just got away now as Canas has settled into the race. Ongaro in third. Let's drop back to Ongaro. He's in third. One place back. He's trying to catch up from coming together about lap 3. Ronafalk, Polito and Boots are having a right old scrap with each other. They're not getting overly dropped, but they're not gaining on Canas. He's getting away. So the lead was 1.4. The lead goes this whole second lap going that time round. And a lap time of 49.4. Now, we're beginning to... Obviously, it's a 45-minute race. There are fuel tactics to come in. And when people stop, now there's been a change as Boots has got past Polito for 5th. And you can stop whenever you like. And so if you can run 9 minutes, which I think people are unlikely to be able to do, that would be the ideal time. That's a 4-stopper. 9, 18, 27 and 36 minutes. It's hard here because the lap is so long. But it's really noticeable now how Ongaro is gaining on Burke and Kilic. And Burke and Kilic is losing time hand over fist to Canas. Canas that time around 49.7. Kilic crosses the line in a 50.9 and a 50.5 for Ongaro. So Ongaro is gaining on Kilic but still losing on Canas, who is pulling away as we feared he would. Now someone's going for fuel. I think it's Kilic has gone in for fuel. So Kilic is fueled at 7 minutes. So Kilic fuels at 7 minutes, and that puts second place now falls to Ongaro. Ooh, no, half-second error. So he will be scored in second, but he's about 6 seconds back. We saw this in the World Championship, but it was Ongaro who pulled away in the first 15 minutes or so and was slowly pegged back as the tyre wear and everything else came in by Ronnefalk. But this time, Ongaro in second place. Canas is going for fuel, trying to see who's coming out of the fuel stops. Canas hasn't gone past me, so I think he's probably in for fuel. No, he's not stopped for fuel. Canas goes through another lap. So, looking good for fuel on Canas. That's an 8-minute stop, 8 minutes also for Ronnefalk. And, so Ongaro's got Burak through the fuel stops. But the interesting thing is that Canas, not only is he fastest, he's running longer. Now, if he can run to 9 minutes, which is 2 more laps, you might as well go home. Because he'll have a stop on everyone else as well. But if he comes in this time, he's just going to have a slightly offset strategy, which we do see sometimes in the first section, as they just try and get a little bit of an idea what everyone else is doing. What's Canas doing? And he's coming in. So Canas is not running 9 minutes. So it's absolutely, they're all on the same strategy. He hasn't got a strategic advantage as Ongaro and Kilic battle manfully for second place. Just so you know, out of the pits absolutely fine has gone Canas. But this is the battle on the track. It's for second and third. Fourth is Ronnefalk. Fifth is Boots. But as you can see, the lead's not 11 seconds because there's a pit stop. The lead probably is about 6. It might be 5. It's not quite as bad as we thought it might be. But this is the battle for second place. Ongaro and Burke and Kilic. Burak, his brother, where is he at the moment? Well, he's down in last. So Burak's had some issues down in 13th. So the Kilic flag being waved by Burak this time as he tries to chase down the double world champion, Davide Ongaro, who won the world championship here about a year ago in a dramatic final where Ronnefalk nearly got back to him and it just went wrong right at the last moment. So the lead is 6.67 seconds. Ronnefalk has had a problem in that lap and dropped back on the 57. So Ronnefalk's had an issue, and that's taken him right back out of contention into 5th. So in fact now into 4th has gone Boots. He's been released. But Boots again didn't start the race well. This is quite a common thing with Boots. He just doesn't start the race particularly well. And also while I was looking elsewhere, Birken's got past Ongaro again. Honestly, these cars have been doing this all weekend to me. Every time I try and look at a timing screen or try and look at another part of the track, the people who were actually looking at have been passed. You're probably screaming at the screen, he's passed, he's gone past him. You've not noticed, but I have noticed now. And Birken has got past Ongaro in this battle for second place, but that's going to mean that the lead for Canas is going to increase. Goes up to 8 seconds already. You kind of wonder what's going to go wrong for Canas. He's on the hot race tyres, they're well proven. And we see if Boots is getting any closer to Ongaro, who's actually now being gapped by Birken, who's now found an absolute second wind or third wind or whatever wind he's on. And he's having a little bit more ground speed than Ongaro. Ongaro is struggling for pace, which is not something you normally say. But Burke and Kilic looking good for this. Let's see the next car along. There we are. There is the Boots car. Just there. There's a car in between them. I think it's being lapped. I think it's a car that's in trouble being lapped, I think, in between them. Probably Parente. I'll watch they come down here. Lead stay pretty stable that time. Another 49 for Canas, though. Yeah, it was a 2, 3 and 4 giving us a race. You can't really say the same for anyone else. Figueiredo now in 5th. Polito in 6th. Ronefalk in 7th. Ronefalk admitted to me he's having to push too hard. This is why the mistakes are happening, because he just hasn't got the pace in the car. Coming up to 1/3 distance in a couple of minutes. And at this point, it's looking much more like Boots is going to take Ongaro than Ongaro is going to get anywhere near Burke and Kilic. And once again, another year looks like it's going to pass. I mean, I know another year is going to pass where Ongaro does not become European 1/8 Nitro Buggy champion. He hasn't won it. Boots has won it twice. But the first two, Canas and Kilic, have never won the European Championship. Here we all go. Coming round. Boots really is beginning to eat into Ongaro's gap. This is for the final place on the podium. Boots running the two-colour shell. The green side is a tribute to British racer Carl Jackson, who passed very suddenly and very young a few weeks ago. Very popular on the British racing scene. And Elliott tribute to him with a half of his colour scheme and half of Elliott's car as well. Not a great couple of corners where Elliott dropped off. Lead out to 9.5 now. Oh, we're back down to 8.9 actually. 8.9. Canas is absolutely completely in free air at the moment. Not a great lap for Boots. So now definitely is a bit dark, and we are now beginning to have the lights doing the work for the drivers to see. Two, 3 and 4 right together. Boots really pushing to try and get to Ongaro. I mean, Figueiredo's not been left behind in his 5th place. Another mistake for Ronefalk in the background there. So if you're a Mayarko fan, it's not looking good really at the moment for them. If you're an S-Works fan, it's looking very good. If you're a Mugen Secchi fan, there's a chance. If you're an Associated fan, who knows? Go around again. 50.2, 50.4, 50.2, 50.7. So Boots lost half second that one to everybody. And I think, is he going to bounce the fuel? No, it's carrying on going. But he's now under quite considerable threat from Hal Figueiredo. Early stop again for Burak. I think Burak might have to stop one more time, actually, than the others. But Figueiredo now is the one who's got the pace. The Kyosho driver, the Portuguese driver. He's got the pace. And don't forget, it's Figueiredo who replaced Boots as the kind of the top European racer. I'm not sure Mick Craddock's here. Pity for him, he normally is. And look at Figueiredo, really got some pace now. It's really interesting how the sun's gone down, the temperature change, there's a real ebb and flow in speed. The speed that Elliott had has gone. The speed that Canas has is absolutely there. Any second now, the lead is 10 seconds. That's slightly distorted from the fact that Kilic has stopped. But I think Kilic is going to have to make an extra stop. I think Kilic is actually going to have to stop one more time than everyone else, as Boots tries to defend 3rd place from Figueiredo. All this is just really letting Canas just disappear in the distance, isn't it? But we've seen this before. The last time the European Championships were here, Ronefalk disappeared into the distance and then had a servo failure. And along when the lead was Rolt Battle, and he had a servo failure as well, Boots came to win. And that's what long finals do. Oh, and that's Figueiredo rolling out of a challenging position. Not sure we're going to see Brian Bowder begin to move into the reckoning as well. Kilic gets Figueiredo, who's had a beer bad. It wasn't a great lap for him. 54. Fuel in. Fueled also for Ongaro. They're going to come out. Oh, Ongaro's made a mistake, and they're right together again. So Ongaro came flying over that hairpin. Ongaro's really, it's not really working at the moment. Now there is half an hour to go, so it might start to work. But at that point, you've got 12, 13, 14 seconds to make up on a Canas who's been driving fantastically the entirety of the event. And you can't really see any way in which Canas is not. The Canas is only going to lose it by his own hand or by bad luck now. I don't see there's a pace in the other cars to take it to him. I've been wrong before. And there's certainly a lot of action further down as Boots now battling hard with Ongaro. About 5 seconds behind Burak, so Burak's kind of got a pit stop in hand. 16-second lead now for Canas after a quarter of an hour. It's a second a minute. There's an outside chance, if he really goes well, he could actually lap the field. I think that's a bit unlikely. If he's got any sense, he'll rein it back. Track temperature dropping rapidly. Lights taking over. Local time 25 to 9. Officially sunset was 5 minutes ago. Obviously it's still light for a while. And Boots and Ongaro, and Boots has got Ongaro. Just bounced a bit wrong on the rumble strip, and Boots moves into third, but possibly even net second with the Kilic situation. Kilic 5 seconds up the road, and Canas on a different road entirely at the moment. Leads down to 11. Canas has stopped again, obviously. He's stretching as close as he can to 9 minutes. He isn't going to make it, so he's going to make a kind of final splash and dash, but it gives him a lot of flexibility when his last stop takes. We will show him a bit later. At the moment, this is where the action is, and it's the action for third place between double European champion Elliott Boots and double world champion David Ongaro. The leading car is Boots, red on one side, green on the other, and then it's a real multicoloured mixture of advanced paintwork on the Ongaro machine. And he's going to get back again. They swapped again. They basically swapped there last time, and they swapped again about 2 laps later, which is just good news for Canas and Burak because they just pull further away. Down the roller coaster, 21st time. Not yet in unknown territory. We're only 19 minutes in, hadn't gone past the 20 minutes they ran in the semi-finals, but obviously it's different because it's getting dark. It does make it different when it gets dark, to be fair. It's about now. The nerves will probably start ticking in to Canas. He's going to realise what he could achieve. Polito's now back up in 5th again. Monofax down in 8th. Figueiredo in 6th. This is the battle for 3rd and 4th. Ongaro currently leading Boots. Kilic 6 seconds up the road. And then another further 11 to Juan Carlos Canas. Boots over the rumbles. Dropping a bit of pace now. Mistake by Ongaro, and he's now lost the place again. And once again, I was looking at the timing screen when it happened. Almost like they know I'm going to look away from the track. But Ongaro now a long way behind Boots, and it just makes it less likely that they're going to get anywhere near. Probably not getting anywhere near Burak Kilic either. I think Burak now is sitting in a pretty happy second place. He will come in for a pit stop a couple of laps before the others. And you can now see by the look of the camera, you can see with the artificial lights really taking over, it gets that kind of completely different sheen and look to the camera work, or the camera image. The work's still the excellent Ash Leontine, but it makes a little bit of a different sheen as Boots carries on. Now, what we should see in a second is that there will be a third stop happening quite soon. We're 19 minutes in, so yeah, in about 2 minutes will be a stop for Kilic. We'll stop again, which should put him somewhere near to Boots. A stop is about 6 or 7 seconds. Boots a couple of tenths fast that time. 49.9 for Canas, and 49.9 also for Boots. So Boots in a clear lap. Then they come out together, you see. So Burak has come out with that stop in hand and just come out ahead of Boots as they fight for second place. And that's not really worked well for Boots. And it's a half second either way would have stopped him from kind of tripping over the emerging car. Worked particularly well for Knaus. It now means he's going to be scored with about 18 seconds of lead, which is fantastic news for him. That is the true lead, because he's going to have to stop one less time than Burak. And Burak immediately has a little more pace than Elliott. Elliott should do at least 2 laps before he comes in for fuel, possibly even 3. I'm not sure if Burak's fueling a lap short every single time. And now there's a battle again for second place. Burak Kilic, Mugen Seki in the white and the blue with the little red roof. Then it's Boots. And ahead of Boot, he's ahead of Ongaro. And Ongaro's kind of like mastery, which you've seen for so many years, just seems to be completely deserting him at the moment. And it's not a setup issue, it's not lack of skill or anything like that, but it's one of those things. Sometimes it just doesn't work. Down they go, Burak again, just breathing the distance slightly. And there is Ongaro in third as well, going through the other camera shot. So second and third battling. If you're a One Carlos Knaus fan, the problem is he's miles ahead, and so he's not very interested. It's not massively interesting in showing him really, but he is doing a fantastic job, and he's driving brilliantly. First 2 or 3 laps, a little bit of pressure, perhaps 3 or 4 laps from Burak, and then suddenly just turn the afterburners on. They can all match him for a lap. They can't match him for 10 laps. Though he does have the fastest time, 49.4. 29.6 is second fastest from Boots, who is currently struggling to keep up with Kilic. Now my guess is that Boots will actually go into the pits possibly this time, possibly the next time. Both Kilic and Boots are dropping Ongaro. As it gets quite gloomy out there in real view. Yep, in comes Boots. Take the fuel, as does Ongaro. Down and out, it goes. So what we're going to do now is I'm going to try and find Knaus and give him a little bit of love. Car number 1 is towards the back end of his lap, obviously he's so far ahead. There it's possibly start finish now, Ash. Coming up the main straight now. It's the red car. Well, he's gone for fuel. He's gone for no, it's just 7. I've got the wrong car. It's the next car here. This car going now. Not the green car. Oh, he is going for fuel. All right, he's in for fuel. There we are. Knaus has decided to take fuel early. So he's now got himself back on a very similar strategy to Boots. Just a lap later, of course, because he was ahead. Oh, there we are. He's made a mistake just for us. That was nice of him. He hasn't made a mistake the entire race, and we come to him and makes a mistake. So he's lucky. I mean, that's had a few bangs, that S-Works. It seems to have got away with it, though. It's that whole thing, isn't it? When you come out the pits, your concentration, your rhythm's slightly gone, and that's when the errors can occur. Didn't cost him much, probably 2 seconds at most. And he had a very, very comfortable lead. It's probably going to drop down to about 10 now, but Burak is going to need to stop once more. Knaus TQ'd 3 of the rounds of qualifying, the final 3 actually, after we got a TQ from Bruno in round 1 and Ongaro in round 2. Comes up, that was a 59 compared to Kulic's 49, so Kulic's on the 49s now, and the lead goes down to 10 seconds, I thought. But it's not 10 seconds, unfortunately, because Kulic's got to make an extra stop. So the lead actually is about 17. And it's either over Kilic or over Boots, depending on which one of them is in where in their particular fuel strategies. Under the lights now. Something magical about racing under the lights. And we are doing that now in Europe. And I think it's I can't remember this happening before in a European Championship, or certainly in a Nitro Championship. And big up to the Baldos for getting extra lights in at short notice when this race decided to run late into the night. Currently 8:45 here. 19 minutes to go. That time round was a 49.8, almost like, oh yeah, I made a mistake last time. I've really got to push it go. And 49.8, 50.4 for Burak. I think there's still a possibility, 50-0 for Boots. There's still a possibility that Boots could beat Burak. I think Burak's a favourite for second, but Boots could get him. There could be a change of second. We could see an S-Works 1-2. Ongaro's 4th, Polito's 5th, Figueiredo's 6th, Ricardo Burton 7th, Brian Baldo is 8th, Birkenklink is 9th, Ronifax had a nightmare and dropped down to 12th, Parenti's 13th, Rob Battle is 11th, and Oscar Baldo is 10th. So this is the European Championship for our reigning champion to forget. It's certainly not a championship for Juan Carlos Canas to forget. Obviously, he was going very well last year in Barcelos, and then he had an accident in a swimming pool. He's cut his foot on an open tile, and then he was hobbling the rest of the time. It was obviously massively affects your concentration when you can't really stand on both legs for a 45-minute final. But he's been threatening this for a long time, Canas. He's been threatening a major breakthrough for a long, long time as Juan Carlos, and it couldn't happen to a nicer bloke. And he's got 18 minutes to make it happen to him. A little bit slower. Boots again took half a second out of Burak in that last one. It's now 5.4, and we think that Burak's going to have to make an extra stop. So net, I think that we're going to see slightly ahead is Burak. Let's see if we can wait for Burak. Can you go back to start-finish, and we'll get to Burak in 10 seconds. The next car along, it should be, in the white car. So that's not the right car. Hang on, I'm going to find where's. There he is. No, it's not. Looking for car number 2. Oh, that's why he's been for fuel. He's been for fuel. Here we go. He's in for fuel. He's just coming round this corner here. Down there. There we go. 4 car and the 2 car. So it has put Boots slightly ahead. So he is slightly ahead. So Burak just ahead of Boots now. Where is he actually? No, it's not Boots. He's just ahead of Ongaro, isn't he? So Boots is ahead. I think Ongaro's. No, I see. Ongaro's got in between the two of them. He's got to be in between the two of them. Boots actually lost a bit of time in relation to Ongaro, and that's someone letting him through. So they go down the line. It's Boots is now in second. Third is Burak, and then behind him is Ongaro. Ongaro obviously didn't make a great run on that one. He's going to need to make a little bit of a stop. Both Boots and Ongaro need to stop in the next couple of laps, but they should need to stop one less time overall. So this may be the real situation. The real situation that Canas is 20 seconds ahead, basically, nearly. 5th place is Figueiredo, a long way behind Ongaro. Ongaro for Davide, looking to get past Burak. Nope, one more. He's not taking fuel this time. And the lights, you can see the light in the dark. Some bits are lighter, some bits are darker. Kitch not really losing any time. He's losing a few tenths to Boots. He's keeping Ronafalk honest, and they're both going to go in the pits in a second. I say a second, in a lap or two, or this lap or the next lap. Canas has put himself back pretty similar on the strategy. He's running a little bit longer and he decided that wasn't really worth it, so he's going to sit himself in the meat of the fuel tank. The stop time. Oh, and that's not good for Kilic, because that's time he can ill afford to lose there. And that puts Ongaro past. Now Ongaro will stop this time, I think, and then Kilic will move back past both of them. But the slightly thirstier engine, the Mugen-Seki, it's not a Mugen-Seki engine, of Birkin, it's going to give him some issues. Honestly, I can't read, that's too dark. We're doing planning the whole time now. Because everything's so condensed, we have to do a bit of planning the whole time. But nothing happened while we were talking about that. And in for fuel comes Ongaro. And I assume Boots did as well. Just waiting for the exit shot. Yep, they did. They both come in for fuel. They both come out of fuel. And definitely a gain there on Boots by Ongaro. Just drop back right to the next to the Boots and Ongaro, Ash. There they go. Not long to go. 13 minutes between Juan Carlos Canas and a European Championship. The two colours of Boots. See, actually managing to slightly gap Ongaro after the fuel stop. I felt he was gained on, but I think he's got a little bit more oomph, a little more grip. Yeah, it's moving away. Ongaro 1.7 seconds behind. Yeah, he just did lose. He lost a second in the pit stops. He didn't really lose it on the track. He lost it on the pit stop. Burak's not that much further ahead of them, and he'll have to stop again quite soon. Canas has a 22-second lead. It's absolutely dominant performance by Juan Carlos. No other way to describe that but dominant. In other words, you could describe it, they'd be wrong. The word you have to use is dominant. So the two colours of the tribute body shell on the S-Works of the man who lives in two countries, the UK and Italy, Elliott Boots, currently in third, but I think net second on pit strategy. Quite a dark, you see where there's a couple of dark patches, certainly right at the start of the straight there's a dark patch, and the camera goes, oh, I can't really see that. But actually, if you're looking out with the human eyes, it's actually pretty good. The lighting of the track is pretty good indeed. I don't think anyone's going to turn around and go, oh, I can't see anything, it's not fair. It does make spotting cars a tiny bit harder. So let's roll forward one to Burak Kilic, if we can. I think he's getting due for another stop. Probably, I think he's got two more, whereas the others have got one more. He seems to be a lap short. He seems to be on 7 minutes, so 7, 14, 28, and then 35, which is about a minute and a bit. He just didn't have that 7:45 in the tank or 7:50 in the tank. Coming up behind the 7 car of Robert Battle to lap him, and what makes it easy by having an accident on the Conchemar corner. So a good performance by Burak. If it wasn't for the completely overshadowing masterful performance by Canas, you're probably giving him a bit more of a big up. Boots just to the 40.7. So again, he's got that late race pace. There he goes with fuel again. So he has got this one extra stop, and that's really what's counted against him. He would have been net in second. Now he's dropped to fourth. He's behind Ongaro, who's that flash of colour you see in front on the screen. 10.5 minutes to go. Still question marks about second, third and fourth. Absolutely no question mark about first. And my feeling is that everybody now needs to stop once more to get to the end. So the gaps you see are the gaps they are in real time. Canas had a slightly poorer lap last time round. 51 flat. 50.5 for Boots, so he's just taking it down by half a second, down to 17 behind. So at least we're not going to see the spectre of anyone being lapped. Canas has really eased his pace back after he broke away, pulled out that 18, 20 second lead, and now he's kind of sitting on a 16, 17, 18. Being those 2 tenths or so inside himself, I mean he doesn't make a mistake. He's not making a mistake is what's going to be the difference between becoming European champion for the first time and not. So Kilic is in fourth. There's your is he dropping off Ongaro? Where's Ongaro gone? Or is Ongaro gone for fuel? I don't know. I don't think he went. It's too early for Ongaro to go to fuel. Oh, he's got away. So Kilic's pace has disappeared, to be honest, at this point. Just move forward to Ongaro, one car. Is that Ongaro? I think it is it? No, I think Ongaro's stopped. Ongaro's fallen behind Kilic. I'm not sure if Ongaro stopped. Ongaro had a really bad lap we didn't see. So this is 56.799. So just drop back and pick up Ongaro. He's 4 seconds behind him. I just want to see if he still goes into the pits. So it could be Ongaro either had a very good pit stop or a very bad lap. But that would have been quite early for a stop. My feeling is he should be going in this lap when there'll be less than 8 minutes to run. Ricardo Berton making a strong move forward now into 5th place. It's good to see for Ricky, the 2019 European Championship. He won that at the Ongaro ring, which is where we're going next year. But in wet, dry conditions, it chucked it down. All the cars are brown at the end. Another lap in the books. Gara now 10 seconds behind Boots. If he hasn't got this pit stop in hand, then it's just really kind of disappeared. And Ongaro just not doing what he needs to do. But he'll learn from this. He'll move away. The big one's next year. He'll be developing his package to see what he can do to become the first ever triple world champion. And certainly retaining it 3 times is not been done before. That's in 1/8 Nitro. But other RC champions who I think had 7 in a row, like Kalari. But now is he going to stop for the last time now? No, I wonder whether he went in early. Still looking to see about Boots. Has Boots stopped? There's a big gap now between everyone. They kind of really gapped themselves out with 7 minutes to go. .655. Let's go and see if we can find our leader, Canas. I'm not sure quite where he is. He's just started a new lap, so he's either going to go in for fuel or he's going to be underneath us in a second. Okay. I think yeah, okay. Well, he's going to come under us. He's the 3rd car. Just been. No, he hasn't. I've lost him again. There's something about the progress meter and reality have nothing in common. It is ridiculous. That's Ongaro still. Oh, now he's going for fuel. So it was a bad run with Ongaro into fuel. Yes, one thing that the lack of light does is make it slightly more. Okay, here we go. So you can go back to the start of the straight, please, Ash, and then the next car along will be Canas. It does make it harder on this fake light to actually identify the cars as they come round. Here's Canas, and he takes his final fuel stop. So he's 5 minutes and 58 seconds and 1 fuel stop away from the European Championship. And out he goes. Into just ahead of a little bit of traffic. He's got the Figueiredo car behind him, a lap down. Behind that, I think, is Birkenkic rather than Burak, who's currently running 3rd. Boots is 2 seconds ahead of Burak at the moment. 22 seconds off the lead, though. I think I'll go down, actually, because Canas has stopped, doesn't he? So we'll go back down to 16 again. A little waggle the wheels to get the car to land properly. So Canas, 5 minutes away from a European Championship now. And 17 seconds ahead. Kilic is missing, so he must have made his final fuel stop. He has. So Boots now in 2nd. 3rd is Kilic, Ongaro 4th. Not an awful lot between them at the moment. 5th is Ricardo Berton. 6th is Figueiredo. Birkenkic, the other Kilic brother, and he's got the Baldo brothers in 8th and 9th. Polito battles Ronafak, who's just after an early flourish, hasn't really shown since then. Getting a bit late in the day here. Just it's just coming to 9 o'clock Spanish time. We've been here now racing for 13 and a half hours to beat the rain and to crown a European champion. At the moment, that's looking a bit like Juan Carlos Canas, to be honest. Boots 15 seconds away in second. Kilic 10 seconds from that in third. And 3.5 seconds to Ongaro. Oh, the car broken down. I think it's Ronafat. I think Ronafat's actually broken down. So just to add insult to injury, to make the weekend even worse, Ronafat is going to be classed as last in the main final with a failure. So ignominious end to our reigning European champions' year of European domination or winning. He won the Euros. He was second in the world. But today, it's just not worked. And, that's racing. Sometimes you turn up and it just don't work. And there's no reason why that should be. Ongaro now really quite close to taking third place. Need to try and work out where these two cars are, which is the hardest thing of all, because it's very, very dark. Now for car. Okay, you need to pick them up at the hay bales corner, Ash. You've got 3 in the 2. That's it. This is the closest battle for the final battle. This is the battle for the final place on the podium. The fly of the roller coaster. Burak Kilic started so well. He was right on the tail of Juan Carlos for a couple of laps or 3 laps, and then he just dropped off. The afterburners kicked on Juan Carlos Canas, and we realised that Birkin was going to be running an extra fuel stop. Now, for a while, he was able to live with that. But as it turns out, Elliott Boots had too much pace for him and for Ongaro. And Ongaro had one pretty major accident, 6-second accident at some point. But that still wouldn't bridge the gap to Boots, who's 15 seconds up the road. But he still has a chance of getting third. And I get the impression that podium is what Ongaro's going for. And they're pushing hard. It's Burak. 1 minute 43 seconds to go. Everything's going fine for Canas, I'll tell you that at the moment. Very, very tight between these two. Smoking away is the Burak car, the inside triangle, looking for it. So battling for this final position. They're really trying hard with 1 minute and 12 to go. Burak and Ongaro. Oh, no, kind of a slight problem there. A bit too wide out for Ongaro. Down to the last minute. Just seeing when Carlos goes across the line. Juan Carlos will get 2 more laps. So we can follow these guys for a bit more before we pick up JCC for his victory lap, unless he goes very, very slowly. There's a possibility he might not get 2 laps, actually, so we need to pick up Juan Carlos, because he's actually only got 51.5. So, Ash, if you can wait on the rumble strip, please. And the next car along will be Juan Carlos Canas, who may or may not get an extra lap. He deserves an extra lap of honour, to be honest. The young Spaniard races under the racing number 23, but he's got the number 1 on the side of his car. He was the fastest in practice. He was the fastest in qualifying. He TQ'd, and he has led every single lap of this race. He has never been headed, and he has got himself by 0.3 of a second a lap of honour. So it's a lap of honour for Juan Carlos Canas. The Spaniard cannot be caught. It's just him who's made it. It's going to say on the record books he won by a lap. He actually didn't. He won by 16, 17 seconds. But this has been a couple of days or a week of pure joy and dreams for the young Spanish driver. Finally His potential has been realised. He's been there or thereabouts for about 5 or 6 years. We've all thought that JCC was due a big win, and finally that big win has come, and it doesn't come any bigger in this continent than the EFRA 1/8 Off-Road Nitro European Championship final. Canas has a couple of corners to go. It doesn't matter, he's already won it. He's got 2 corners to go. He's got to go over the one more odd section across the finishing line, and Juan Carlos Canas is your European champion with a superb performance. Absolutely fantastic from Canas. Well, that was pretty impressive indeed from Canas, and we are going to try and grab a quick word with him. Hence the reason my voice sounds different. I've changed microphones. It's very exciting, isn't it? I'm not sure how that's going to work, but Canas, absolutely the class of the field. Never in doubt. Man climbing downstairs live. Have we missed him? He's gone. We've missed him. You've got to get him back, Frank. Okay, I'll take him out the front on Ash's camera. Ah, this little man sneaked off without us. How could he? Taking the celebrations of his team and everyone else. Moving into the pit lane. Lots and lots of celebration. Celebrating Nicola Morone, his tyre supplier. He's going to go. Juan Carlos, this way. Ash, if you can get the camera out onto the track, please. Let's grab a quick word. Let's move up this way to make sure we get the sound working. And hopefully you got me framed. Juan Carlos, congratulations. What a fantastic performance. That was absolutely superb all week. TQ, everything.
Yeah, all package was really good. Final was really difficult because it's so dark. Also, I can see my car really, really well the last 15 minutes. But yes, super happy. Happy for the team, family, everything. So, super happy.
How different was it racing at night than it had been when you've been so quick during qualifying?
Sorry?
How different was it racing in the evening?
Yeah, it's more difficult because tubes are black, so you touch a lot the tube, and when you touch the tube, maybe you can have a mistake or something.
Congratulations, Juan Carlos. It's been a long time coming. Well done. You are European champion.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, that concludes our broadcast from the European Championship. Just making sure I'm not sure whether it's the microphone or this that's not picking up, but it concludes our broadcast of the European Championship. There'll be a lot of stuff on the socials. We've got a press conference we're going to put up. But for now, thank you very much, everyone's been with us. It's been great fun having you on a very, 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 very long day. There's lots more RC action. If you want to watch the ETS, that's live tomorrow and Sunday. We've got a very special live event from Vegas. We have the 1/8 E-Buggy World Cup from Portugal, and we're also back in Spain at the end of this month for Buggyland. So it never stops with RC on RC Racing TV. Thank you so much. Goodbye.